Resumed. For anyone new today, my name is Mark Brooker and I'm the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. This is the second day of the inquiry. Yesterday we heard evidence from the Council's landscape witness and local residents, and today we'll be hearing landscape evidence from the Parish Councillor's Rule 6 party and from the appellants. I was able to conduct the site visit yesterday, and indeed, as requested by local residents, I went back to the site to drive the roads after the inquiry, so I was able to complete that to my satisfaction. I understand there was local residents who wanted to speak today. Are they here? Yes. Your name?
Rachel Shaw, SHAW.
I think then, just to help with the running order, I'd like to start off with Ms Shaw, if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, I beg your pardon. So just before Ms Shaw does, can I just cover a couple of bits of housekeeping before I forget, if that's all right? Just two things. On the Section 106 discussions with the county, agreement has been reached with the county on the things that we were debating. I just wanted to let you know that, to save you from, I know that you'll read the material anyway, but to save you from undue crawling over the detail of some of those things that we're no longer arguing about. So obviously we're in due course there'll be a SIL compliance statement, I'm guessing, which will cover those things, and we will have our full team here obviously for the session, but I wanted to draw your attention to that. I hope that's helpful.
So that was the education subject. There was a dispute and is no longer.
Exactly, and the subject of the vast majority of our planning rebuttal, for instance. So you obviously have regard to it, but we're not in fact arguing about those things anymore. And the second point is, we didn't mention it yesterday, sir, but I think we covered it briefly, didn't we, at the CMC, or it was covered at the CMC. Costs. My own friend Mr Cosgrove and I have had a discussion, a couple of quick chats about it. The way that we suggest, if you're happy that that's dealt with, is in writing, that we send ours obviously to you and to the council, and then they have what period of time you're happy to give them, reasonable period of time to respond to that and do anything else they might want to do. But we'll as it were keep it away from the live proceedings and deal with it in writing if you're content with that.
So just to be clear, you are making an application
yes,
costs.
Yes,
you wish to do so in writing, which is preferable to me.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep, I'm quite happy to do that. If there's anything that needs to be addressed in the inquiry, we can do that. But otherwise, you'll exchange in writing and have your opportunity to
that to me yesterday. I hadn't seen the nature of the application. I've read what's said in the statement of the case, and we'll consider our position. It's not inconceivable we would make a response dealing with the time incurred in dealing with it, but we'll obviously consider it when we receive it. When we receive it, it is likely it would be useful to deal with it probably after this week in writing. I think for obvious reasons we're all doing other things this week, but that's absolutely fine as long as we're given suitable time. As to how much time, I don't know the nature of it, but I'll let you know as soon as I see it.
So essentially, looking to make that perhaps Friday before closings, as would be normal, and exchange that and then
prepare it in writing and submit it, I think, along with the closing. But we won't read it out or anything. It'll just be in writing, and then the council should obviously have what time they need to respond to that.
Yep, yeah. Fine. I'm happy with that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ms Shaw. If you're happy where you are, or you can move down here, but I see you're set up with a laptop, tablet or something, so if you're quite happy there, that's fine. And we'll hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Rachel Shaw, and I'm speaking as a resident of Shenley village, which will be materially affected by the outcome of this appeal. What's decided here will not just affect this site, but will set a precedent for all of us in Hertsmere, beset as we are by speculative applications. One of the many troubling aspects of this proposal is that it claims to comply with the golden rules on green space. This application offers a noisy, dangerous, undersized strip of grass hemmed in by a main road and an access road, and is clearly inferior to the green spaces all around it. Government planning practice guidance on Greenbelt paragraph 10 states new residents and the wider public should be able to access good quality green spaces which are safe, visually stimulating and attractive, well designed, sustainably managed and maintained, and meet the needs of the communities they serve. But this is not a safe space for the children or adults that will use it, and therefore not well designed. Shenley Hill is extremely narrow, dangerous, twisty, semi-unlit rural road, too narrow for a bus and car to pass each other, and already dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists, few of whom dare to use it. Now, increased vehicle movements at this dangerous bend will endanger not only those on the road, but those in a play area. In terms of the site's boundaries, the applicant also suggests that granting permission here will not lead to further urban sprawl up the hill towards Shenley, pointing to the woodland to the north of the site as a boundary. But that woodland has already been offered for sale as a separate potential development parcel. It's not a firm or permanent boundary at all. From Shenley's perspective, we will soon be swamped by development from all sides, with hundreds of homes planned or already being built on every road leading into or out of our village. The Shenley and Radlett neighbourhood plans identify that both areas suffer from congestion at village pinch points at peak times, high air pollution, and a lack of safe and attractive routes for pedestrians, cyclists, bus users, leisure walkers and riders. Under Hertsmere's SADM 38, the road hierarchy requires that traffic from new development is compatible not just with the capacity of the road network, but should also take into account planned road improvements, advice from the Highway Authority, cumulative effects and protection of rural character. As you heard yesterday, the planned road improvements are mitigations at best. The Highways Authority's advice shows scant concern for resident safety or road capacity in the face of cumulative development in the area. As for protecting the area's rural character, this simply hasn't been taken into account, which also means the neighbourhood plan, which has status under clauses 12 and 14 of the National Planning Policy, is also being ignored. Paragraph 115 of the NPPF requires that development ensures safe and suitable access for all users, and that the significant impacts on congestion or highway safety can be mitigated to an acceptable degree. I think you've heard that residents feel that this is not possible. I appeal to you, Inspector, therefore, to take a holistic view of both local and national policy, one that recognises that rural communities should not be forced into gridlock, pollution and roads that are too dangerous to walk or cycle on, simply because they were never designed for this volume or type of traffic. The developers sought to do the minimum required, sidestepping inconvenient parts of policy and giving little consideration to compliance with the neighbourhood plan that underlines the importance of preserving rural character, green belt, views, quality of life and safety. Residents are tired of development being parachuted onto sites with no regard for wider consequences. There's no vision behind this scheme with which local residents can engage. We therefore respectfully ask you to ensure that the local and national policies designed to protect safety, sustainability, rural character and community well-being are given the substantial weight they deserve in your judgment by dismissing this appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Beglan, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just in terms of, first of all, documents and then a roadmap. Documents, the proof of evidence of Ms Brown, Ms Brockhurst's proof and rebuttal, that's 6.8, and I think the rebuttal may be 6.15. Inspector Fagan's report at 5.1, the LVIA 1.26, the landscape sensitivity assessment at 4.7, and related documents at 4.8, and the tree protection plan at core document 112. So in terms of a roadmap, I will introduce Ms Brown, then invite her, in light of the fact that we're being streamed, to read some of the conclusions from her proof of evidence, then move on to the rebuttal document that Ms Brockhurst filed to deal with some of the issues arising there, and then come back to some of the central points of the Rule 6 parties case. So that's the broad roadmap over the next 45 minutes or so. So, on that basis, Mr. Brown, can I introduce you by reference to section 1 of your proof of evidence? You're Claire Brown, you're a Director of the Landscape, Director of Landscape at HC UK Group, and you're the witness for the Parish Council giving evidence on landscape matters. You tell us your qualifications and experience in paragraphs 1.5 and 1.6 of that proof of evidence. You have Bachelor of Science Honours degree in Landscape Design and Ecology, a Diploma in Landscape Architecture, and you're a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. You've been in your current role since 2020, and you have over 28 years' experience as a landscape architect. You've been chartered since 2003, and your professional experience mainly been in private practice, where you've worked both in design and multidisciplinary environmental practices over the years. Some experience at local authorities towards the beginning of your professional career. You've delivered landscape assessments and designs for numerous residential schemes, including developments in sensitive locations and sites that have been subject to Greenbelt reviews.
That's correct, yeah.
Summary of your experience. So you set out your summary and conclusions in terms of your evidence in section 7. That starts on page 58. Could use the manuscript numbers, as it were, for present purposes. You, between paragraphs 7.1 to 7.8, summarise the site, which the inspectors had the opportunity to look at and we're all familiar with in broad terms. But then you begin to set out your conclusions from paragraph 7.9 and following. So could you start at 7.9 and tell us what your conclusions were, having assessed the site and the application of relevant guidance to it?
Yeah. If the proposals were to proceed, more than half, 58% of the site, would be occupied by developed land. When other urban habitats are added, this would increase to 74% of the site. Little more than a quarter of the site would remain in anything resembling its existing condition, predominantly the southern woodland. The majority of the site would be transformed from being part of the countryside to part of the settlement, the edge of which would move circa 135 to 250 metres further to the east. Changes to the perceptual character of the site will result from the site becoming overwhelmingly suburban and enclosed. Lighting and activity would be introduced onto the site. It's currently unlit and undisturbed, having implications for tranquility. These changes would be discernible to varying degrees in public views from Shenley Road, from the built-up area, including substantial number of properties on the western boundary that have open aspect across the site, and from pedestrian and cycle access on Theobald Street. I consider the design to be a standard approach to a residential layout that does not sufficiently respond to the sensitivities of the site or its contextual relationship with the surrounding character. Furthermore, I consider the quantum of development proposed to preclude the delivery of a landscape-led strategy, and the proposed green space is not of a sufficient quality or standard to satisfy the golden rules as set out in the PPG. One main area of public open space is proposed and is considered to be poorly located. The quantum of development precludes the delivery of incidental green space integrated across the site, which would better reflect the open verdant character of Radlett. The design does not optimise opportunities for better pedestrian links to the surrounding countryside, as required by the Watling Chase Community Forest SPG or the Neighbourhood Plan Policy GA1. Furthermore, the lack of green space within the site precludes delivery of the local nature recovery objective for the creation of neutral grassland habitat on the site of an appropriate size. The scale, density and extent of deliverable areas on the parameters plan and the proposed illustrative layout is not sympathetic to the townscape character of Radlett and does not respond sensitively to the edge of countryside location. The introduction of built form will impact the setting of the Radlett bungalows on Faggots Close, which conflicts with policy HD7. The extent of land take of grassland within the site and lack of mitigation in the form of interconnected green infrastructure provision precludes the enhancement of new neutral grassland habitat to meet the LNRS objectives. The proposed landscape buffers are inadequate to mitigate the scheme to an acceptable level. This is demonstrated by several AVRs produced to support this proof of evidence, showing the development to be prominent in key views and to intrude upon the countryside setting. I consider the LVIA to have understated the adverse landscape effects at year 1, and in relation to on-site hedgerow, the overall site, its countryside context and LCA 21, and the effects on the townscape character of surrounding area. By year 15, the LVIA considers these effects to have been mitigated to a varying degree. However, the loss of characteristics or attributes that cannot be replaced would be unavoidable with the proposed development in place. Therefore, I find the residual effect on the overall site character to remain as an important level of adverse effect, and there would be a degree of residual adverse effect on the countryside context and LCA 21. The LVIA has not assessed the cumulative landscape effect with the consented scheme at Shenley Grange on LCA 21, which is a circa 5.96 hectare site where there will be land take of grassland and parkland. This will result in cumulative effects on the LCA overall. I generally agree with the visual effects that are assessed in the LVIA, apart from the effects on users of footpath 55, which I consider resulting in a moderate level of effect at year 1. I consider the landscape buffer to the northeast of the site to be inadequate to mitigate adverse effects. Considering the uncertainty regarding the level of screening provided by the coniferous plantation in the future, and the extent and the massing of new homes will intrude on the rural character. I consider the development of the appeal site to harm the essential characteristics of the greenbelt, its openness and permanence. The proposed development would harm 3 of the 5 greenbelt purposes A, B and C. In view of the development's degree of conflict with policy relating to landscape and townscape character appearance, I consider that the Council were justified in refusing the application. Whilst I acknowledge the landscape is not a standalone reason for a refusal, the quantum of development proposed precludes the delivery of quality green space on the site, and accordingly, the proposed development does not meet the golden rules and should be regarded as an inappropriate development in the green belt.
Thank you. Now, if we can move on to, and you pick up Ms Brockhurst's rebuttal, I want to take you through some of the issues that have been mentioned there. First of all, in relation to the comparison of effects table, that is table R1.1 in the rebuttal.
Yes, Ms Brockhurst has misinterpreted some of the codes I've used in table 3 of my proof of evidence. She refers to, in table R1.1, I found the effect on LCA 21, high cannon valleys, as slight adverse, not significant adverse, as stated in the rebuttal. The countryside context, slight adverse, not significant adverse, as stated in her rebuttal. I found the effect on townscape character of Radlett to be slight adverse, not significant adverse, as stated in the rebuttal. Just to clarify that Ms Brockhurst has misread the code SL in my proof to mean significant, which is not the case. It was slight.
Thank you. And then you told us in your conclusions and summary that you were just reading about your approach to the local nature recovery strategy. That's dealt with in Ms Brockhurst's rebuttal, paragraphs 2.2, I think, to 2.8. In relation to what's said there and the ability of this site to provide or to make provision that's consistent with the LNRS, what do you say about that? Do you stand by your view?
Yes, I do stand by my view. In fact, I don't dispute that the LNRS, in theory, could be delivered alongside some kind of development proposal. I think that basically the parameters plan does not allow for a sufficient area of semi-natural landscape to be retained within the site to deliver that LNRS objective. So it's mainly down to the quantum of development that's proposed.
And what does that mean in terms of the landscape strategy that's been adopted here? Is it something that appears to be integral to the way that the scheme has progressed, or is there fragmentation to the green spaces? How do you assess that overall approach?
I haven't seen it referred to at all in the documents as a strategy that's informed the landscape strategy. Basically, the green spaces, there's probably opportunity for some natural grassland meadow to the perimeters, but it's generally quite fragmented, and it's amenity grassland that's being provided. So I would say it precludes delivery of the NRRS objective.
And in terms of the importance that government now in its policy ascribes to completing these goals where local nature recovery sites are identified, we know from paragraph 159 of the NPPF, the inspector will be familiar, where land has been identified as having particular potential. So it's looking at that question of potential, isn't it, rather than how the land is at the moment. For habitat creation or nature recovery within local nature recovery strategies, proposals should contribute towards these outcomes. So that's the policy goal on the planning side. In your view, does this development meet that guidance?
No, it doesn't.
What does that guidance tell you about whether or not the provision that's being made should be made on-site or off-site?
The LNRS are site-specific strategies, so it has to be delivered on-site, not off-site. Now, one of the plans that's been submitted, CD112, which I ask people to have access to, is the tree protection plan. Now, in relation to that, do you have any observations about what that potentially means for the hedgerow to be retained and whether or not that's been accurately described within the drawings? Yes, I think it's a little bit confusing on the tree protection plan. The green line, which denotes existing hedgerow retain, continues over the proposed site access, whereas surely that's being removed. It does say on the note it's being removed, but the colours are not clear on the plan. And then there's a long section of hedgerow where the hedge will be reduced, I would say at least by half, looking at the red line on the plan, to take it back to the boundary line. At the moment it's oversailing the boundary line. It's a double row hedgerow, so I assume they'll be taking out the outer row of hedge there, leaving quite a very thin, leggy hedgerow. I'm not sure that would survive really after all of the disturbance.
I think Ms Back has commented on this issue as well in her evidence. You've had an opportunity to consider that evidence. Do you agree with the approach that she took on this question?
I do agree that I think what will remain will be ineffective as a screen, and I do question if it would survive long term. And I think the views will be very open there at year one.
Now, one of the responses from the appellant to whether or not this scheme can sensibly be said to be landscape-led was to refer back to the outline landscape appraisal and the way that the land is dealt with within that appraisal, and that's CD 4.8. Now, in relation to how the land is treated within that appraisal, we know that is an illustrative approach. does it provide any particular assistance in looking at the specific proposal that's now before the inspector, albeit it remains one in outline?
I would say that the outline landscape appraisal was based on provision of quite wide buffers around the site, particularly along the west boundary, along the residence boundary, which is not evident at all on the parameters plans that we see before us, and also a wider buffer along the eastern boundary to Newbury's Wood. There is a buffer, but it's certainly not as wide as shown.
So insofar as that assessment is prayed in aid to suggest that this is a landscape-led scheme, does it have that impact in your assessment?
I wouldn't say it's a landscape-led scheme. Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
I wouldn't say it is.
In relation to the summer photography, one of the points that I think has been made, and this is paragraph 3.4 of CSA's report, sorry, it's 3.4 of the rebuttal. If you just have a look at that, page 9, it does speak about the level of involvement of CSA. It says they've been involved in the project for a number of years. We know what the Glivia guidance says about presenting summer views and winter views. Is there a reason that you're aware of why there aren't any winter views that were produced in support of the application or the appeal to aid decision makers in those circumstances?
I'm surprised, given that they have been involved in the project for so long, that they wouldn't record the winter views as the worst case scenario. That's best practice, to present the worst case scenario to decision makers in terms of visibility.
I think you've had an opportunity, thinking about some of the other plans, to compare and contrast the parameters plan and the illustrative master plan. I think that may be something that was discussed in the evidence yesterday as well. When you do that exercise and you look at the landscape buffers on the parameters plan, does that tell you anything about how the quantum of development is going to need to be approached?
Yes, it does. So following the last appeal, the parameters plan for this application was revised to increase the buffer to the northern boundary of the site, but it doesn't correspond to the illustrative master plan, which I believe hasn't been updated. So therefore, I do question whether the quantum of development has stayed the same, but the buffer has increased, so that either means a more dense development or an increased area of higher development to achieve that quantum on site. That's the main point I was making there.
Thank you. Now, there's been some criticism, or at least querying, of the way that the AVRs that are attached to your evidence have been produced. In relation to that, would you like to summarise the extent to which they followed the applicable guidance as far as you're aware?
Yes, they have followed the TGN 0619 Landscape Institute guidance. They were prepared by my visualisations department with my colleagues got 16 years experience, routinely produces these documents. Now the criticism was in relation to one of the baseline views where we hadn't used, it was viewpoint 2, where Miss Brockhurst said that should be a cylindrical projection, not planar, and that is correct because it was a stitched view. And there was some criticism about some information missing on the title blocks. However, what I would say is we have produced 90-degree cylindrical views. We've got them printed to size at A1, sir, if you'd like to have a look at those at some point. The size of the images are clearly stated, the page sizes are clearly stated. So to imply that they're not accurate is frankly wrong. We basically use the illustrative master plan, the position of the houses on there for the 3D model. And we've stated the parameters on the template as to the height of the houses. We just modelled typical 2-storey houses with pitch roofs. We've stated that we haven't tried to model the landscape, it was too complicated, so we've left the existing hedge on the Shenley hill views. We haven't shown landscape, as I said, but really, you know, understory shrub planting will have little effect until it's established, and then it might screen the lower elevation. But I truly believe that the AVRs give a good indication of what the massing is going to look like and how prominent those houses will be from Shenley Road and from footpath 55.
So as far as you're concerned, the AVRs continue to provide an accurate representation of the likely impact of
Exactly, yes. I mean, as I say, we took the position of the houses from the illustrative master plan. The parameters for the developable area is even closer to the viewer, so in theory, you know, some houses could be closer than what we've shown.
Thank you. And so when one looks at the AVRs, I mean, we can turn back to them if there are any particular AVRs you wanted to look at for these purposes. But in general terms, what do they serve to tell you about the likely efficacy of the proposed buffers?
Well, the first view from photo viewpoint 3 Shenley Road, there's obviously going to be a very clear open view at the site access towards the houses. That hedgerow is going to be thinner than what it's shown on there. So I think you get a good idea of just how prominent they will be in that view and intrusive, and also the loss of openness of that view. The view photo point 4 Shenley Road is at the 90-degree bend, where you do get a good vantage across the whole site, and there is a sense of openness in winter there. And again, it's the density, really, I would say. There's no thought to retaining some kind of open vista through there. It's blanket kind of, get as many houses in, really. And I would also say that the houses are quite close to the boundary, so even if the lower part of the elevation is screened, you will still see the rooftops across a hedge that is replanted.
Thank you.
And I'll just say about footpath 55, which has a rural setting, and actually, you know, I agree with Miss Backer yesterday that from these views and also from further northeast on Shenley Road, the settlement edge has little bearing on those views. It's very much a rural view. And again, you can see the likely prominence of the massing on that view, the level of enclosure that will be introduced, the impact on openness. As I say, we haven't modelled the landscape. In summer, I admit it will be less than that, but no doubt there will be glimpses through. It's not going to be entirely screened. So it's that sense of openness and the intrusion on the rural character on that view. I think clear points to make there.
Thank you. And we just looked at, given CSA's involvement, whether there was any reason that you knew about for winter views not being provided in terms of the AVRs that also might have been used to aid decision making.
Absolutely.
In this case.
Yes.
Do you understand, or have you seen an explanation for why that wasn't done?
I haven't seen an explanation at all, although it was brought up in the place services comments during the determination period. And they actually said for a development of this type, particularly on a greenbelt site, it's quite surprising that level 3 AVRs haven't been provided.
Yeah, and just for the inspector's note, he will have read it, but the place services representation, I think, is CD 4.13. All right. So moving on to some other central issues. In terms of mitigation and the effects that that might provide, in your conclusions, you've spoken about what you anticipate the situation might be at year 15. The point has been made, I think, in Ms Brockhurst's rebuttal that the assessment provided by the Rule 6 party looks at the date at which the development is built rather than necessarily also offering a view about year 15. So you've dealt with that in your summary and conclusions, but is there anything else that you wanted to add in relation to the extent to which you think mitigation may or may not be successful in that residual measure at year 15?
Yes, obviously we've talked about the land take of the grassland, which will remain as a residual effect. And I've said, I think the overall site character will remain as an important level of residual effect.
Thank you.
I think I just think the buffers are inadequate. There's going to obviously be residual effects on the residents' views, because there isn't really a buffer provided to the western boundary of the site either.
Now, one of the points that was raised yesterday in relation to methodology and modelling under Glivia was if you have a model where the highest value is high, then that potentially covers a wide range of designations. It might cover triple SIs, I think was the example that was given yesterday. First of all, we know, because Glivia's replete with these references, that the Glivia methodology is focused towards EIA development. That's right.
I think the methodology is specific to each project.
Yes.
So you would have a different scale of measurement for an EIA project compared to a non-EIA project.
And so if you were involved in a project that, for example, was of EIA scale and had issues relating to a triple SI, would you draw the methodology differently, potentially?
Yes.
Now, also in relation to the fact that Glivia is focused towards EIA type development, how helpful or otherwise is the label of significant when you're dealing with overall impacts in this kind of case?
I wouldn't use the word significant because it has connotations with EIA, but I do, in my assessments, I do highlight if something is an important residual effect, which would be a substantial adverse effect.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to
I was
cut
going
you
to
off.
say just an important level of effect to take into account in the planning balance.
And so in terms of assessing landscape value in particular, I think there's been a suggestion that the landscape value here might be low. What's your overall assessment about that?
I think it's been downplayed by the appellant. I note that Ms Brockhurst refers to assessing landscape value outside of designations, the Landscape Institute guidance on this matter, and there are various criteria to consider when assessing landscape value. I think 3 of those criteria have been downplayed in Miss Brockhurst's evidence. Nature conservation, for one, we've obviously got the LWS, the local wildlife site, Theobald Wood, and the functional green infrastructure of the vegetated boundaries. The condition of the landscape should also take into account the fact that there's no detracting elements on the site, so also take into account perceptual elements of the landscape, not just physical condition. There's a lot of emphasis on the poor condition of the grassland. That's one aspect. But as we've heard, it hasn't always been in poor condition. And also, in terms of perceptual qualities, need to take into account the scenic value of the site, not just tranquility and wildness. So there's a lot of emphasis on the site being near Shenley Road and having low tranquility. It's actually an undeveloped, unlit site. I wouldn't necessarily say it's got low tranquility when you're actually in the site. But the scenic value needs to be taken into account, and the intrinsic character of that site is that it's undeveloped, it's open, there's no detractive features, and you know, it's influenced very much by its wooded boundaries, and it's part of the countryside.
And what about the quality of the trees in that overall assessment?
Yes, I mean, obviously there's a small number of A-grade trees that are remnant from former parkland. But yeah, I mean, the tree condition on site is, you couldn't say that's low. I would say medium's a fair assessment of that. So I think to say the site overall has a low sensitivity is very much downplaying the value of the site. Sorry, low sensitivity, low value.
And in terms of your assessment of the susceptibility to change, where do you put that? Is that low, medium or high?
For some aspects, I have a high susceptibility to change. So, for example, the grassland, I would say medium value but high susceptibility, because susceptibility judgments are based on the site, the specific site and the proposal, and because the quantum of development is so high, it precludes retaining a reasonable amount of that grassland on the site. So I've said that's a high susceptibility. So overall, medium value, high susceptibility, I would say, is high sensitivity for that element overall. For the overall site, I would say it's got a medium value and a high susceptibility again. So medium high sensitivity for the site.
Now, in the answers and evidence that you've given, you've spoken about the absence of detracting features or any incongruous features on the land at the moment, and you've told us about its scenic quality and its intrinsic character as being a rural site. One of the issues that has arisen on the appellant's case, I think, is a suggestion that the loss of visual openness may be confined to the appeal site, insofar as that's part of the appellant's case. Do you agree? What do you say about that?
I would say it's the site and the immediate context. So the openness will be, the sense of openness will be lost on the main rural, you know, it's one of the 2 rural approaches to Radlett. So I think that's an important factor, that the loss of openness on the site will affect that approach to Radlett. And it will, to a degree, affect the rural setting of footpath 55 at the northern end.
Now, turning specifically to green belt issues and the contribution that the land makes. In relation to Ground A, you've considered the issues about the boundaries to the land and the roads that currently form or would form part of the boundaries in that area. Now, it wasn't being put as in any way equivalent to what's at the site, but for the purposes of testing the example, references were made yesterday to the M1, I think. Now, in terms of whether or not the local roads that we are concerned with might provide a sufficient permanent barrier to stop urban sprawl, do you have observations about that?
I would say that they're minor roads, and I don't think they're sufficient to contain the site in that way in terms of providing a robust new greenbelt boundary. And I would also say about the woodland to the east, there's been many comments about this. It's a coniferous woodland, it's currently being felled. Its future cannot be guaranteed, so that cannot be, in my view, considered a robust new boundary to the greenbelt.
Now, in relation to the illustrative guidance that's given within the PPG, one of the things it looks to is whether or not the pattern of development is incongruous, and it says, by way of a further example in what is illustrative guidance, such as a finger of development. Now, if we look in your proof of evidence for these purposes and go to, I think it's manuscript page 56, it's the section that starts, it's actually dealing with purpose B, maintaining the separation between towns. I want to look at it for the purposes of the plate 13 that's contained at 6.63. If one looks at the way that the land would be developed in the southeast of Radlett by the proposed development, does that plan assist you with whether or not it is an incongruous pattern of development?
I would say it is an incongruous pattern of development, because whilst the settlement edge to the western boundary of the site would in effect move to the east, it would further accentuate that incision into the settlement pattern south of Theobald Street.
If one looks at that pattern of development and thinks about whether or not it's equivalent to rounding off a development or is in some way integrated into the existing town of Radlett, do you have a view about that?
Yeah, I would say that the illustrative master plan does not show a very well integrated settlement pattern with the existing, and in that respect it's also incongruous. And also I agree with Miss Backer that you can also consider density. So you've basically got a low density edge to Radlett at the moment, and introducing this quantum of development will introduce a very high density scheme that just doesn't make sense on the edge of countryside. It will not form that transition. You would expect a more dispersal kind of to the fringes, or something of that nature to respond to the context, the countryside context.
Now, the government guidance by providing the illustrations it does, plainly isn't meant to be exhaustive. I doubt that's going to be controversial as a proposition. It refers to likely features as to when something may or may not make a strong contribution to Greenbelt purposes. The absence of development on the land is plainly one of those features. In your judgment, is forgetting about whether or not the land is developed or any part of the land is developed for those purposes, is the presence or absence of potential detractors on the land also capable of being relevant to the level of contribution that the land makes?
Yes, it is relevant.
And so what does that tell you about the potential strength of the contribution made by this land?
I would say overall it makes a strong contribution.
Now, in relation to purpose B and the level of the gap that will exist if this land is developed, again, if we go back to page 56 of your proof, we can see the line being drawn between the furthest extent of this development and the Organ Hall Farm development recently permitted. And in those circumstances, you have assessed the measurement to be in the order of about 900 metres. That's your 6.63.
Yes.
And that's your understanding of that measurement on the ground.
It is from the edge of site to edge of site, yes.
Thank you. And when we're thinking about the amount of separation and applying that illustrative guidance between two settlements, is it relevant to bear in mind whether or not the settlements that we're talking about are, for example, hamlets, villages, or towns towards the top of the relevant local settlement hierarchy?
Yes, I mean, they're both towns. So I regard that as a small gap, quite a small gap, considering they're both towns. We're not talking about gaps between hamlets in a rural area.
And in terms of what Inspector Fagan said on this issue, I don't know if you've got access to his decision, but he talked about the general effectiveness of the Greenbelt as a important national policy tool, and that's at CD 5.1, page 4 of his decision. Around paragraph 21 is where this discussion takes place, and it's taking place in the context of a distance between the settlements that was then assessed as being between 1.7 kilometres and 1.4 kilometres. We see that at paragraph 20. And he makes this observation at the end of paragraph 21. The existing 1.7 kilometre and 1 kilometre gaps are relatively small gaps between settlements. So you've given your professional view about that. You agree with the fact that this is a small gap. Smaller now than it was then, as it were, which are fairly characteristic of metropolitan Greenbelt, important to spatially preserve open land between such settlements if the policy is to continue to be an effective planning tool in the metropolitan Greenbelt. Now, if it's necessary to apply this purpose so that it is an effective part of national planning policy, and these are comments the inspector made in relation to the size of this plot and the specific distances that he had in mind. What does that tell you about the strength of the contribution that this parcel of land makes to purpose B?
That it makes an even stronger contribution because the gap's got smaller, so there's more importance placed on it in terms of its Greenbelt function.
Mr. Brown, I think that's all that I wanted to ask you about, unless there are any other observations you wanted to make at this stage.
No, I think.
And then will you wait there? I'm sure there'll be some questions.
We're going for just over an hour. Are you happy to carry on to some
Happy
cross-examination?
to carry on.
You're happy to carry on, Grant? Thank you. And you're ready, Mr. Warren. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would you like, so that it's not a particularly long list, but a list of the documents to have open before we start? It might make things a bit smoother during the course of the questions. In addition to Ms Brown's proof, which is 6.14, core document 4.4, shall I just give you a list first? Or, yeah. Core document 4.4, core document 1.6, core document 1.4, core document 3.3, and then two others, 2.3 and 6.15. The last one of those is the landscape rebuttal by Ms Brockhurst. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Ms Brown.
Good morning.
Could we start, please, by revisiting that table, comparative table of judgments that's in core document 6.15, Ms Brockhurst's landscape rebuttal, the one in relation to which you were saying that SL was slight rather than substantial. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So I just want to check that table. So that's on page 4 of 12 in core document 6.15. In the normal way, Ms Brown, if you wouldn't mind telling me when you're there.
I've got that.
Great, thank you. The overall character of the site row, about halfway down that right-hand column, should be slight, I think you said. Yes?
I'm sorry, can you just bear with me a second?
Yeah. You took us through this earlier, and I just wanted to check.
Yeah. Yep, so the impact on High Cannon Valley is slight.
No, sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry, which one?
I was just in the one above that. So
Okay.
we've got substantial adverse, which I'll come back to in the top one, which is the same as, obviously, Miss Brockhurst and Miss Backer's impact on land use and grassland. And then we haven't got anything on topography, drainage, woodland and trees. No. And then we've got hedgerows moderate. And then overall character of the site for year 1, I think was your one, wasn't it? Is that right? Is Miss Brockhurst right to have recorded that your year 1 ascription of impact was substantial there rather than slight?
I think that's right.
Okay.
I'm just going to... Sorry, I'll just double check for you. Yep, substantial adverse.
Yes, thank you. So that she's correct there.
Yeah.
And then the others, those are the ones I think you particularly were referring to, wasn't it, in your evidence in chief? The high canons and the townscape, those last
Yes.
two rows where
Slight.
it should be slight rather than significant.
That's right,
So
yeah.
your one should be substantial, which is the same, and then moderate, and then substantial adverse for year one, and then slight and slight.
Slight and slight,
Yeah?
yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And in terms of the constituent judgments, if you like, that go towards that, if you go back, please, to your proof, core document 6.14, and go in it to section 5, please. On PDF, so page 30 of 68, there is a heading landscape value towards the bottom of that page. Are you with me?
Yes.
Yeah. And I just want to check that you, I think, I mean, you didn't cover all of them, you weren't asked to go through each one, but I think the position is that you're not changing any of those values, if you like, that we see set out in 5.7.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not changing any of those values.
Or 5.10 or 5.11. So LVAA considered the site to be a medium value overall, southern woodland to be medium to high, wildlife interest and character, and I agree, and then medium to LCA 21. That's all as
Correct.
is. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And then one final thing to check, 5.19, a couple of pages further down in your proof.
Yeah.
Under the heading conclusion on sensitivity, trees and woodland medium to high within the site, hedgerow within the site medium, and then the farmland medium high, medium value, medium to high susceptibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the grass.
Yeah.
And then overall site medium to high, and that's obviously flows, as I understand it, from the trees and woodland plus the land use farmland.
It's the
kind of
susceptibility
composite.
to change that elevates that as well. So
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've basically said if it's a medium value but high susceptibility, that would raise the
Yeah.
overall sensitivity.
All right, thank you very much. Good. Now, just a very short point on just bearing those things in mind. In terms of the word significant and relationship to EIA and so on, you were asked about different ways of calibrating or doing methodologies. We're not in an EIA situation here, are we? And it's not your suggestion that the landscape likely effects are such that it would bring into play the environmental impact assessment regulations. It's not your
No.
case, as I understand it. No. Okay. And so when we're thinking about whether these are or are not significant, one needs to bear in mind this is a kind of non-EIA approach by all of the
Yes.
experts, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good, fine, that's very helpful. So I just want to make absolutely sure that we hadn't moved on any of those things. I want to ask just a few questions about Greenbelt, and so I just preface these questions by saying, so I'm not going. We've had a bit of Greenbelt and Purpose A and Purpose B. You know what our case is, and I've put much of our case already, so I'm not going to go over everything again. I hope I'll be forgiven for that. But let me ask you a few questions about approach, and then a few on Purpose A, and just a handful on Purpose B. Could you look, please, at your proof? We're in it at the moment, I think, looking at section 5. And just go through to PDF page 60 of 68, where you should find paragraph 6.67.
Yes.
Where you summarise, you say that I conclude the development of the appeal site would result in harm to the essential characteristics of the Greenbelt, i.e. its openness and its permanence. And you go on to talk about harming 3 of the 5 Greenbelt purposes. Now, in terms of whether the site is grey belt, yes, the question is obviously about whether the site, as it is at the moment, strongly contributes or otherwise to purposes A and B here. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
And obviously, again, forgive me for putting this, but just so that it's absolutely clear, when the government says strongly contributes, that doesn't mean weakly or moderately or even, high moderate. It means strong, doesn't it?
Yes,
what
it
it
does,
says.
based on
Yeah.
the PPG guidance, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, it's based on the NPPF, isn't
yeah,
it? That's where we
yeah.
find that
Yes,
expression
yes.
in the definition of what grey belt is. And then we've got a bit more guidance in the PPG on that. The point's been made, and I think you made it one way or another as well in your evidence in chief, that there's a judgment involved in applying that
Yes.
that description. Do you accept that when one's judging, for instance, the potential restrictions or constraints on further development in the green belt by reference to things like woodland, that is a site-specific judgment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think as a matter of fact, if you look at your paragraph 1.7, which is on page 5, I think, of 68 in your proof, there's a heading site visit. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, obviously, what you tell us there is that you visited the location of the site and you looked at it from the public domain on the 5th of January of this year, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And yesterday, did you go on the site yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go actually onto the site, or did you just stand at the edge of the site?
I walked into the site access, but I'm afraid it was a bit too muddy.
A bit too muddy
But
for
I
you.
did have the benefit of photographs from residents from their rear of the properties as well.
Yeah, so you've got
to
some
go on.
pictures that we
Yeah.
see in the evidence of photographs from people's houses at the back. But you've reached, as I understand it, your view about not just landscape, but about contribution to Purpose A and Purpose B without actually having been onto the middle of the site, haven't you?
I think I can use professional judgment and
But
Google
that's right,
Earth
though,
and-
isn't it? I'm just asking you a factual question, yeah, first of all.
Yes, I
Yeah.
suppose that factually that's correct.
Factually correct. And you've already agreed that this is a site-specific judgment that needs to be
Yes.
made.
Yes.
All right. Well, the inspector's been onto the middle, so that's rather more important perhaps in the end. In terms of Purpose A, can I just take you, please, within your proof, with all of that in mind, please, to paragraph 6.59, which is on page 58, 6.59.
Yes.
So this is in the section which starts, I think, at 6.57, effect on greenbelt purposes. The site visit that you undertook when you went and stood on the margin of the site, before you wrote this, that site visit and this proof came after you agreed, is that right, to act on behalf of the parish council, presumably?
Sorry, can you say
Yeah,
that
so you
again?
agreed to take this work and support the parish council's objection before you'd been even to the side of the site, is that right?
Before I've done the site visit, yes.
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 Okay. So what had you seen at the site? Some photographs from objectors? When you decided that it was appropriate for you to give evidence in support of the parish council?
No, sorry, I did the site visit on the 5th of January.
Yes. Mm-hmm. What, just a handful of days before you wrote the proof, you mean?
It was quite a tight timescale.
That's why I said handful. I didn't want to be too precise about it. But the point is,
It's
by that
typical,
stage...
really, in my profession, so it's not out of the ordinary.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
as maybe. But I mean, the point that I'm putting to you is that by the time you went down there and with the tight time scale to have a look at from the road at the site and then write the proof, you'd already agreed, hadn't you, to take the job?
Yes.
Yes. And so you agreed to support this point about greenbelt purposes and landscape impact without having visited the site?
No, that's not the case.
Well, you just confirmed it was the case. So you'd taken the job and then you went to the site. Isn't that what we just agreed?
I was appointed and I
Yeah.
went to the site straight away.
Right, after you'd
Before
been
I
appointed.
wrote anything.
Right, okay, fine. I see. Is that your normal practice? To agree to support an objector's case without having been to the site?
I had the benefit of my colleague who was involved in the appeal previously.
So you rely on
So-
others, do you? Is that
Sorry?
your I'm asking you about your normal practice. You rely on other people, do you, to tell you whether there's a supportable case or not?
I hadn't actually written my proof, so I went to site before I wrote the proof.
Right.
And
I'm
for my
asking you
judgments.
about these points, obviously, Ms Brown, because it goes to weight. You'll appreciate why I'm asking you the questions. You're here for an objector party, and we know what the locals think about this scheme. And the point's been made, well, there wasn't any evidence in front of the members when they refused, contrary to all the stuff that was in front of them. But here we've got some evidence. Now, your evidence is prayed in aid in that.
Well, I
But
did
you've
it-
taken, let me finish, you've taken the case, and you've, before you've been to the, even to stand by the edge of the site, and now you're writing evidence and saying these things after having accepted the work. Is that right?
I did a desk-based review before going to the site.
Desk-based review. Okay. All right. Would you accept that it's not good practice in general, thinking about Landscape Institute and so on, to agree to support a case without having been to the site? Would you accept that? Not best practice.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Wouldn't necessarily agree. I see. All right. Well, there
I
we are.
hadn't
That's
actually written my proof and what I was going to formulate my argument.
No, I know. But
So-
you only had a short timescale. You've told us a few days after that before you had to be in print. We know that. All right. Well, there we are. I've asked you the question about whether you think it's best practice. I can make submissions about it. On purpose A, if you're with 6.57 and following, if you go down to 659, under purpose A, you talk about the commercial plantation, and you say there, in the first sentence, it will not function as a permanent greenbelt boundary. Yeah? And you repeated that a few moments ago in your evidence in chief. Now, you'll appreciate, I take it, Ms Brown, that this point about the permanence and what weight the inspector can place on the woodland is not a point, is it, that the local planning authority advances at this inquiry? You know that, don't you?
That's my view, that the commercial plantation cannot, its future management is not guaranteed.
That's not my question. Shall I
What's your
repeat my
question?
question?
Yes, please.
My question was, you do understand, don't you, that this point about the commercial plantation woodland is not a point that the local planning authority, or indeed its witness from whom we heard yesterday, takes in this case?
Oh, yes, I do. I do understand.
You do
that,
understand
yes.
that,
Yes.
right? It's not a point, is it, that was taken by anybody before, the officers or Arup or anybody? No other person opining about this point has taken this point, have they?
Well, it's a site-specific judgment. I would say that if a woodland is protected and it's safeguarded for the future, that could potentially be considered a permanent boundary.
Okay, so my question was, again, just stay with the questions, because otherwise it'll take an unduly long time to get through this. My question was, this point about the commercial plantation is not a point that the officers took, or indeed anybody has taken, in reaching this site-specific judgment about this site before, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's not a point, is it, that the inspector's colleague took when he was evaluating the site and its effect on purposes in 2023?
I'm not sure.
Well, one doesn't, I mean, you can check by all means,
I haven't
but
seen-
one doesn't find a reference
I haven't seen
to the
a
woodland.
specific reference, no.
No. Well, I mean, short of going round to Mr. Fagan's house and asking him whether there's something he thought there wasn't in the decision letter, I think we can only work on the decision letter basis, and it's not in the decision letter, I think. All right. Now, you say that a woodland that was protected might function. Is that your general approach, that one can only, in terms of enclosure and restricting development, rely on woods that are TPO'd or
I'm
SSI?
interpreting the word permanence. So it's permanent in that it's protected.
Yeah, that's not my
policy.
question. Again, that's not my question,
Right.
Ms. Brown. Is your approach that only woods that are protected in some policy or legal sense can be relied on as providing enclosure and cutting off further development? Is that
Not
your...
necessarily. I
No,
just think in this case there's
Okay.
there's quite a lot of evidence that this woodland is under threat.
Right, okay, so fine. So not a point that you'd make about other woodland that may not be protected. You say, if you look again at 6.59, will not function as a permanent greenbelt boundary. Now, I take it from that, it's certainly implied by that sentence that at the moment, the woodland is there and does fulfil the kind of constraining or restricting role that one sees if one goes onto the site, correct?
Yes, it has some
Right.
physical containment of the site.
So your point about the future, you accept obviously the woodland is in reasonable proximity to the site. I mean, that's self-evident, yes. If we look at this point that you take about the commercial woodland, I'm just going to look at this briefly, but if you stay in the same, the way you actually deal with this is earlier on in your proof at page 39 of 68. 39 of 68. At paragraph 5.36. It's clear that you say it's clear.
Yeah.
It's clear that the commercial conifer plantation to the eastern boundary cannot be regarded as a permanent physical feature. Areas within the woodland are currently being felled, and trees are of an age where management practices would dictate ongoing selective thinning. And then, furthermore, woodland is not protected. And I've asked you about that last point already. Now, areas currently being felled, obviously the inspector's been to the site and had a look from the site at the woodland. You don't give any evidence, do you, about areas or numbers or degree of felling
No,
that's
I don't.
taking place under licence?
No.
It's a commercial woodland and it's licensed, isn't it, in the normal way? You'll appreciate that. Yeah. And what you describe as selective thinning, obviously what we don't have at the moment, you're not giving evidence, I take it, that there's any form of kind of clear felling of large areas of the woodland, correct?
There are areas of the woodland. I would say it's more than thinning.
Well, you said your evidence says would dictate ongoing selective thinning. Now, you haven't given any evidence, and nor, I think, does Miss Scott in her evidence about what has been felled within certain areas of the commercial
don't.
plantation, do you? No.
No,
Have
we
you
don't.
been into the plantation and actually had a look yourself?
No, I haven't.
All
Only
right.
the northern end.
And you give a point, you make a point about the trees that are of an age where management practices would dictate. Have you actually done any work as to how old the trees are and how much longer they're planned to be there in any particular case? Because they're not all
No,
the same
but
age, are they?
I did refer to the arboricultural report.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the commercial woodland, not the trees that are in the red line. Yeah, that's not covered. They're not covered, are they, by the
No, they're not
arboricultural
covered.
report? So you haven't been in to have a look. Have you been able, from your vantage points outside these areas, to see that they weren't all planted at the same time, obviously, because it's a commercial woodland?
Sorry?
Not all the trees are the same age in the... Did you know that?
No.
You haven't seen that? Okay. And a commercial woodland is a business, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And the resource of the land is a forestry use, I think, in land use terms. And it's used to make money, isn't it, by growing, felling, and then growing more trees, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't give any evidence, I think, do you, that replacement planting in stages is not part of the management of the plantation, do you?
No, I don't give any
No.
evidence on that.
All right. You refer in 5.38, and this is a point that I'll take up slightly at greater length with Ms Scott in due course. You say, I beg your pardon. So I beg your pardon, it's my note, 5.36. I do beg your pardon. 5.36, towards the end, where you refer to Ms Scott, you say that in her proof, details about the woodland currently being marketed for sale. Again, if one were to, at the moment, obviously it's a commercial plantation, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll take that point up with Miss Scott, 'cause it's mainly in her evidence. All right, thank you. Could I ask you about one detail which is in 538, which is this point about the settlement edge would extend eastwards by around 250 metres. I asked Miss Backer about this, do you remember yesterday?
Yes.
100 to 200, obviously, because it's not a precisely rectangular site. I think that's more accurate, isn't it, than around 250 metres?
I've measured it from a scale CAD drawing, so it was around there at the most southern part of the site.
So the widest bit, which includes the woodland where no houses are being proposed.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. But do you accept that actually it varies between just over 100 and your maximum level?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Now I'm not going to ask you about pattern. Obviously, I've put those points. The inspector's got the issue on that. There's just one point I'll put to you, and it might be worth just having a look at a page up. None of these images is perfect, but if you go to your plate 6, just to help this point, it's on page 36 of 68. Don't worry about the actual purpose of the plate, I just want to use it as an aid memoir. In terms of the function, thinking about settlement pattern and the relationship of houses to the roads and so on around Radlett, the site on its northeastern boundary on Shenley Hill, Radlett, extends, doesn't it, to the blue line as it is here, extends just past where the road goes. It's not exactly 90 degrees, but does that big turn and then goes up the hill to Shenley, yeah?
Yes.
Now, obviously, the inspector, do you agree, would need to take into account the relationship between the settlement pattern that would be brought about by houses as proposed by the appellant, when thinking about what a settlement pattern might be like if you went further to the south and east? Because then, of course, the road would be going away from you, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be containing it. Do you see the point I'm making? It's contained by the road, but then the road turns away 90 degrees, doesn't it? And it doesn't contain it in the same way.
Yes.
So this point about one of the things to bear in mind is the pattern of the roads wouldn't really apply if one was, not that anybody is, seeking to apply for permission further to the south and the east of the appeal site. Do you agree?
I don't see why. Sorry, can you say that again?
It's my fault. Let me put it in a slightly different way. The point I'm putting is, say that somebody was in front of an inspector saying on the sites to the east and the north of the appeal site, so above the ETT of Radlett on this drawing.
Yes.
And they said, well, here obviously the road is containing the settlement, and that's part of why this site wouldn't be incongruous were it to be developed. It'd be rather different, wouldn't it, further off to the east compared to the appeal site, because the road swings away, doesn't it, towards Shenley?
Yes, I see what
rather
you mean.
than containing it in precisely the same way that it does actually within the settlement itself, further to the northeast. Do you see the point? The pattern would be different.
If you regard that minor road as a containment feature.
Well, I'm just talking about pattern.
Yes.
You see, that's the point.
Yes.
The pattern.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. And then purpose B, I think we've looked at dimensions and so on of between Radlett and Boreham Wood. In your proof at paragraph 5.40, that's where it's the site's contribution to purpose B section starts. Yeah.
Yes.
You talk about the gap, and in your evidence in chief, you talked about the gap between Radlett and Boreham Wood having been diminished by the grant of permission at Organhall Farm.
Yes.
Now, have you seen, that's an outline scheme, obviously, at Organhall Farm. Have you seen the reserve matters coming forward with the bit that's actually going to be developed for housing and the bit that's going to be open land?
Sorry, can you
Have you
say
seen
that?
the reserve matters application
No,
for
I haven't.
Organhall Farm? You haven't?
No.
Unsurprisingly, I mean, if the inspector's interested in it, we can put it in, but unsurprisingly, the northern half of that site is open, green,
Right.
and the residential's obviously next to the settlement to the south. So, again, so I'm in your hands whether you want to see that. I don't suggest it's necessary, but one would need to bear in mind that the dimension isn't necessarily just between the edges of the red lines. It is really one's making a judgment about where built development might be, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
but
okay.
yes.
And the same obviously applies to the appeal side, doesn't it? Because that closest part, as has been measured, is the woodland, isn't it, on Theobald Street that isn't going to be developed as part of the appeal side?
I think you need to consider the red line.
I'm sorry, say that again. You have to consider the red line.
The red line.
I see.
To red line.
That's what you've done anyway. You've considered the red line.
That's what we've considered, red line
Okay.
to red line.
All
yes.
right. But you do accept, don't you, that if one's thinking about the degree to which the site is performing a function, and you're saying, well, of course, it's this distance that would be left. We're talking about openness and the green belt and so on, aren't we? And the merging of towns. Not quite so important if part of that gap is open, green infrastructure or whatever, is it?
No.
No. All right. Now, you also have in 5.40, unlike the council, a reference to a substantial part of the gap between Radlett and Shenley. Not a point, I think, is it, that the council advances?
No,
No.
no, they haven't advanced that. No.
Okay. And then obviously the inspector knows where Shenley is. It's where that road goes, where it swings off to the to the north. It's off to the northeast, isn't it,
Yes.
of Radlett? I don't know. Are you maintaining this point about the site being a substantial part of the gap between Radley
I
and
think
Shenley?
that it's more of a perceptual
Yeah. But
gap.
It's obviously physically not a big part of that gap, is it?
No, it's perceptual is the point I was making.
Okay. So to reduce, if you're talking about reducing the perception of the gap between Radlett and Shenley, just so the inspector can bear that in mind when he's forming his judgment, do we agree that, again, the real question here, bearing in mind what Purpose B says, is the degree to which you would get a sense, or you would lose a sense of Shenley and Radlett as separate places?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And as I understand it, your judgment is that, is this right? That with the scheme in place, you wouldn't be able to tell what was Radlett and what was Shenley? You wouldn't get a sense of them
No,
as separate
that's not
places?
correct.
Okay.
I'm just saying that the edge of the settlement of Radlett would be
Close.
perceived closer,
Yeah,
to the
okay.
corner of Shenley Road.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
And further
So that's as
northeast.
far as it goes. But I mean, it's maybe a policy interpretation point, but you'd accept that that's not, in fact, is it the merger of the two settlements, even in perceptual terms?
It's an erosion of it.
Oh, yeah, but that's not my question, is it? Is that yes, I agree with you, but it's an erosion of it. It's not merger, is it? You see, it's not even a perception
It's not a physical
of
merger, no.
No, but it's not even a perception of merger, is it? You don't think, crikey, those sounds, hang on a second, am I still in Shenley? Where am I? It's not even a perception of merger, is it?
I think it's a notable weakening of that gap between the two places.
Again, just to help the inspector, is
Yeah.
that, no, it's not, but it's a notable weakening? Is that the answer?
It's an erosion of the perceptual gap between
Right.
the two places, in my view.
Okay, but my question was, it's not a perception that they have merged, is it?
No.
No. All right. Okay, and obviously in winter the inspector's been there with you, and even from the road at the moment, as you come round that corner, if you like, from Shenley towards Radlett, in the winter you can see the houses already, can't you? On the edge of Radlett.
As you come through the corner, that the existing settlement edge is not prominent in the views, no.
So that, again, that's a subtly different question. Answer to a
right.
different question. My question was, you can see them, can't you, at the moment?
The glimpse, yes.
Yes. All right. Okay. Fine. The only other question I've got for you, Ms Brown, on Greenbelt is this point that you made. I just want to come back to the point that you expanded in evidence in chief about general effectiveness of the Greenbelt. Remember, you were taken to, let's go back to it, decision letter, paragraphs 20 and 21 of the previous inspector's decision. Can I just ask you to go back to that, please? So that's core document 5.1. And I think you were, tell me if I'm right about this, you were taken to paragraph 20. Tell me when you're there.
Yes, got that.
Thank you. You were taken to paragraph 20, and we have the dimensions there in paragraph 20, and the inspector said, I acknowledge the reduction of both these gaps would not noticeably affect walkers and drivers' perceptions of continuing to travel through countryside gaps between these settlements, effectively similar to the point that I just put to you about travelling from Shenley. And then he says, but that reasoning could equally apply, and this was the point I think that your attention was particularly drawn to. It would cumulatively result in smaller and smaller gaps until only a single field might remain. Now, again, tell me if this is a planning point rather than the landscape point, but the inspector's only considering, isn't he, the function of this particular land against purpose B? Yeah. You know, if somebody came forward, as I was rather clumsily putting to you a few minutes ago, with a site further out towards Shenley, round the corner, etc., that would be another matter, wouldn't it? Another site-specific judgment would have to be reached about whether Purpose B was strongly contributed to by that land, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So do you actually follow, with all due respect to Mr Fagan, what he's saying in the first sentence of paragraph 21, that you could just nibble away death by 1,000 cuts, for the old playbook. It doesn't really apply, does it, when you're considering site-specific judgments in the Greenbelt? Do you see my point? No, do you really understand what he's saying there?
I think he's also referring to consented schemes, is he?
Sure.
That it's...
Sure, but this one, I mean, you're not taking a precedent point, are you? That if this consent is granted, inevitably it would mean that some site further round the corner towards Shenley would get planning permission, or that land wouldn't strongly perform? You're not saying that, are you?
I think I'm saying it places greater importance on the land that's not developed to continue to function as Greenbelt.
Sure, but just answer my question if you'd be so kind. You're not saying, are you? You're not taking a precedent point that either some further bit of land is likely then to be developable, or that further land would not perform a strong role in Purpose A or B, are you?
It's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, it could lead to...
I'm just asking you what your case is, because you haven't said that in your proof.
No,
are you
I
now
haven't.
saying that there'd be a precedent effect?
It's a bit of a planning question, that, but it could set a precedent.
It could set a precedent. Okay, so first of all, that's not something you've said, is it, in your evidence?
It's not something
before?
I've said in my evidence,
All right.
no.
And do you accept that if this scheme were developed and somebody came along in the future and said, now this land that's further off to the east, round the corner, or further out to the southeast of this particular scheme, that doesn't perform strongly against Purpose B, that would have to be judged, wouldn't it, on the merits of that particular site at the time?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Okay, but you place some reliance anyway on what the inspector says about not just at 20 but also at 21 about that reason could equally apply and so on. But what does he actually find about the degree to which this site contributes to purpose B?
I think he's saying that it's a relatively small gap to have between two towns.
What
They're
does
not
he
hamlets,
actually
they're
say? My
towns.
question is, I'm so sorry to interrupt. What does he actually, look at paragraph 30.
But the existing...
Look at paragraph 30
Oh,
of the
30.
decision letter. Halfway through, he deals with what he thinks the effect of the development for 195 units on this site would have on purpose A and B, doesn't he?
Yes.
And what does he say about the degree of effect on purpose B?
To prevent towns merging into one another.
Yeah, it would have a what effect? Not a strong effect or a serious effect, a moderate effect on purpose B.
Yes.
Yeah? So he doesn't find, does he, that the site performs a strong function in relation to purpose B?
No, he found
No.
a moderate effect.
Right. And that's even taking into account this point that you rely on, isn't it? It must be, on the basis of the reasoning that he's got further up to the decision letter, including paragraph 21. Because it's a conclusion.
I think we're
isn't it?
taking into account Organ Hall Farm now, aren't we? As a consented scheme,
Okay.
reducing the gap.
Right, I'm just asking, just again, so sorry, just to keep things in order, not really for my benefit, but for the inspector's benefit and for those who are maybe listening. My question was, his conclusion that I took you to at paragraph 30 follows, doesn't it, from those paragraphs above, including paragraphs 20 and 21, correct?
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Thank you. Okay, I want to move, please, to, if you're happy to continue, I've got probably about 25 minutes to go. Are you happy to carry on?
Could I just have a quick break?
By all means.
Sorry.
Yeah, by all means. Quarter past. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm in Naples. Going to Pompeii and Sorrento. Do you think your postcard?
Quick or end versus Pompeii.
Naples with my husband, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get more in.
Naples,
In the planning
Naples, Tipperary.
Will?
No.
Oh, you want to go to Naples?
two areas towards the south of the areas where selected buildings of 2.5, 3 stories are proposed. And the inspector can see those, obviously, from the parameter plans, as you did. In terms of whether the development would be incongruous because of its density, if you look at your 6.19, where you come to consider height, massing and density, you refer to the illustrative master plan and you say, as shown, the proposed quantum of development requires a consistent medium density. I think you said high in your evidence in chief. I think that might be been a slip of the tongue. I mean, it's not a high density scheme. Obviously, it's a,
no, it's
medium
yeah.
density scheme. The point that you make about, as shown by the illustrative master plan, the proposed quantum requires, in the usual way, this is an outline scheme, isn't it?
Yes.
But also the quantum that is in front of the inspector is up to 195, isn't it?
Yes.
So not 195, but up to 195.
Yes.
So one has to bear that in mind. And you'll appreciate, obviously, subject to the parameter plans, and I'm going to come back to one point on that in a minute, subject to the parameter plans, the illustrative master plan is just one way, isn't it, of doing the scheme, up to 195.
It shows how that quantum would be achieved.
Could be achieved.
Could
yes.
be
Not
achieved.
would be achieved, but
yes.
could be achieved.
Could be
yeah.
achieved on site. Yes.
Yeah, but I don't think you're suggesting you yourself haven't done any alternative layouts or anything like that, have you, for the up to 195?
Myself, no.
You've not looked at any of the alternative ways that one might develop
No.
this? No. All right. Now, in terms of aspects of the development, if you like, at your 6.13, if you wouldn't mind just going back to that one, it's on bottom of page 46 of 68. You
Yes.
talk about the parameters plan there, and you talk about area of public open space, 2,800 square metres or thereabouts, and then play area around 590 square metres, equivalent to a leap. Now, you'll have seen from the report to committee and indeed from the council's evidence, there's no issue between the appellant and the council, is there, about the quantum of that, how much and whether it's an adequate amount of public open space or play?
No.
No. And you'll also have seen, I think, that there isn't a point taken by the council about a qualitative objection to the public open space or the play space.
No.
No, they're not saying, are they, this scheme can't be designed with acceptable quality of the public open space, the nearly 3,000 square metres.
I would direct to the comments by Place Services in the determination period, though.
Yeah, Place Services obviously consultee.
Yes.
The council's position considered by, firstly, the officers and then the members is no objection on that score, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, and then can I just ask you just to see where your judgments come from? Your 6.17, just a few paragraphs down, you say, I consider the extent of developable areas required to deliver this quantum development would preclude the delivery of quality green spaces or a satisfactory layout. And then it's this bit, that reflects the settlement pattern and character of Radlett. This was also the advice of Place Services in their response. Now, as far as your judgments are concerned, what settlement pattern of Radlett are you referring to? I mean, which part of Radlett are you saying this wouldn't reflect?
I would say the area around Faggots Close, the area of Williams Way where there's some larger plots, just kind of more incidental green space integrated within the layout. That was my main point.
More incidental space within the layout.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the parameters plan doesn't deal with incidental space, does it? I mean, that's the main areas, obviously, that have to be there to comply with the parameters. Incidental space is going to be something, isn't it, that would come forward at the reserve matter stage.
I think the illustrative master plan is presenting a scheme for that quantum of development, and there didn't seem to be enough space to integrate that incidental green space through the site.
Right. But just to be clear about it, you say incidental green space. Obviously, the answer to my question is yes, isn't it? That incidental green space and how exactly one aligns the houses, what space there's left on corners and setbacks and so on. Those are going to be matters for the reserve matters stage, aren't they?
I'm unclear whether the green space calculations have taken that into account or not. But yes, it's part of reserve matters.
Yes. It's part of reserve matters, thank you. And can I just, on this point about density, just take you back to the previous decision, core document 5.1. Tell me when you're at the document.
Yes.
This point about character and density and so on was advanced last time, wasn't it, by the parish council? I know not by you, but by the parish council. Paragraph 45, which begins, Alderman Parish Council, the Rule 6 party object to the development on the ground that it wouldn't respond positively to local townscape and landscape character, referring to the neighbourhood plan. Do you see that?
Yes.
In terms of townscape, it essentially argues the scheme proposed to be too dense when compared to the low-density Radlett streets it will adjoin. And we can see, you've read this, I know, you can see what the inspector last time found about that point. Density will be higher, house plots smaller, but will not significantly or adversely, such as to harm the character or appearance of the area, was his first finding. So to put it bluntly, this point was taken and rejected, wasn't it, by the inspector last time?
That was the inspector's opinion, yes.
Yes. And then in addition to just rejecting, as it were, or disagreeing, perhaps slightly less pejoratively, with that point, the inspector's judgment also went on to include, didn't it, the rest of that paragraph about what current, not 1980s or 90s, etc., development might look like, but what modern densities need to be. Mm. Yeah, and he actually bears that in mind, doesn't he, when he's talking about policy HD3 of the neighbourhood plan at the end of that paragraph. Do you see that?
Yes, yeah. I do see that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Sorry to jump around. If you go back to your proof, please, just picking up a couple more points on this theme. 6.23 and 6.19, forgive me, same paragraph where you've talked about medium density there. You then say, in my view, the density should be lower with more houses dispersed towards the eastern and northern edges.
Sorry, can you refer to the paragraph?
6.19. 6.19 on page 47.
Yeah.
And again, this point about the density should be lower with houses more dispersed towards the eastern and northern edges, be more sympathetic to the settlement pattern and sensitive location of the site on the edge of the country. That's the same point as the one we've just been looking at in the decision letter? That it's too dense?
Yes, I mean, this is my opinion, that it could respond to the countryside edge better.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. But it's... If let me put it this way, and I know this isn't your case, so it's a hypothetical question. If the inspector accepts this is green belt, yeah, and just thinking about proper design and so on, one of the bases for that would be that because of the containment of the roads and the woods and so on, it didn't strongly perform against purpose A. If that was the case, obviously one would want to have not an overdeveloped site, but a site that suitably optimises the use of the site for residential development. Would you agree with that?
There's optimisation and there's good design, yes.
Right.
There's optimisation within the developable areas. I accept that.
Thank you.
In terms of modern design, but there's also integrating green space within that.
Yes, understood. All right, thank you. And then, yes, in terms of, there's one other point, 623 and 24, quality of green infrastructure and green spaces, where you say that that they were appear to be leftover areas, so the green amenity spaces. That, as I understand it, your criticism there stems from the parameters plan, so includes the public open space and the play space you think is left over. You appreciate, I mean, I will go there if necessary, but you appreciate that location for the public open space and main play space was the one that the council identified when they draft allocated the site for 195 units. You've seen that, have you? If you haven't, tell me. But
I haven't seen that. But,
right. Can I show it to you briefly, rather than just asking you to take my word for it? If you go to paragraph core document 3.3, core document 3.3. That's the Regulation 18 plan,
Yes,
the one that
that.
the stage it reached before it was withdrawn.
Which page, please?
And in that PDF page 100, you'll see the draft allocation of the site R3. Tell me when you're there.
Some of them. I'm just trying to zoom in a little bit.
Okay, so you're there. So if you zoom in, you'll be able to read the legend, which has got green space, obviously in dark green. And you can see up in the area near Shenley Hill where the current parameters plan cites the main open space and the main play area. That's where the council themselves, in the draft allocation, indicated it should be, isn't it?
Yes.
Right.
It doesn't show how it's integrated into the layout, though. It's very strategic.
Yes, just strategic, but it was obviously felt. So all I'm pointing out to you is it was obviously felt that was an appropriate place to put it in strategic terms when thinking about allocating this site. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay. And then finally on this point. Could you go, please, to the officer's report, and that's core document 2.3. 2.3.
Yeah.
When you've got the document PDF page 66.
Yes.
So we're in the officer's summary. And you'll see, maybe PDF 65, forgive me, it's straddled the 2 pages, but you'll see 7.14.5 and following, recounting and summarising advice, commentary from the urban design officer.
Yes, I've got
Are you
that.
with me?
Mm-hmm.
You've seen this before, yeah?
Yeah.
And you will see what is said in those paragraphs, including what's said at 7.14.7, where your client, the parish council's view about not responding positively to townscape and local character in HD3 is identified. And the officers themselves refer the members, don't they, here to what the last appeal inspector said on that point. Do you see 7.14.7?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see what else is said. I won't take you all through it. The inspector's got that 714.4 and 5. All right. Final point on this before the last couple of sections is go back to your proof, if you wouldn't mind, please, at paragraph 6.1. 6.1. Where the section on the proposed development begins. Yeah?
Yeah.
And I just want to understand, if you look through that section, I'm thinking, I was going to ask you a general question, but if you look at paragraph 6.23, You say there, as part of this section, in the second sentence, you talk about the green amenity spaces being poorly located and appear to be left over, and I've asked you about that. A landscape-led scheme is required to provide the necessary quality of green space to satisfy the requirements for the golden rules. Now, again, tell me if this is more a policy point than a landscape point there, but are you saying there, Ms Brown, that because of something to do with the quantum or quality of the open space that's provided, the golden rules would not be complied with? Is that your own evidence?
That's my opinion.
That's your opinion, okay. So first of all, obviously, that isn't the view of the council, is it?
They haven't specifically...
Well, they've specifically agreed the golden rules are complied with in all respects, haven't they?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So they don't think that there's anything wrong with the public open space such that the golden rules wouldn't be met. I mean, if you look at the golden rules themselves, if you've got a copy of the framework either readily to hand, it's core document, I think, 3.6, is it? Yeah. The golden rules are at paragraph 156.
Which page is that, please?
It's on PDF page 42, I think. Certainly is of mine anyway.
Yes.
Are you with me? Yeah. So these are the, in inverted commas, the golden rules.
Yes.
The following contribution golden rules should be made: affordable housing, infrastructure, and then C, the provision of new or improvements to existing green spaces that are accessible to the public. Yeah?
Yes.
So that's what the government describes or defines as part C of the golden rules: new or improvements to existing green spaces that are accessible to the public. Yeah. You with me?
Yes.
So this point about quantum or quality of public of green spaces, I'll use the general words that are used there. That's not, I think, is it part of C, 156C? Just new or improvements to existing green spaces accessible to the public. That's all it requires, isn't it, to comply with the golden rules?
It's my opinion as to what is good quality green space and whether the walk is safe to that
Yeah.
play area. I don't think it is.
The bit about the short walk to the good quality green spaces is about new residents, isn't it? That's of the scheme. Yeah. So we're not talking about people hiking in from Shenley, are we? When thinking about the golden rules, it's about the new residents should be able to get there, and they would be able to get there, wouldn't they, as part of this scheme?
Yes, of course.
Yes. All right, thank you. So there are four very short, I hope. They're slightly disparate points, so forgive me, this is a kind of rag bag of points just to sweep up things at the end. The first of them is about the AVRs that you put in, and I heard what you said in your evidence in chief about, in particular, the stitched view one and your maintenance of the fact that they're accurate. But Ms Brockhurst is right, isn't she? And I think you yourself accept, don't you, or say in your evidence that what they don't do is, and I'm not criticising it, just a matter of fact, they don't show, do they, a landscaping scheme in place?
No, that's right.
Right, and you fairly accepted that in your evidence in chief. So when the inspector's thinking about degree of prominence, degree of urbanisation, etc., he needs to bear in mind, doesn't he, that there's a landscape scheme to come at the reserve matters stage?
Yes,
Yeah.
we showed an indicative height of tree at year 15 so that to help the inspector see what the relationship with the roof heights would be at year 15.
Yes.
But yes, it doesn't show the landscape strategy as such.
No. And you say in your, if you want to reference this, your 6.33, you say you haven't modelled the planting. It doesn't realistically aim to represent what the final landscaping scheme would be. Correct? That's what you say in your proof.
Yeah, that's correct. It does accurately show what the buffers are, though, in terms of setback.
But it rather depends what's in the buffers, doesn't it, and what the final version of the scheme would be. Well,
and the massing was still...
It is a matter of degree, so, yeah, okay. All right, thank you. You didn't do these, though, as I understand it. Somebody in your modelling team or visualisation team did it.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
The
yes.
points that Ms Brockhurst makes about heights and locations and what she says about the guidance note, the Landscape Institute's technical note on this, you didn't respond to in your evidence in chief. She's right about all those things, though, isn't she? Height of camera, position, etc.,
So
not shown, etc.
the height of camera, it was literally 100 mil difference. It's within the parameters that's acceptable. It's very, it have minimal impact on the model.
You say that, Ms Brown, and obviously you expect to conform with you.
I put the 1.5 metre height on the template,
Yeah.
and my colleague provided the methodology, and that was a typo. We should have picked up that it should
No,
have
I understand
corresponded.
that. My question, that was an example of points that Ms Brockhurst makes in her rebuttal about a series of things that aren't quite the same as the Landscape Institute technical note requires. You didn't respond to those. I'm taking it that you accept that she's correct about those matters. So not indicating
I think they're
exactly
minimal
that.
kind of points, to be honest with
Well,
you.
That's a matter that you can make. But what's the answer to my question first of all? She's right about those technical points, isn't she?
Yes,
Yeah,
I've got
okay.
an answer to the technical points.
And why are the technical points there? I mean, the technical points are there, aren't they, to provide authenticity, verifiability, harmony?
It was literally a few things on the actual template. They are verified to level 3.
Well, you say that. They're not. They don't comply, as Ms Brockhurst points out, with the guidance that you accept should be followed.
They do comply with the guidance.
Well, there we are. So you haven't come back on the points she's made. Ms Brockhurst can give her view about that. There we are. The big point, though, plainly, is you've modelled the illustrative layout, which is fine. That's one way of doing the scheme. We don't have a full version, and again, I'm not criticising you, of the planting that would be there, as I've said to you. Those are the big points. They don't really tell you what it would actually look like at year 15, do they?
Yes,
Yeah.
but it would have been helpful if the if CSA had produced them with the planning application.
Okay. Well, there we are. I'm asking you about your evidence. Second question I've got for you in this set of last points is a very minor point, I think, probably. No doubt, fatal last words. But if you look at your paragraph 3.19, which is on page 17 of 68, 3.19. Tell me when you're there.
Yes.
This is the last paragraph that you give us in relation to the Watling Chase Community Forest.
Yes.
And I take you to this paragraph because you rightly note here that the framework says if you've got a development proposal within a national forest and community forest in the greenbelt, it should be subject to the normal greenbelt policies, yeah?
Yes.
And they obviously include, if it applies, grey belt and golden rules and so on, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. There's nothing about the Watling. You're not suggesting, I think, just to be absolutely clear about it, you're not suggesting that the that there's a breach of the SPG such that permission should be refused or anything of that kind.
What I'm suggesting here that an opportunity is missed in terms of connecting to the wider public
Sure.
path network.
Okay. So what's the answer
That's
to my question is
point
no,
there.
I'm not suggesting there's a breach of the SPG. You're saying there's an opportunity missed. Is that right?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct,
thank you.
yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Last series, couple of questions. The LNRS, Local Nature Recovery Strategy. Just go back, I don't know whether you've still got it open, I hope you have, to the framework. Do you have the MPPF still
Yes,
open?
I do have it
And we
open.
were looking at 156.
Yes.
If you go down to 159, which is I think the one you touched on when you were giving your evidence in chief,
Yes.
It talks, doesn't it, about improvements required as part of the Golden Rule should contribute positively to landscape settings, support nature recovery, and so on. That's fine. I mean, you're just in relation to that sentence, you're not saying, I think, that there could not or would not be improvements, for instance, to the woodland around the edges of the site? Because that is part, isn't it, of the proposal?
I'm not saying there could not be improvements to the woodland.
Right.
I'm saying, in terms of landscape setting to the development,
It's not so much that, forgive me, it's my fault, Miss Brown.
Okay.
I'm really focusing on the support nature recovery bit of that sentence.
Oh, okay,
So,
yes.
so in terms of broadleaf woodland and so on, we know that
yes,
obviously the majority, the entirety really of the built development houses and so on are going to be on the grassland. There are proposals, aren't there, for some, as part of the scheme, improvements to the broadleaf woodland.
yes.
Yeah. In terms of the neutral grassland, similarly, obviously the majority, as you say, I think your percentage over 50% and so on would be developed, but there would be opportunities, I think, wouldn't there, for some, I'll say marginal, to be fair, marginal improvements on the site to grassland.
Marginal.
Yeah.
Whether it satisfies the LNRS.
Sure.
I don't think so.
But just staying with that sentence, this is a policy, isn't it, 159, a national policy which seeks to achieve, landscape setting and nature recovery objectives. It's not part of complying, is it, with the Golden Rules? 159.
Sorry, can you...
Yeah. So again, it may be a... Oh, crikey. Behold, Mr. Bond.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I just didn't really...
It's like the... I say it's just somebody doing some work. I thought it was the machine that was filming us for a terrible moment. We'll carry on. So I'll just put that point again, Ms. Brown. 159 is about achieving landscape setting and... Are you happy to carry on? Just pause for a second. Yeah. Not a fire alarm on this occasion, sir. What the point I'm putting to you, and again, if you want to leave this to Ms. Scott, then say so. But because you mentioned it in your evidence in chief in particular, I wanted to take it up with you. 159 is not a paragraph which is about complying with the Golden Rules, is it? It's about achieving other things, including in relation to land which comes forward as a part of the Golden Rules.
The improvements to green spaces required as part of the Golden Rules. So these are the criteria that we need to meet to improve the green spaces. Yes, it's part of the Golden Rules.
Yeah, so well, I think we're a part on that. So the provision of new or improvements within green spaces is the Golden Rules. And then we've got paragraph 157, which talks about affordable housing. And then 158 is the general point, isn't it, that development which complies with the Golden Rule should be given significant weight. And then we've got a paragraph 159, which talks about achieving other things, landscape setting and nature recovery objectives, on land which is required as part of the Golden Rules. So it's a policy objective. I'll just put the point again.
I think it's to meet the Golden Rules.
Ah, okay. Well,
that's how I
if
read
that's
that.
how you've read it, that's how you've read it. I'm afraid I don't think we agree with that, and I'll take it up. Miss Scott's got a bit of a early warning on that point, and I'll come back to it with her. But you can see what I'm saying, can't you? That it's a point that follows all the Golden Rules paragraphs and the weight to be given to the Golden Rules, and it expressly says that if you're doing improvements required as part of the Golden Rules, so here's your land, it should also achieve other things. It should do X and Y as well. It's not in order to comply with the Golden Rules, you have to do these things.
I see what you mean.
Are you
with
me?
It's what is needed
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not a point.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not a point about compliance with the golden rules. It's a point.
It's
a
further
point in addition.
consideration, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an aspiration in addition. You're right. Okay, thank you very much. Good. In terms of improving woods and neutral grassland, you know that the BNG calculation, I know it's not your evidence, but the BNG calculation 20-odd%, including off-site improvements. You've seen those
Yes,
things?
it does include off-site.
Yeah, in off-site woodland and off-site neutral grassland improvement. Yeah,
Yes, but the LNRS strategy is for on-site specific.
sure. But in terms of, so I've asked you about on-site. In terms of whether there's an issue here at all with paragraph 159, you draw attention to the last sentence there, where land's been identified as having particular potential for habitat creation. Proposals should contribute towards these outcomes. Do you agree that it would be relevant to the inspector if the off-site improvements to broadleaf woodland and neutral grassland were in areas that had also been identified under the local nature recovery strategy?
I think that's beyond my my specific experience, but I would say my reading is they've identified this site, so it wouldn't comply.
It doesn't actually say that, does it? I mean, I'll take it up with Ms. Scott, but it says where land has been identified as having particular potential,
Doesn't say it here, but it does
proposals
say-
should contribute towards these outcomes. Now, if, as is the case, in fact, and if necessary, I can show Ms. Scott this, the off-site proposals here for broadleaf woodland improvement and neutral grassland improvement are on areas which are indicated in the LNRS for those improvements, then the scheme would comply, wouldn't it, with that last sentence? Because land that had been identified would be contributed to by these proposals.
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure about that. Have you actually seen that, though? The fact
I've seen that it needs to be on site, and it might have been on the LNRS
Yeah, it does.
Hertfordshire website.
Trouble is that it doesn't say
Policy.
that, though. Forgive me. So it's a point about interpretation of policy. I'll come back to it with Miss Scott. So just for your note. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miss Brown. That's all. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes, just a few points by way of re-examination. In relation to the points that were raised on Inspector Fagan's decision, if we go back to that, core document 5.1, now, just wait till you've got that, Ms. Brown. Now, we know, because a number of these points have been rehearsed yesterday and they're just self-evidently true, but did Inspector Fagan have to consider the issue of grey belt?
No, he didn't.
Did he have to consider the issue of the PPG guidance that now exists in relation to grey belt?
No.
When we look at the level of contribution that a site makes, is it fair to say that someone could reach a judgment about whether or not it makes a weak, moderate or strong contribution, and each of those judgments could be within a band of judgment? So one could be close to the top of weak before one accepted that it was a moderate contribution, and so on.
Yes, I agree.
So if we're talking about a range of responses, and let's take purpose B as an example of this, we cannot discern, can we, from the inspector's decision whether or not his judgment was that it was close to the cusp between moderate harm or making a moderate contribution and making a strong contribution.
That's right, I agree.
Thank you. And we know that the position has changed in relation to Groundby because of Organ Hall Farm, as you identified in your responses. Now, on that point, you were asked about, let's just think about Groundby for a second, you were asked about whether or not there would be merger of the settlements. Is there anything in the MPPF or the PPG that requires there to be merger of settlements before there can be a strong contribution
No.
being made by land? No, thank you. Is there any requirement rather than anything that may be illustrative or otherwise, that requires there to be intervisibility between two settlements before there can be a strong contribution being made?
No.
If we think about the related point on ground A about the permanence of boundaries, and you were asked about the commercial woodland.
Yes.
In relation to that, if an important part of the question is whether protection that's provided by a landscape feature is likely to be temporary or permanent, what is the level of confidence that this inspector can have when we're talking about built development that, as was pointed out yesterday, will be around for a large number of years? What's the confidence that this inspector can have about the likely permanence of a commercial plantation where there is evidence that it's starting to be felled or thinned?
Yes, I don't think you can place a high level of confidence that it could function as a permanent boundary.
No. If we go back to, and sir, forgive me, I appreciate this is different from the Adobe pages that you're being given. By the time you get my written closings, I will endeavour to have adopted the Adobe numbering, but it's page 36 of your proof on the manuscript. Paragraph 5.36.
Yes.
And you set out there features that you say go to this issue. Now, we can see the various features that you have identified. In your judgment, does each of these features bear on the question about whether or not the commercial conifer plantation should be regarded as a permanent physical feature?
Sorry, sorry.
Yes.
Can you do that?
You recorded a number of points here, and
Yes.
we can go back over them individually if we need to, but just take a moment. We've been doing this for a while now. Take a moment and read 5.36 again.
Yes.
Now, I'm asking you whether your judgment remains that each of the features that you've identified there is capable of going towards whether or not the commercial conifer plantation should be regarded as a permanent physical feature for these purposes.
I don't think it should be regarded as a permanent physical feature for the purposes.
Now, another point was made to you about the distance that you've used between the two settlements with
Yes.
Organhall Farm as it is now potentially going to be developed. And you made the point about using red line to red line as
Yes.
being a concrete way of testing these things, whatever reserved matters may occur or whatever might happen in the future in terms of Section 73 or anything else. But beyond that, is there a point about perception? Because in terms of where a development physically ends, is that going to be where it's the perception of it ends as you're moving along that main road between Radlett and Boreham Wood?
Not necessarily, yes.
Will depend on the height of the buildings,
It
various
would
things
depend
of that
on the
nature.
prominence of the buildings and whether the landscape becomes a managed landscape rather than a kind of semi-natural rural setting.
Thank you. Now, you were asked a question about the level of quantum that a grant of permission might allow on this site. The point was put to you that it's up to 195, and you don't need to answer this question if you think it's beyond your knowledge, because it's effectively a matter of law. But if permission is granted for building up to 195 dwellings, what does that mean in terms of the reserved matters that might come forward afterwards?
It means that it could go up to the maximum of 195. And the point I was making was that with the widened landscape buffer, it might include some areas that are more dense within that to achieve that figure.
Thank you. Now, I want to take you back to Inspector Fagan's decision on a different point that you were asked about, which is this point about density and the argument that was put the last time around. So that's around paragraph 45 of the decision on page 8, CD 5.1.
Yeah.
Now, clearly, sorry, I'll just
Yes.
wait till you got that.
Sorry, was it paragraph 45?
Paragraph 45.
Yes.
Foot of page 8. And you can see the inspector recording the argument that was being made that ultimately he didn't accept on that occasion. He went on, just as you go across the page, to say there is also an expectation generally that modern densities should be maximised unless they are clearly contextually inappropriate. And the point was put to you about optimising density. We see what this inspector reached in terms of his judgment. What's your judgment about a scheme that has up to 195 units located where it is? Is it clearly contextually inappropriate?
It's inappropriate in my view because the edge of the settlement as it is low density, and you're moving towards the countryside. It would increase in density, and then there'd be a sharp transition to woodland. So it's not responding to that edge. It's not contextually sympathetic to the setting, I would say.
Now, since that judgment was reached and we have the new MPPF in force, and plainly grey belt does now falls be considered, so too does compliance with the golden rules. Is there in a general sense a level of increased obligations in terms of what this site environmentally is required to produce compared to the scheme that was before Inspector Fagan?
Yes, I agree, yes.
Is the LNRS one example of that?
It's one example of that. It does talk about contributing positively to the landscape setting of the development, and particularly in this location, being, it needs to be sympathetic to the context.
Yes, so we've got LNRS, and then I think you were
LNRS.
moving on to discuss what might have been in your mind paragraph 159 of the MPPF. You were asked some questions about that, so let's turn back to that now and again. Have you got that before
Yeah,
you?
I've got that here.
So paragraph 159, and let's just see, because it was being suggested to you that this might not be at least central to the application of the Golden Rule. So let's see what's happening with national guidance here. We start at 155 on the following page, where we can see development of homes, commercial and other development of green belts should also not be regarded as inappropriate where all of the following apply. And so this is where in D we have the development proposed meets the Golden Rules requirements set out in 156, 157. Then we have 156 and 157, still obviously discussing the Golden Rules, 158 discussing the Golden Rules, 159 discussing the Golden Rules, 160 is a different topic, isn't it, if you just
Yes.
cast your eye down to that. So before that, everything is dealing with the Golden Rules.
Yes.
And here we have the improvements to green spaces required as part of the Golden Rules should contribute positively to the landscape setting of the development. Now, but pausing there, because you were asked 3 times about this, and twice you said it was a requirement. When you look at that in context, does that appear to you to be a requirement of meeting the Golden Rules?
Yes, it does.
Support nature recovery and meet local standards for green space provision.
Yes.
Is that a requirement?
It's a requirement of the Golden Rules, yes.
Does this proposed development comply with paragraph 159?
I would say not in terms of the LNRS and the landscape setting of the development in this location at the edge of the countryside. I don't think so.
Now, you were asked some questions about the way that this site was articulated in the local plan that's now being binned, and we know what the inspector previously said about that. If you look at where the site is described within that iteration of the local plan, is there anything in the narrative that supports or suggests why the public open space and other areas were going to be on a strategic level, as you described, where they are located in that indicative plan?
There's,
I think it's page 100, isn't it?
yeah, sorry, I've just found it. I don't think that it's explained really.
No,
So
there's nothing in the narrative
No.
that really helps or cements any of that,
No.
is there? No. And then you were asked about the AVRs in cross-examination.
Yes.
On the AVRs, do you accept that there is any material breach of the technical guidance that applies to the production?
No, there's no material breach.
Thank you. Do you want to run through why you say that?
Yes. In terms of how they were produced, how the 3D model was produced, and how the how the images were stitched and how the model was integrated into the photomontage, it all complies, and how they're presented. And as I say, we have full-size prints with us today that comply fully.
Last, it's going back one step, but you were asked about the LNRS provision as well, and whether or not that might be in relation to areas that were off-site but fulfilling similar purposes within the LNRS. What's your take on the policy? Is it sufficient for a developer to locate other areas of land where similar improvements might be made? Or is this a more
No,
explicit requirement for it to be on-site?
It's a specific requirement for it to be on site.
Ms. Brown, just give me a moment. Brown, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got no questions for you. Thank you. So just after 12 o'clock there, seems a reasonable opportunity to break for lunch there, unless you want to press on. I'm happy to have a break until 1 o'clock. Yeah, great. Okay, we'll adjourn there until 1 o'clock when we come back for the next witness for the landscape propellant. Thank you very much. now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes. You should have from Ms Brockhurst a proof and a rebuttal. You've obviously been introduced to the inquiry. So, Ms Brockhurst, if I might introduce you to the inquiry through your main proof. So, page 4, you are Claire Brockhurst and a Director of Leighton Place Limited. You've a career in landscape architecture and landscape planning spanning more than 35 years. And within your technical area of expertise, you specialise in landscape and visual planning matters and the design of strategic green infrastructure. And you explain you've got a BSc Honours degree in landscape management from the University of Reading and a postgraduate diploma in landscape architecture from the University of Central England. And you explain you're a chartered member of the Landscape Institute since 1997, and 2007 you were awarded the fellowship. You then continue to explain your qualifications and career and experience to page 6. Is all that up to date and accurate?
Yes, that is.
Lovely. We just have a look at page 6. You've got a heading within Hertsmere Borough. Do you want to just give the inspector and the inquiry a little bit of a flavour of your local knowledge of the landscape we're dealing with here? What's your past experience with this part of Hertfordshire?
I have been involved with projects within Hertsmere Borough Council and particularly within the relevant villages or towns here. There's Shenley, Radlett and Boreham Wood. Over the last few years, I originally was appointed on Organ Hall Farm back in June of 2023. Mm-hmm. And I have been working in this landscape. I visit 5 or 6 times a year. I haven't just visited the sites, I've walked the landscapes between the villages, between Boreham and Radlett, between Radlett and Shenley and back again. I tend to travel by train and use that walk from the train station and cover the sites that way.
Lovely, thank you very much. And then you explain the circumstances in which you came to be acting on this case under the heading Instruction. And at 1.15 you tell us you reviewed the submitted material, you completed a preliminary desktop study and visited the appeal site, and with your knowledge and experience of other projects you concluded you could appear on behalf of the appellant. Now, Ms Brockhurst, how many times have you visited the appeal site?
I've visited and been on the appeal site 3 times.
Thank you.
And that is on various different seasons, but starting back last October. So yeah. I've actually been on and walked onto the site.
Thank you. And then page 10, we've got your declaration that the evidence you give is in accordance with the Landscape Institute's guidelines. It's your true and professional opinions. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Lovely. Now, what I wanted to do with you, Ms Brockhurst, is just take the core points of dispute as they've now seemed to have arisen, starting with Greenbelt. I'm going to start with the issue of grey belt and purpose A, and you set out your evidence here, don't you, at page 23 and 24, so that's where the inspector's got your written record of all of this. But just to get the headline points, could you take up, please, the PPG guidance, or the PPG 3.9.
I have that.
Lovely. And if we just look together then at the heading, how should the contribution land makes to relevant greenbelt purposes be assessed? Purpose A, to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. And if we just look together at contribution for strong illustrative features, assessment areas that contribute strongly are likely to be free of existing development and lack physical features in reasonable proximity that could restrict and contain development. Ms Brockhurst, what's your view about the presence or otherwise of physical features in reasonable proximity of this development that have the capacity to restrict and contain development?
I consider that there are strong physical features. That is the woodland and the 2 roads, Shenley Hill and Theobald Road, which will restrict any further growth in this location.
Now, just pausing there and picking up that point, Ms Brockhurst, because of course Ms Brown takes a point about the future of the woodland can't be guaranteed. And from that suggests that therefore that's maybe not a physical feature which can contain a restrict development. What's your view and your advice to the inspector about how he should treat that physical feature at the moment in his assessment?
So there's two parts. The first is elements of the wooded context have been in existence since 1899 in terms of mapping. So I believe woodland in this landscape has longevity. In terms of the commercial woodland, yes, it is subject to management. It is a commercial woodland. It therefore generates income for the estate and is therefore managed in a system of growth, planting, management by thinning and restocking. And all of that is done under licence from the Forestry Commission. And the recent felling, because you can search online for Forestry Commission, the recent felling that has occurred, that licence has been discharged, so there's no more felling programmed at the moment, and there's no licence granted. So yes, it will change in nature because it has natural regeneration and planted restocking, but its permanence is as strong as any woodland feature you would get. There is no sense that this does not and could not act well into the future.
Yeah. And therefore, how likely in your assessment is it that the woodland feature would cease to be a physical feature which would contain and restrict development over the lifetime of this project?
Highly unlikely. There is
you.
greater certainty that it will remain as it has done for decades.
Thank you very much. And just picking up the guidance again, under strong, it tells us that under the strong category, they're also likely to include all of the following features: adjacent or near to a large built-up area, accept that. And then help me with this, it says, if developed, result in an incongruous pattern of development such as an extended finger of development into the greenbelt. Now, what's your assessment about whether the appeal scheme, obviously within the parameters, would result in such an incongruous pattern of development as outlined there?
I believe the pattern and form of development resulting from the appeal proposals reflects what is there and the pattern and grain of the growth and expansion of Radlett so far.
Thank you. And just finally on Purpose A, we obviously heard some evidence from Ms Backer. What's your assessment of the relevance or otherwise of landscape character questions when we're looking at Purpose A or indeed Purpose B?
Landscape character is not a consideration of Greenbelt. Greenbelt is not a landscape designation. It is not ascribed based on character. It is not maintained based on character. The characteristics that are referred to are permanence and openness in the MPPF, which is different from the character exerted by the presence of woodland or pasture or anything of that nature. And in a lot of cases, non-landscape consultants undertake Greenbelt assessments because it is not a landscape designation. And I think furthermore, the Landscape Institute has no guidance on how to assess Greenbelt because it is not a landscape practitioner's role to assess Greenbelt against landscape characteristics. We tend to get involved because some of the tools, particularly in relation to openness and visual separation, are relevant to the profession we practice.
Thank you. Right, looking then at Purpose B, so your written evidence on this is at page 23 in your proof. If we pick up then the PPG and go down to Purpose B, to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another, and again looking at the strong category, we're looking for assessment areas that contribute strongly, are likely to be free of existing development and include all of the following features. One, forming a substantial part of a gap between towns. We've got it recorded in the Statement of Common Ground. It's a 1.36 kilometre distance between Radlett and Borehamwood. What's your judgment about whether that comprises a substantial gap, the appeal scheme comprises a substantial amount of that gap?
I don't consider that it is a substantial amount of the gap.
No. And then it goes on to tell us the development of which would be likely to result in the loss of visual separation of towns, what's your judgment about whether there will be a loss of visual separation between Radlett and Boreham Wood?
There wouldn't be, and that's not just my experience from driving on Theobald's Road, that's also my experience from walking through the landscapes, so visual and perceptual, walking between the two settlements. So I don't consider that there would be any issue in terms of visual separation.
Yeah. And just helping the inspector calibrate the expert evidence he's got before him, you've obviously looked carefully at what Miss Backer, Miss Brown have said. Is anybody else suggesting that there would be a loss of visual separation? So there wouldn't be any separation at all between Radlett and Boreham Wood?
No.
Thank you. And of course, Miss Backer and to an extent Miss Brown take a point about the perceived separation between Radlett and Boreham Wood would be weakened. What's your judgment about their judgment in that respect? Would the perceived separation between Radlett and Boreham Wood be weakened?
No, I don't consider it will be. There are two aspects to that. One is the landform that changes between the two settlements. So you move across the landscape and it changes in character. But the second part is the presence of woodland within the landscape and particularly alongside the road, which means that you leave the current hard edge of Radlett. So you've driven the road, so you're aware of the built-up environment, and then you pass immediately into the wooded context. And although the site lies next to that, just as you leave the settlement, that sense of wooded separation will still perceptually mean you continue straight into the green corridor. And then on arriving to the edge of Boreham Wood, it's a similar issue, which is the new development at Ongerhall Farm is actually set back and behind both green space and woodland, so that you don't perceive it. So when you drive along there at the moment, sir, as you're approaching Boreham Wood, you're not aware of the large office building of Griggs Homes and until you get to the entrance where the housing is. But even that is quite filtered. So the perception is much more filtered at the settlement edge as a result of those two, the appeal site and Ongerhall Farm. And I don't believe that will change with the introduction of housing within the appeal site.
And just to address a point Ms Brown takes, not taken by the council, but about merging or perception of merger between Radlett and Shenley. What's your judgment about the impact or otherwise on merger between Radlett and Shenley?
Well, firstly, nobody else takes that point, and secondly, the physical distance, the visual distance, and the nature of the road alignment, the way people move on footpaths around them, there is no sense that they would, that they're distinctly separate now, and that wouldn't change.
Lovely, thank you. Let's pick up a point now about the previous work that's been done in respect to Greenbelt purposes and have a look at the Arup work. If we could just take up, please, part of that work at core document 4.5, which is stage 2 Greenbelt assessment. So it's taking a little bit of time on mine, even with
everything's been really swift when I've been sat there, and now I'm sat here, it's slowed down.
Typical. Nearly there on the circle. Yeah. There we are. And when you've got there, you go to 19, PDF page 19.
For that page,
Yeah.
I have sub-area SA3.
Yeah, I've misdirected you entirely.
Is it,
I beg your
it's
pardon,
CD 4.4.
4.4 is the Greenbelt assessment, that's the annex, isn't
Yeah.
it? I beg your pardon, yeah. There we are. Go through it all again.
I have that.
There we go. And then if we go to 19, please. It was just a question really to give you the opportunity to express your opinion about the degree to which this work is helpful to the inspector in assessing purposes today for the purposes of assessing whether it's grey belt or not. And what was the considerations that they took into account when assessing performance of the parcels and sub-parcels against purposes A and B? And how?
I consider that this evidence base remains a valid assessment of the green belt. And so if I might just take you to CD 3.9 as a sort of way of comparing. So this is the PPG.
Yeah.
And I just need to zoom in a bit. So yes. So on PDF 3 of the guidance, I think it's important that the process that's being promoted is to identify the area to be assessed, then evaluate the contribution of each assessment area makes to the Greenbelt purposes, and it's specific about A, B and D. Then consider footnote 7, and only after you've done that process do you then identify whether the land is grey belt. So there's a sequence, and the PPG is then set out under those headings. And when I look at the section which is the contribution land makes to the relevant green belt purposes, I don't consider that has changed from what was looked at previously by Arup, who were looking at assessing the area of land they were looking at against the green belt purposes. And by reference, if you go into CD 4.4 and look at table 4.3, which is on paginated 47, so we're looking at purpose A. The criteria Arup were using were land parcel is at the edge of one or more large built-up areas, and B, it prevents the outward sprawl of a large built-up area into open land and serves as a barrier at the edge of the large built-up. So it's the issue of relationship to the settlement and the extent to which there's a physical boundary. And I think there is a helpful schematic on paginated 46, figure 4.2, which shows the difference between sprawl, which is this sort of undefined, no boundary edge, and then an infill because of an enclosed area of land. So I think I am of the view that Arup were testing the same criteria as suggested in the PPG for purpose A. And when one looks down below that figure 4.2, the examples of durable features likely to be permanent include landform and a whole list of other things, protected woodland, hedge, existing development with strongly established consistent boundaries. And I think, although it's not a protected woodland, I think it is a woodland of substantial size that means it has longevity and has a real presence in the landscape as forming a physical feature. A field boundary or a tree line is explained as being a feature lacking in durability. So I think the tests are the same. I don't take the position that grey belt has changed the tests. The purposes have not been changed.
Yep.
the manner in which the guidance now, when you look alongside what Arup did, I don't think they are entirely different. I think Arup were looking at the same type of tests, as it were.
Yeah. And given that, I mean, what's your advice to the inspector about the weight that he should put on the Arup work in deciding on his ultimate judgment about the contribution this land makes to purposes A and B?
I see nothing that would suggest that you should set that aside. I think it is a fair assessment of the land against the Greenbelt purposes using criteria which are reflective of the current PPG.
Lovely, thank you very much. A word or two then about landscape. So turning now to landscape character issues. Do we turn up the rebuttal, your rebuttal?
I have that, I've got a hard copy.
Okay, you're excellent, ahead of me. And we go to your printed page 4, PDF 4, table R1.1, so we're looking at the comparison.
That's okay.
It's page 4, sir. Table R1.1. And just looking then at the receptors, year 15 receptors, the principal issue that we've got here is the loss of the land use and grassland, where they're substantial, and you and the Rule 6 and Council agree.
Yes.
And just to calibrate the scale over which those effects are identified, what is the scale of that receptor?
That is limited to the grassland within the red line area of the appeal site.
And I'm just turning to think about the inspector's main issue, which is the character and appearance of the area. What relevance or otherwise does the scale of the receptor that's been identified here have to the significance of the landscape effects over that area? That's character and appearance of the area question.
One inevitably has to place that effect in the context of the area, and there has been no dispute that the effects go anywhere beyond the site and its immediate boundary, visually its immediate boundary. And I think that's really important in the decision-making process, because it doesn't result in the change to the character of this landscape. And I apologise to Miss Brown for misreading SL for SI, and I accept it's slight. But I think it is, it's accepted that the change is wholly within the red line. And in fairness, there isn't a greenfield site that I've ever worked on where the loss of the grassland isn't experienced as a total change. So one has to put that into the context of the actual decision-making process.
And then just looking at the receptor of the townscape of Radlett, so the final row there, we've got the appellant's effects, negligible, neutral, the council saying moderate adverse, and the Rule 6 at year 1 saying, as amended, slight adverse. And what's your view? You've obviously looked at the comparative landscape sensitivity studies that have been done across Hertsmere. I mean, how does this site compare in sensitivity terms to other potential available sites that one might be looking at to accommodate housing in Hertsmere?
So this is a unique site in the borough on land that has been assessed as having the lowest landscape sensitivity to change. And I think that is important, because even then the effect, we're not talking about a substantial loss of grassland in a valued landscape. We are talking about a loss of grassland in a landscape or on a site which is accepted as having low sensitivity to development.
Thank you very much indeed. And then finally, just have a look at the visual matters and to clear up one issue about the hedgerow. And I wonder if a good place to illustrate what might be proposed and so the inspector can get a handle on what would be the effects is the access plan, core document 1.2.
Yes, I have that.
All there. And I wonder if you could just explain to the inspector, as you understand it, by reference to this plan, what would be the retained hedgerow on site, and then also, importantly, what is proposed to be planted?
I think, in fairness to Miss Brown this morning, she also described what I'm going to describe, which is, so you will have seen when you've walked alongside the site, there are two distinctive rows of hedge plants, and they were planted in 2009, and by the year 2012 they were established as a deep hedge. They now look distinct because they've been allowed to grow up as trees and not managed as a hedgerow. What is slightly more challenging when you look at this plan, sir, and I would just ask you, you most probably want to look at it in more detail at your own speed, but you'll notice that the survey plan shows the edge of the hedgerow extending into the road, and actually that's just a misrepresentation of where the actual plants, the stems and the roots are. So there is an annotation which shows where the chain link fence is. And when you look at the actual development, the chain link fence is not in the middle of the road. So the tree planting is inboard of where the chain link fence is. So the inside line of what are now maturing tree stand will be retained. The outside line will be taken out in the widening. So it will be retained during the construction phase, but more importantly, going forward, the proposal is to plant and manage a dense hedgerow alongside and inboard of the existing hedge line. So the suggestion is the complete removal of the hedgerow and then there's nothing. That isn't the case. It's retained in part for the length of it apart from the access, and it will then be reinforced with planting that if you manage it as hedgerow, you get a denser baseline eye level coverage than you do with tree stock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brockton. Just make sure I've understood that point. If we look at the site access and we look specifically at the Bellmouth proposed entrance, and just to the left of that we see the annotation chain link.
Yes.
Is that what you were drawing
Yes.
to the inspector's attention? Do you want to just by reference to that explain what you were meaning about how it's annotated and
Yes.
the difference between canopy and what's on the ground and such, just so we all know what we're looking at?
So where the radii for the turning circle is, you'll see chain link, but you'll see this sort of wavy edge, which implies that there's planting between the chain link and the edge. That's really just a mapping of the canopy. The actual root stock and all the plants are inside where the pale green is. There is no planting, and you'll see that from the visualisations that Miss Brown has provided. There's no planting outside of the chain link fence on the roadside.
Might be very rude. I'm so sorry to speak because I'm just not sure what I'm looking at the right plan. Sorry,
Yes.
it's my fault for not listening.
So 1.2.
Yes. Okay, use a reference to chain link.
Yeah, so site access, Bellmouth
Where the
to the
R-
left, chain link.
Where the R6.0, yes. And if you look just to the left and up from where the arrow is on the corner, it says chain link and barbed wire. That grey line underneath it is where the actual edge of the site is. It's definitely there. I'm not using paper copy because I've got eyesight that requires me to zoom in, and so, sir, that's the issue that continues along that road. So there will be retention of half of the trees, and because of that separation and gap between where the plants are, that should be accommodated.
Thank you. And just to then draw back and think about the visual effects more broadly, There's obviously been an LVIA undertaken,
Yes.
which you've reviewed. Has anybody suggested that there should have been additional viewpoints to those which were identified and assessed in the LVIA?
No, the viewpoints, the number and the distribution haven't changed. The evidence of both Miss Backer and Miss Brown are really just focused on Shenley Road.
Yeah.
There's no other additional viewpoints beyond that.
And Ms Backer in her evidence said that those visual effects were localised. How would you characterise the scale of visual effects from this proposed development?
They are absolutely localised. They're localised to the site and its immediate road boundary on that side. And even on Theobald's Road, the route that's taken for the access means that it weaves in the trees, so it's not a big straight view through. Yeah. So there's it is highly localised.
And indeed, just speaking about Theobald's Road, has anybody actually identified a viewpoint of significance along Theobald's Road?
No.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms Fox. Is there anything else you wanted to clarify in your evidence in chief?
No.
Okay, please wait there. Please, there'll be some questions for you. Thank you, sir.
Actually, if I may just jump in with a question first, if that's all right. So we talked about the woodland on a number of occasions. You acknowledged that there had been some thinning, felling under licence from the Forestry Commission and that the site had been marketed. If it was all to be felled, if a new owner were to take on site and fell it, would it then, in your opinion, still form a physical feature to contain development?
Well, it depends what is done with the woodland. So if it's clear felled, I believe the pattern and grain of the landscape is strongly established in that location. It forms part of the historic boundaries of the Newbury's Park. But obviously there wouldn't be a physical barrier.
Thank you. And then we talked about the loss of the grassland being largely contained within the site. Under the table R1.1, it had been previously commented on that this was the last pastoral field of the estate. Does that influence that change at all? Is it a wider loss?
No, absolutely not. The entire context and character of that parkland has changed. This is a remnant land. It's been used for various, it's not just been used for grazing, it's been used for growing cover crops for birds, for shooting. It's been used as a haulage route. I mean, it has multiple uses, it doesn't have that same value.
And thank you, Mr. Cosgrove, for interrupting that.
That's very helpful. Mr. Bowes has done a fast one. He's done it much more quickly than I thought, so I'm ready to go. That's good news. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cosgrove.
Good to see you again. And I'm going to start off with some general matters. I'm going to deal with landscape and character and then come to Greenbelt issues towards the end, if that's all right. So it's slightly the reverse. Now, shall I tell you documents you need as you go along, or do you want to list now? I think you've probably got most of them to hand. What's easier for you?
I think if I open them all up, my system it's more likely to crash than...
Yeah. You look as though you're rather like me, or sort of semi-old school, treading into the world of laptops, tentatively. Yeah, all right, good. Well, so if that's all right with you, I think you've probably got most of them up already anyway. There's no particular surprises. Now, so you told us about your instruction. I think you first visited the site in October of last year. Is that right?
Yes.
So did you review the appellant's statement of case, which is finalised in October, for this appeal? Were you part of that? Did you have input, obviously, into the landscape sections of it?
I'm running 3 appeals at the moment. I believe I did have a review of what the wording, really, but only in terms of making sure there wasn't anything that would fall outside of my scope.
So that is if you can't remember, let me know, but can I take it you say you reviewed what was in there and thought that accorded with your position?
I can't recall the precise nature of my input at that stage.
Can't recall. All right. We'll come back to the minute. I think it does, in fairness to you, take a slightly different view insofar as it expresses any views on sub-elements of perhaps sensitivity. But I don't think anything particularly turns on it. But I was just interested to know whether you were involved in the drafting of the case at that stage, as it were, from the landscape.
I can't. As I say, I've got 3 live appeals at the moment, and so I cannot distinctly remember last October and which one I was looking at in which
Right.
sequence.
All right.
So that's
Okay.
my
Fine.
answer.
And your role, perhaps a fairly straightforward question. Obviously, you're giving evidence principally on landscape character and visual effects.
Yes,
You're leaving matters of planning, judgments and balance to Mr. Allen,
absolutely.
and that's not a matter you, rather like Ms. Backer, get involved in. That's a matter for other people. So you pass the baton, having identified the level of effects, and let others deal with weight and balance.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, their evidence draws on my analysis.
Yes. And you, so you're just reporting on effects, as it were, and then you obviously undertake a green belt analysis so far as purposes A and B are concerned for the grey belt issue, and also as to the openness impact as well.
Yes.
That's really the bread and butter of your
Yes,
evidence,
absolutely.
as I understand it. Some of the judgments the inspector will have seen that you make, as it happens, differ from the LVIA produced by your client,
Yes, that's correct.
and that's fine. And Ms. Backer has some differences from them as well, and that's because both of you have come to it with fresh eyes and formed your own judgments on it.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
in the world that you inhabit as landscape experts, it's not unusual for different judgments to be made in relation to these matters.
No, that's
I think, as we all know, and Inspector will know, there's quite a degree of scope. No matter how many methodologies and matrices you have, at the end of the day, there's going to be scope for judgments to be made based on your own individual experience.
It is about judgment, and it's the narrative that underpins that judgment, which
Yes.
is why Glivia was rewritten, really, was to move away from matrices and
Yes.
move towards
Yes.
narrative.
Good. All right. Thank you very much. That's helpful. Now, just so far, and I'm going to deal with this in more detail with Mr. Allen, but the inspector's heard a lot about Inspector Fagan's decision, CD 5.1, and that is agreed to be a material planning consideration at this inquiry. And again, I'll leave matters as to that so far as they affect balance to others. But I just want to understand how you've treated that. It's agreed, I think, between the parties that it's an important material consideration that shouldn't be departed upon, save having regard to the principle of consistency in decision making. Is that a concept with which you're familiar, or do I leave that for other people?
I'd leave that for other
Fine.
people, yes.
All right, but in simple terms, if I'm just sort of cutting it down, insofar as Inspector Fagan, for your purposes, was dealing with a similar context in terms of the nature of the scheme,
Yes.
the nature of the existing baseline landscape and character, those matters are essentially, give or take the odd tweak, essentially the same as they were when the scheme was before him.
Yes.
Yeah, fine. And the only thing that has materially changed, and again, this is a matter of agreement, we can go to it if you want to, but it is agreed that the one sort of area of policy that has changed is that relates to grey belt, because of course the concept didn't exist when Inspector Fagan was dealing with the application and appeal.
The concept didn't exist, but the
Yeah.
purposes remain the same.
Yes, I understand that, but the concept didn't exist, and we can go to the statement of common ground if you like, but that's agreed to be a material, an important change in policy that this inspector has before
Yes.
him than inspector. So, and again, I won't bore you with the finer niceties of consistency, but insofar as Inspector Fagan made conclusions as to the purposes of Greenbelt, he was doing so, wasn't he, in a world where Greybelt did not exist, and in a world where the illustrative features which are meant to inform how one assesses whether the contribution is strong, moderate or weak, in a world where they didn't exist either.
Sorry, I don't know if the features that contribute to the strength have changed. Sorry.
That's not my question. Ms.
Sorry,
Brockhouse.
could you repeat your question then,
Well,
please?
take up core document 3.9, which I know you
Yeah.
have. It's a simple fact. Really, what I'm saying to you is this document and this guidance policy didn't exist when Inspector Fagan made his decision.
No, the guidance didn't exist.
Yeah. And if you look, I don't know if you're doing a PDF, but just before under the heading on page 4 of 12 in the PDF, sorry, in the hard copy, it's under the how should the contribution land makes to relevant greenbelt purposes be assessed. You see
Yes.
that just before. We're making judgments as to whether land is grey, but authorities should consider the contribution the assessment makes to greenbelt purposes A, B and D. Considerations for informing these judgments are set out below. And my simple point to you is that the considerations for informing the judgments as set out below did not exist when Inspector Fagan was considering the case. The concept of grey belt didn't exist, but the considerations didn't exist either.
So the considerations had not been set out in policy or PPG before that time, but I believe the considerations existed because Arup themselves have the same considerations in terms of the proximity to the settlement,
Yes.
the
Okay.
the sort of the physical containment. So
Yeah.
I think in terms of practice, the considerations have been adopted by people across the UK. But so I don't think it's changed. But I don't think they had been explicitly stated before then.
Right, that was all I was asking. I mean, I will come on to them, but I was just simply asking you, thought it was an easy one. Those didn't exist as considerations to inform a judgment as to how to find whether something is grey belt. An easy one, I'd have thought, because grey belt didn't even exist.
Sorry, you said, I didn't say they didn't exist. I said they hadn't been written down, but I think the considerations did exist because they have been used elsewhere as considerations.
Let me ask the question again. And I don't mean this in a bit. I put to you, the considerations didn't exist as a way of identifying whether grey belt existed. And it's an easy one I'm putting to you because grey belt didn't exist.
Grey belt didn't exist, but they were considerations for assessing the green belt purposes.
I see. And your point is, we'll come on to it, you say that Arab document 4.4, with the bit you took us to, is the same criteria. Okay, that's your point.
Well, similar criteria, similar considerations.
Yeah, they're certainly not the same. But I'll come on to that in a moment, I promise you. These are just some easy introductory ones, but we'll come on to that. All right, and so far as Radlett is concerned, it's agreed between your client and the council that Radlett is agreed to be a town.
Yes.
For the purposes of the appeal, in effect, a large built-up area, or at least not a village.
Yes, and I've explained that in my evidence, that I understand that, and I've adopted the fact that it is a town.
Yes, and you say you take a different view, but what you're not suggesting to the inspector he should do anything else other than find it's not a village.
No, that's correct.
Right.
I've put that in my evidence.
Okay. And that was the view that Inspector Fagan took as well, wasn't it, in his January 2024 decision?
Yes.
I think, in fact, he concluded, for the inspector's note, paragraph 17, he would find it hard to conceive that how Radlett could be anything other than the large built-up area, was his view, as I recall.
Yes, that's right.
Good. And I think I'm right in saying, but the same authors of the LVIA before Inspector Fagan, the same authors of the LVIA before this inspector?
Certainly the same practice.
Same organisation.
Same organisation, may have been different authors.
I think it is a different initial, actually, on the review.
Yeah, it may well be.
All right. Now, some points just about baseline matters. Visibility, the inspector's been on site, so we can take this rather quickly. I don't think there's any dispute. When you're on Shenley Road, there are certainly filtered views into the site on the approach to Radlett on Shenley Road on that.
Yes, there are filter views into the site, and you can see the properties on Williams Way from Shenley Road. And
so the inspector's been on site, so we don't need to sort of argue too much about them, as he's seen that. It's certainly also, the site is visible and appreciable from the public footpath number 55, isn't it, as you walk along looking west?
At the very start of the footpath, because obviously the footpath head is sort of going away, so a short section of footpath 55, you can see the site.
Yes, you've seen it, and there's some photos of it as well. Good. And in terms of the character, in terms of what Ms Backer describes as a verdant and rural character, I sense there's some disagreement between you. And again, I want to deal with this quickly because I'm not sure the inspector will be particularly assisted by us arguing about it. But the position of Ms Backer and the council is that it's fair to describe the character of the site as being perceived as a rural and pastoral one. Would you accept that to any extent?
I would accept that the appeal site itself is pastoral at the moment, but that is but it's not appreciated in isolation. So the relationship of that landscape is on the edge of the settlement, and that is, I think, where we most have greatest difference.
I think that is probably, isn't it?
Yeah.
And again, to cut matters short, there's lots of evidence which we can make submissions about the character and the transition from existing housing to the site. But is it, in essence, perhaps I summarise this way and we can spend time in closing submissions drawing the inspector's attention to particular points, but you view the site, I think, partly as being of limited value because of its, not entirely for this reason, but partly because of its association with the existing residential edge in terms of character. And Ms Backer considers, and therefore you give limited value, whereas Ms Backer says, well, it's a site in her view that retains a perception of openness, and because of the absence of development, it has an intrinsic character which derives from its pastoral character. So is that the difference between the two of you?
I thought it was, she thought the settlement edge was verdant. Well,
Yeah.
I think we both agree that it's open pasture,
Well,
but I thought it was the influence the settlement has, because
Yes.
so it's not about the site,
Well,
but its relationship.
Well,
with the
okay, well, I'm just
settlement.
reading from your respective proofs, and she finds, doesn't she, I hope you know this, that there is an intrinsic character derived on the site from its open pastoral character. You accept, as I understand it, yes, it's open, yes, it has some rural characteristics, but there's more of a relationship that's perceived in terms of character with the existing residential
Yes,
edge.
and that
More
is
of an
the
influence.
Yeah, so when you're stood in the site and we were there, as you go further towards Theobald's Road, it becomes more obvious, but the settlement edge sits higher up, and particularly this time of year, there's no filtering. It is absolutely, from the road to the road is just a solid line of housing.
Solid line of housing. So that's the difference. We don't agree with you on that, but I understand the difference, and Ms Backer in her proof has given the inspector lots of references to character assessments, the neighbourhood plan. But in essence, that's one of the key differences, I think, in approach between the two of you as to character.
But also, yes,
Yes,
it is, but it's also not just the relationship with the settlement, but because of the commercial plantation, you don't appreciate the rural landscape beyond. So you appreciate the roads, you can hear them, you appreciate the settlement edge because you can see it, and then you have the woodland. And so you are very much in a settlement edge location than rather feeling, yes, rural land use and rural character, but you are very much in that context.
All right. So, I mean, your position, to sum it up in another way, you would say that the proximity of the housing on the western boundary does affect the intrinsic character of the site as open pastoral agricultural land. Is that how you put it? You say it would affect it?
Not just the proximity, but the sort of massing of how those houses are and how they've treated their boundaries onto the field. So it's not just that they're there, but actually they're there elevated in quite a strong linear feature. So yes, it's a combination.
All right, that's an issue between us. And in essence, you're saying to the inspector, you think the site's more closely appreciated with the townscape of Radlett, whereas Ms Backer thinks essentially when you're on the site and you're appreciating, essentially you're in the countryside. That's the difference between you.
I certainly don't think that I felt like I was in the countryside.
No, but you see, now that's fine. The inspector's will obviously form his own view, and he's got your input as well. It is relevant, isn't it, that Inspector Fagan seems to have appeared with Miss Backer on this position.
Yes, I understand that that's. I conclude in the same way that LUC did, and you know,
So,
I'm sure it's no surprise that not always do we agree with the decision when we receive it, but in that respect, I'm not swayed by the fact that Mr. Fagan found reached a different conclusion.
No, again, and I'm not going to deal with you the principle of consistency and material considerations. That's a matter perhaps for others, but there'll be submissions on that. But I will be suggesting to other people that his decision has some weight, and got to think careful before he heard respective landscape experts, didn't he, and did all that stuff and came to a view.
Yes,
Just let me, just to be clear to you, if you look at his decision, para 41 and 42 in court document 5.1, which you have to hand. And he's just summarising there, isn't he? He says the appellant's landscape evidence, and it's in the context of character and assessments, yeah? The appellant's landscape evidence in this regard, on the contrary, seems to be overly coloured by the site's relative containment by woodland blocks and its influence by proximity to the housing on its western boundary. However, neither affects the site's intrinsic character as open pastoral agricultural field, the character of which would be substantially adversely affected by the development. And he goes on about woodland boundaries, and then 42, he's walked the site. The sense one gets is of an open field in the countryside on the edge of the town's suburban streets with the woods bordering on the east. The houses and gardens are noticeable, but I disagree with Mr. Self. I think that's your predecessor, was the CSA, that the appellant's landscape is when he claimed that the site has a stronger relationship with the residential area of Radlett than the wider countryside. So it was obviously the same debate was had at the last inquiry. Inspector Fagan came down on the side of Mr. Radmel, and that's, as it happens in terms of the evidence, it's a similar symmetry, and Ms. Backers, as it happens, is representing the view the Inspector Fagan took, isn't she?
Yes, she is, and I would say he made his visit in August. You've seen it in a different time of year, but I don't.
Right.
But there is I didn't get a sense that I was in the wider countryside,
I understand.
I understand that's the judgment. As you say, professionals differ, and so do professionals and inspectors on that, on a judgment basis. Of course they do.
Yeah, I mean, and there we are. We've got a same situation, same context, same development. Inspectors clear finding. All right, okay. We'll deal with that in due course. And that fundamental difference, I'm going to suggest to you, as I've suggested to Ms. Backer in her evidence, really, as we'll see, probably explains a lot of the differences between you when one works one way through into terms of things like value and sensitivity. It has an impact, that finding, doesn't it, on a number of judgments?
To a degree, yes.
Yeah. And so if I mean, I'm perhaps overly simplifying for the interest of time, but if the inspector wants a sort of easy understanding of why there are these differences later on, he can probably pin it back to that initial fairly fundamental difference of judgment between you and others.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as I say, my judgment is the same as LUC and CSA.
Yes, well, I mean, I hear what you say. I mean, it's not. I keep saying this inquiry. It's not a numbers game, but I'm just going to talk about your judgment and others.
Yes, I'm absolutely fine with that.
All right. Okay, thank you. Now, good. I'm going to move on, I think, in the interest of time, just to deal with just a few short points about character, without delving too much into the world of landscape detail, your world. But just the headlines, in terms of sensitivity, just to sort of get a calibration on your judgments. You've heard, obviously, Ms. Backer's position. We've looked at her table. Again, we can go to this again, but at this stage of the inquiry, we've looked at them all. But in broad terms, her table of the sensitivity comes to a number of judgments. She takes a slightly higher, comes to a view of slightly higher level of sensitivity than the LVIA did in some regards, doesn't she?
Yes.
And particularly in relation to the land use of the appeal site itself, which she identifies as having a high sensitivity because of her assessment of high value and high susceptibility. And I think the LVIA assesses as medium sensitivity, although one has to be slightly careful because I think the LVIA broke the appeal site down overall into two parts, didn't it? The woodland to the south that was in the appeal site and the rest of the site. So it gave part of the site high sensitivity and part of it less.
Yes,
yeah.
that's
all right.
correct.
Now, so the inspector's got those, and he can form. But there's a sort of picture painted from those two bits of evidence of medium to high sensitivity, depending on particular receptors and parts. But that's the sort of general range that's found.
Yes, but I suppose I would go back to the point I make in paragraph 1.20 of my proof of evidence. The mechanism of how we reach our conclusions is one part of the process. But for the inspector, I mean, I don't know if it's a short circuit. However we reach it, when it comes to the actual resulting effects of the process, the parties are pretty much aligned as to where the substantial adverse effect occurs. How we get there is very different.
Yes.
But as it says in the latest publication in 2024 from the Institute, is the purpose to explain which aspects of landscape and visual change are more important to the decision to be made and why.
Yeah.
And achieving this outcome is fundamental to good LVAA than the detailed mechanics of specific assessment methodologies.
I know you're trying to assist, because I know you well enough to know that, but you're leaping slightly ahead, and you're right, there is an end game, but can I just sort of take you through my questions? I'm trying
absolutely.
So I was really just factually asking you, there's a difference between sensitivity for the LVIA and you. I think that's a yes, isn't it?
Yes, there are differences.
Yeah. And the your position on sensitivity, again, taking matters as quickly as I can, you do, for what it's worth, take quite a broad. I think you put it this way, as I understand your evidence. You look at the LVIA and you say you agree with it broadly in how it's addressed susceptibility. Yeah. You disagree with it on value for the reasons you say, and I think you rather for your 1.21 you say the LVIA adopts, I think as it's sort of coded language, it adopts a different approach to that which you and others might employ.
Yeah.
Sort of a gentle code for, there it is. And you assess value at a lower end of the spectrum than anyone else, I think, has done. And you come overall to as I understand it, a lower end sensitivity assessment of the site.
Yeah. Absolutely, yes. It's not
Fine.
coded,
Right.
It's just that the GLIVIA isn't a prescriptive document.
No.
So we all do it differently, is what
I
I'm
see.
saying.
Okay, and so fair off. So you take a different view from other people as it happens. I think you accept other people may take a different view from you. It's all part of the judgments.
Yeah, it's all judgment.
Okay, all judgment. And good. Now that you sensitivity assessments, I just want to understand, and again, it may not go anywhere, so I'm going to deal with it quickly. There are two sensitivity assessments that have been mentioned in the evidence. There's the CD 4.7, and then we've got the OLA, as I'm calling it, which is 4.8. I think you mentioned the OLA in your evidence in chief, perhaps, or at least somewhere in your evidence. Ms. Backer gave her view on this. So far as the OLA is concerned, we've heard Ms. Backer's evidence and the other stuff, which wasn't really challenged. Isn't it fair to say the OLA document doesn't really help inform any judgments about sensitivity on this site for the inspector? Or do you think it does?
I think it does.
You think it does?
Sorry, can I, if we're going to go
Yes,
to it,
sure,
may
sorry.
I please open it?
It's 4.8.
Yes, thank
You
you.
want to get it out. Happy to look at it if you want to.
I just want to have it open while you're asking questions,
Yeah,
so I
sure.
don't miss anything.
Okay, and what I'm putting to you really is that assessment, and Ms. Backer set out her views on it. I think you tell us.
Sorry, it hasn't opened yet. So I'm
Oh,
just
sorry.
opening it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have that now. Thank
You
you.
there?
Yeah.
The point Ms. Backer made was that as an exercise, as an assessment, it didn't, she said, assess the intrinsic value of the site or its susceptibility, for example, to a particular form of development, as one might do if one were applying a GLIVIA approach. That was one of her points, and that's right, isn't it?
It certainly does look at assessment against a particular type of development. I mean, it's very specific about the types of development it considers, because then it is able to give a range of sensitivity. So,
all right.
So I don't agree.
Don't agree. Okay, fine. It's influenced your evidence, as I read your evidence at 450. You say the inspector should look at that, and if he wants to consider sensitivity, that's a useful document for him. That's the way you put it.
Absolutely, and certainly because of my experience in Hertsmere, it is a document that I am directed to both from pre-application consultations. It's what I'm directed to by place services. It's what's been directed to by the committee. So I think it has relevance, because otherwise it A, wouldn't have been produced, and B, I wouldn't have to be looking at it every time I
Well, you
run
see,
a planning application.
yeah, but you see, I mean, yes, this is again a rerun, isn't it? Because these arguments have been made. It's gone to the Secretary of State for a determination. One of his appointed inspectors. All these arguments run. Let's look at AD 5.1 again. Paragraph 43 of Inspector Fagan. And he's pretty clear, isn't it? Because the same point's made before him, and he says the appellant's evidence is also influenced by the OLA, which concludes that Site 14 is of low sensitivity. For the above reasons, I disagree with its... Sorry, I'm racing ahead. Let me get you there.
You have, I had it with me. Here it is, yes, sorry.
Yes, it's paragraph 43.
Yes, I have.
Read in context. You've got to
Yeah.
read the paragraphs before, but I'm cutting
No.
to the chase, I hope. I also disagree he disagrees with his conclusions, then he sets out some additional reasons beyond the ones he's already given in his, as to why he doesn't think, and he goes back to this issue, doesn't he, in the second paragraph. He says, the settlement edge does not affect the intrinsic pastoral open character of this agricultural field. If it did, this would have the potential to create, in Mr. Radmore's words, a bow wave of desensitised countryside. It's going back, in a sense, to the fundamental issue I took you to at the outset of this cross-examination, isn't it?
Sorry, there was whispering in the corner I couldn't quite hear. So,
I'm sorry.
sorry, it was
No,
just in the background. I can't.
No, that's absolutely fair. I'm sorry. Not my team.
No, I'm not your team. But I can hear it.
But sorry, let me read it again. I was really reading you the second half of 43.
The bow wave.
Yeah, I mean, and the reason the number of reasons why he thinks it's of no assistance to him, but the one of the reasons is him going back to this fundamental difference that I'm putting to you, that he thinks the settlement edge does not affect the intrinsic pastoral open character of this agricultural field. And he says if it did, there might be the kind of things that would lead to proposals such as this. So that's his view. Now, you take a different view, of course you do, and you're entitled to, but equally, the local authority is entitled, isn't it, to, when this has been argued through an inquiry, an appeal, the Secretary of State's appointed inspector come to view to say, well, we've had this argument, the Secretary of State's given a view on it through an inspector, and that's relevant for this inspector to look at. And it's again, it's contrary to your position, isn't it?
I agreed that it's contrary to my position, but also in the interim we've had the Officers Committee report which concluded that there would be no harm to the landscape character and appearance. So I understand that is where Mr Fagan drew that conclusion, but there are other opinions, and so from that perspective I don't pray and aid that because I have my opinion and based on my analysis and my judgment and my knowledge of this landscape.
Right.
But I don't believe that... I suppose the next time I'm inquiry in Hertsmere, do I say the position of the council is that we set this aside because it's not useful? And that's going to be an interesting debate, I would say.
Right. The officer report didn't actually do that. The officer report concluded the same harm as Inspector Fagan and put it into a balance, didn't it, against other matters. But don't worry about that for now. I'm just interested in what's agreed between the parties to be a material planning consideration for this inspector that shouldn't be departed from, save for the principle of consistency. All right? But that's a matter for others rather than you.
Yeah, and agreed between the parties in the landscape statement of common ground at 1.5 is the case officer's conclusion that the proposal would not be harmful to the character and appearance of the surrounding area. So that's agreed.
Yes. Yes, Inspector Fagan. All right, we're talking at cross purposes, I think. There's no departure from Inspector Fagan's conclusions on landscape character in the officer's report. They agree with him insofar as he makes conclusions on landscape character. Yes? Do you not understand that?
Well, I agree that that they came to that judgment, but the officer does say the information would indicate that proposals would not be harmful to the character and appearance of the surrounding landscape, which appears to be...
I know you keep saying that. I'm just asking a simple question. If you don't know the answer, that's fine, but the officers didn't seek to go behind any of the findings on landscape character that Inspector Fagan made, did they?
No.
Right. And the inspector can see what decisions Inspector Fagan made. And you've drawn us to your table in the rebuttal, of, as it were, the upshot of it all, the overall findings on effects, as between the various experts. Inspector's seen that several times. There are findings, as the inspector will see, of substantial adverse effects, moderate adverse effects for substantial periods of time, 10 to 15 years, as set out in the table. And some of them, as Ms Backer explained, aren't in the table, would subsist, for example, in relation to the overall character of the site, and her view up to 10 years of substantial adverse landscape effects. So there are quite serious substantial effects and moderate effects identified, aren't there, over a period of time?
There are those effects over a period of time. The efficacy of the planting, I think, is up for debate, but in terms of the loss of the grassland will be sustained as a permanent loss to the grassland. But I think in terms of their hedgerows and trees, historic viewing of Street View shows that in 3 years on this site, there's a very thick cover. You can get a new planting to a thick coverage. So views into the site, if seeing new housing is deemed unacceptable, that could be screened. But of course, once you've gone around the corner, you have housing straight onto the road in any event.
Yeah, because as I'd understood your evidence, but maybe I've misunderstood it, entirely possible. You tell us broadly, you don't disagree with what Inspector Fagan has concluded in terms of landscape harm, either in terms of character or visual. You make the point, you caveat it in relation to the wider landscape, right?
Yes.
But, which you're right, he didn't deal with it to that extent, but insofar as he makes findings, as the inspector will have seen at a number of places in his decision, you don't, as I think, seek to disagree with them. I think you say in your proof somewhere, the conclusions, you agree with the conclusions, and you say, well, they apply to the Peel side only, but you don't disagree with them to that extent.
Actually, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right part, because I do deal with Inspector Fagan's.
You do?
So I just want to go to that part of my evidence.
Shall I help? Well, I think, you tell me where you want to go, if that's
Yeah,
that's
let me
easier.
just find it, because I don't want to be traipsing us through.
Right, that's fine.
Of course, now it would be easier to just do a word search.
Should I give you a reference and see if that's the one?
Yeah, let's go do that way, because
I think it's
yeah.
549 on hard copy page 43, and you're talking about there, it begins the conclusion reached by Inspector Fagan.
Yes.
Yeah, is that the part you were thinking?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is, but
Right.
of course, I do go beyond that to deal with. I go beyond that to deal with what he actually concluded on. So that's correct. It goes from paragraph 5.43 onwards.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
of the 6 characteristics,
Yeah.
he identified 3.
Yes.
I put those back into context.
Yes.
And then I agree that he's right in terms of the site, but that is not, that's where it starts and ends. It's
Yes.
just the site.
Okay. Yes, I saw that. I'm trying to, again, I know that's me being slow. I think the end upshot of all that is, you say to the inspector that you look at what Inspector Fagan did about landscape character, you don't disagree with it, but he only went so far. He didn't deal with wider matters.
Is
that right? Give me
Yes,
yes or no
it is right, but I would say he primarily concluded on the loss of grassland, and I say that is in and of itself not the change to the character and appearance of the landscape.
Well, what I want, let me put it this way: are you disagreeing with what Inspector Fagan's findings were or not? The inspector can take a view on what he was dealing with. You can tell me you do in part or you don't in part. I mean, I don't understand what you're saying at the moment. Do you agree with his findings on landscape character and visual matters?
I agree with his conclusion on the degree of the effect on the grassland.
Right, but not on the site.
But
overall?
as it relates to the site, but I don't agree that in itself then is determinative of the character and appearance of the area.
No, well, only anyone says that. I mean, no one has ever said that. I mean, you keep saying that. I mean, no one's saying that some kilometres away are the parts of the Claridge which assessed it. We're talking about 11 hectares of site, right? Look at 44. Let's try and pin this down, because I'm not entirely clear what you're saying. The inspector will have seen, that's one area, there's a number of places, but para 44 of Inspector Fagan, he's coming to some conclusions, isn't it? And he talks about halfway down, grassland comprises the majority of the site will not be replaced, so it can't be mitigated. Hence, he says the intrinsic character of the site would remain at substantially adverse simply because it would no longer consist of countryside built of urban development. In conclusion, there will be substantial adverse landscape effects on the site as a result of the permanent residential development on the property. So that's his conclusion. Now, you make the point he's not talking about the wider landscape character areas, fine, but insofar as the inspector can see his conclusions,
no,
you're not seeking to go behind them, are you?
Well, actually, this is why I do go behind. If you go to paragraph 101 of his decision...
Right, so is the answer... So, by all means do that, but could you just give me a yes or no? So you do seek to go behind his conclusions?
I don't go behind his conclusions, but if you said no one asserts there's harm to the character and appearance of the area. If I take you to...
by all means answer that, but can I just get a clear answer? So in terms of he makes conclusions there, you're not seeking to go behind them, and you're saying to the inspector... He can take those conclusions, Inspector Fagan, at Farrow 44, and record that you don't disagree with them. Would that be fair?
I don't disagree that is what occurs at the site level. But paragraph 101 of Mr. Fagan's decision, and you say no one asserts there is harm to the character and appearance of the area. Inspector Fagan writes, added to this harm to the greenbelt, there would be a substantial adverse landscape effects on the character and appearance of the area as a result of this development. Yes. And so I think that is where I stop. Right. I agree that there are harms to the site, but I do not go as far as to take it to the character and appearance of the area.
Well, okay, let me give you one suggestion while he's saying that, because he's referring to quite a large site. He's referring in the next two sentences 8 hectares of built development. This is a large area. One deals with small development sites. This is, I think, isn't he there saying, explaining what he means by the area as a result of the permanent residential of approximately 8 hectares of site. 8 hectares of the site. It's a large area on any view, isn't it?
It's comparatively large when you're looking at the site in isolation. If you look at other developments being brought forward in Hartsmere, this is actually quite a small scheme.
Good. Now, what he does, he takes his findings, which you say, with all your caveats, you don't disagree with, and he puts them in the planning balance, doesn't he? He gives them, as you would expect, because they're substantial adverse findings, he gives them weight and he balances against all the other matters, and he comes to his view. Well, that's a matter not for you, for others.
That's correct.
And the planning officers do the same. They agree with Inspector Fagan and they take that substantial harm and they put it in the balance and come to their view. Right?
Yes. All
of them giving it substantial weight, not for you. But the finding of substantial adverse effects is given, I think, by every single person who's considered the balance, in this case, that having been reported to them, is given a degree of substantial weight in the balance. And then it's weighed against housing benefits and all that kind of stuff to come to a conclusion, right?
Yes.
Now, and in fact, you can see that at the end of Inspector Fagan's decision, where he weighs that together with greenbelt matters, openness and so forth, which I'll come on to as part of the harms. Yeah?
Yes.
Now, what I found interesting in your evidence is that you agree, as you say, with Inspector Fagan's findings, but before you pass the baton, as it were, to poor old Mr. Allen, if we could just look at your proof 517, because this is where you're analysing the extent to which any adverse effects of landscape character are significant. And at 517, you tell us, in concluding on this issue, it's my professional opinion that the landscape effects are not significant. There is nothing in terms of the physical and visual environment that has changed since 2023, when landscape matters did not form part of the reason refusal. So there we are. You are singular of all the landscape experts, I think, to go on and conclude, despite there being substantial or moderate adverse effects for many, many years, there are, quote, the landscape effects are not significant, and there is nothing in the terms of physical and visual environment has changed. So I'm just want to understand how you make that leap from adverse, substantial, moderate, permanent, and various things to no significant effects? So that does seem unusual, if I can put it that way. I know these are judgments, but that seems unusual.
Okay, I'm quite happy to answer
Yep.
that. So, sir, if I can take you to Glivia, because I have a hard copy, I haven't looked at what core document it is. It'll be... There we are, 4.1.
It's a core document.
So it's, yes, core document 4.1. And if you turn to the glossary, which is towards the back.
Yes. Yep.
Sir, do you have that? So in the glossary for significance, and I agree in terms of process, it's not, this is not an EIA project. The landscape effects haven't reached the level of significance that they were even mentioned by the councillors. They have not reached the threshold by which they are, landscape and visual effects are a reason for refusal on their own right. The site, and I understand there's no weight can be placed on the emerging plan, but this is a location which the council has considered suitable for consideration as a draft allocation. And the officer found support that the proposals did not harm the character and appearance. So there's a context to the calibration. But in my evidence, significance, as the glossary notes, is a measure of the importance or gravity of the environmental effect defined by significance criteria.
Yes.
And in this instance, of the 6 landscape key characteristics identified for this landscape type, and the 2 distinctive features of this landscape character type, a single pastoral field will be substantially and adversely impacted. And so by placing that effect into the significance, the gravity and importance, I have reached the opinion that it is not significant on that basis.
Yeah. Okay, but see, I mean, you've taken us to the definition of significance, to measure the importance of the gravity environmental effects. That's, in fact, as you know, I'm sure the inspector knows, one can read various places in Glivia how significance should be assessed if you get to that stage. It says perhaps you wouldn't unless it's an EIA, but if you do, it's another way of describing in a transparent way how serious or important you think the various effects are. All the assessments, the sensitivity, the value, the magnitude of change, it's another way of expressing that. And my point to you is, you've come to a conclusion the same as Inspector Hagan's, substantial adverse effects, right? And yet you characterise that as of no significance. And that seems strange. No other landscape expert has done that, ever in the history of this phase, as far as I can see. And you're telling us you're doing that because of the definition of sensitivity in Glivia, but it doesn't help you in my suggestion. I can take you to various passages in Glivia, if you want, about assessing significance, and none of them suggest you can take in other factors than the kind of factors you've taken into account coming to your conclusion of substantial adverse effects.
As I explained, there is a loss of 1 pastoral field in a wide character area, and I have placed the gravity or the extent of that loss, albeit accepting that within the site that is substantial and adverse, that is where it starts and finishes. It does not go beyond that. And the general description of the character area, and bearing in mind I have spent a lot of time in this character area because of where the focus of my my project work is, that character will prevail, and this is a very small component of that, and I don't think it does cause significant effects. And that's my rationale,
Well,
and I've explained that,
well,
and it is very different. But
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
no, interrupt.
No, well, I don't. I have. Well, telling. I'm sorry. Can I just suggest? I don't think that is your rationale. Can we just look at your proof and see what you say as to how you get there? Because Inspector will have seen you do accept, Inspector Fagan, you accept high levels of adverse effects. But then at 516, which is the paragraph that just precedes the conclusions that I took you to of no significant effects, you say, the changes to the land within the red line area are the inevitable and unavoidable consequences of delivering growth in line with the aspirations of national and local governments. It cannot be correct that such change weighs heavily against development. What you've done is put in your view on housing need and the government's policy saying we've got to build housing, there's a national crisis for housing, and that has informed some of your judgments, hasn't it, as to why you get to no significant effects?
No, because if you read the paragraphs preceding at 5.13, I say exactly what I've just said.
Yes.
So that is my rationale, but I have concluded that as a landscape practitioner who works for developers, if the outcome is that if you lose grassland within a greenfield site, it is the most significant effect. That also isn't how I have ever had it presented to me at inquiry, because it usually applies to a character of an area, the character and appearance of an area, not simply the land changes, and that in itself is an effect which is significant.
I suppose I'll put to you, I can make submissions obviously, but I want to put to you what I'm going to submit. I mean, it's plain as day with the inspector leads that. The paragraph reads that. This paragraph preceding your conclusions, you tell us your views that because of, as you see it, the inevitable and unavoidable consequence of delivering growth in line with aspirations of national and local governments, that informs, that is a constituent part that leads to your conclusion that there are no effects that are significant, because you take the view, if anything else is otherwise, you'd never get development brought forward, right? And that's why you pass on the baton to old Mr. Allen saying there are no significant effects. And what he then does, of course, is pray and aid housing needs, so he brings it in again. But you're the only expert that's ever done that, and it's because I'm respectfully suggesting to you, you're going a little bit beyond the stage of assessing effects, and you're putting on your own view of government policy, which may well be the right policy, Mr. Brockhurst, but it's not really for you to do before you pass the baton on to the planner who's going to take those matters into account in the balance.
I think the fairness is that I analyse the issue to reach my judgment. I analyse the background, the lack of objection, the lack of any discussion, the absence of a landscape reason for refusal in the motion. I did all of that and concluded it was not significant, and I add the narrative, which is, and in the context of development, I mean, this is what happens. And so it may be that I shouldn't write paragraph 1.6, but I have put that in a lot of proofs, and I've yet to be found to be saying that I shouldn't make that comment.
There we are. Right, okay, good. Now, visual stuff I'm going to take quickly because the inspector will form views. We've traversed this hedges point. I suspect everyone else looked as though they know what they're talking about. I'm none the wiser. But you were looking at CD 1.2, weren't you, the access plan, I think?
Yes.
And again, it may be that my copy's not great, but I can't find it. But it does. Are you saying that there's an error in the sort of underlying areas of where one can see on the plan the hedgerows underneath are incorrectly placed? Is that what you're saying, or was the road incorrectly positioned?
Everything's correctly positioned,
right.
But I think what's happened is the topographic survey has measured the external reaches of the canopy, and that doesn't coincide with where the trees are planted. So because in effect what would be hedge line in part is within the road, it doesn't mean the entirety of the hedge is removed.
No, but quite a lot of it. Well, even on your case now, I think. You can see the blue lines of the visibility displays, aren't they?
Yes.
I mean, I respect all form of view, but it does seem to me, Ms. Backer said this as well, that, I mean, put it this way, substantial parts of the hedgerows are going to go, aren't they?
The front leading edge of the tree line on the double row will go. The rear one will stay.
Right. I mean, the point, I suppose, is this. It's more than when you look at the tree removal plan, which isn't a formal conditioned plan, but that it's you don't quite get the full picture, if I can put it delicately. You don't appreciate, do you, when you look at that, the extent of the hedgerow that will go. You appreciate that when you look at this access plan and see actually what's got to happen with the road widening and the visibility splays. It's more than, well, a substantial part of the hedgerow, whether it's a half, 2/3, will go along that part of the road.
Yes, the front half will go, and the reason that's easier to facilitate is the fact that it's a very clear double edge row of planting, and there's a big gap between the two.
So I mean, again, we live and learn, and these things. In your rebuttal, you were fairly brutal when you say, well, Backer's got it wrong. I don't think she had.
Well, she said there was a complete removal. There isn't a complete removal.
In some parts, there's substantial removal, isn't there? And it's certainly not, as you were saying in your proof, of no removal at all, just a few trees. The references you took us to aren't correct either, frankly.
It is not the complete. She didn't say substantial. She said a complete removal. It is not a complete removal. There will be a linear hedgerow along that site frontage retained as a result of the clearance and the provision of the visibility space. That will be enhanced with the planting within the site boundary.
Now, let's... I don't think there's anything between us on the effects on openness of the greenbelt, is there?
No.
And you don't... Again, can I take it you don't disagree with Inspector Fagan on this point?
No.
Would that be fair?
No, I only think it's yourselves who disagree with Inspector Fagan on these points.
And just to be crystal clear, in fairness, for purposes of submissions, Inspector Fagan's appeal decision... para 30 and 31 in particular, when he's summarising conclusions on greenbelt harm. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good. And again, I'll leave what weight that means to others rather than you. Good. Now, greenbelt purposes. You've done an assessment on behalf of the appellant in relation to purposes A.
Yes.
And B.
And C.
And C. For obvious reasons, I'm concerned with A and B purposes in my case.
That's because I didn't jump to whether it was greenbelt until I did the assessment of A, B and C.
Well, thank you for that. But for my purpose, I'm just going to ask you about A and B. And just so I understand the appellant's case, are you presenting the principal assessment which Mr. Allen relies on, or... is he doing his own assessment? How do you understand the case to be? Are you the person?
Again, I'm doing the analysis to inform.
Right, so you're doing it. He's relying on your conclusions.
Yes.
All right, okay. Thank you. Now, let me just deal with it. If you're the person that's done with it, some propositions to understand the approach. Now, we know, you've looked at it several times already. It's core document 3.9. We've got the MPPG guidance from February 2025.
Yes.
Yes, which provided us specifically, didn't it, with the features, or let's get the wording correct, with the considerations that should inform judgments as to whether a strong contribution or a moderate contribution or a weak contribution is made for the greenbelt purposes. Yes?
Yes.
And you will remember, I'm sure, like all the people in this room, the excitement at the time when the MPPF introduced the concept of grey belt, barely turn on LinkedIn or whatever it is without hundreds of documents and thoughts. And again, the excitement as we thought the government were finally going to give us some guidance on how to apply grey belt. And when it landed in February 2025, for the first time we had some indications, didn't we, of how one should approach whether the site gave a strong, moderate or weak contribution.
Yes.
Yes. Massive excitement in the planning world for some. Now, the assessment tables that we see there provide us, as they say, for considerations for informing judgments, which are referred to in each case as illustrative features, yes?
Yes.
So they're not meant to be fully determinative or treated as a legal or contractual document, are they? They are merely illustrative.
Yes, it's illustrative, it's not exhaustive.
Not
but
exhaustive.
yeah.
So there may be other factors that don't exist on those lists which could properly inform a judgment as to whether a site contributes strongly. Yes?
Yes.
Good. And they're not intended, are they, from all the language we see, illustrative, factors that might contribute, they're not intended to be rigidly applied. The way I put it to you is they're meant to be, aren't they, prompts to aid an assessment.
Yes.
Yes? Good. Now, and as I think quintessential, with all that context, with all those caveats, flexibility, other indents which aren't written down might be relevant, a judgment is obviously required.
Yes.
And if we look, for example, just to take, you could look at any of them really, but purpose A, if we look at, for example, at the feature in the strong contribution or the reference in the strong section of lacking physical features in reasonable proximity that could restrict and contain development, as an example. Yes?
Yes.
It doesn't follow, does it, as a matter of approach? I'm not talking about our site at the moment, but as a matter of approach, when you're assessing it, that just because a site might happen to be partially enclosed or restricted with a physical feature, just because that might be the fact on the ground, it doesn't mean that the site is unable to strongly contribute to purpose A, does it, in a given case?
Sorry, I'm
Let me put it again. Just in principle, you're looking at a greenbelt site,
yeah.
and it's a site which, just as a matter of fact, might have a physical feature which either encloses or restricts or contains the site.
Yeah.
As a fact, that might exist. Just because that exists, it doesn't follow that the site couldn't, in the end, applying judgment, strongly contribute to purpose A. That's just a proposition. It might do, or it might not. It depends on a particular judgment to be made in context. Is that fair?
I suppose that's a possibility.
Well, yeah. Well, that's a point of principle of approach, isn't it? I mean, obviously it would depend on the facts, but what I want to understand, let me put it this way, you're not saying, are you, that any site that has a physical feature in reasonable proximity that might be said to restrict or contain development means, if that exists, it means the site can't strongly contribute. You're not saying that, are you?
If it has it, we can't.
Or are you, if that's your approach?
I mean, I think if it were the assessment area,
right,
was close to a existing settlement and had a strong level of physical enclosure or a very strong landscape feature, it would be difficult to say that it performed strongly when actually it's not. It's about the lack of features that would make it perform strongly.
So you're saying your thinking was like might be difficult. I'm just after. I mean, I don't want to be unfair because we will look at the specifics, but I understand how you've approached it. Because when you look at this, you might have said to yourself, right, if any site, when I look at a site, if a site's got a physical feature in reasonable proximity that might restrict or contain, it can't strongly. I can immediately discount it as. Or you might say, well, it might have a physical feature, and I see that's an illustrative feature, but of course I've got to look at the site and form a judgment. And I just want to understand how you've approached it.
Sorry, yeah. So, okay. Yeah. You would definitely look at the site and the specifics of what that feature is and how the landform is. So you would definitely look at those qualities. Whilst, but I mean, it isn't a desktop study where you say, oh, there's a feature that must be not strong.
Right, that's fine. So I can record, I hope fairly, just because a site has a physical feature that does what the strong category says, doesn't mean it can't be strong. Just because there's a physical feature that restricts or contains development, you can still make a strong contribution. So you might not, as it were, tick that box, but you still might make a strong contribution because of other factors. Yeah? That must be right. I mean, otherwise we're in cloud cuckoo land.
Well, I suppose it's the range, because if it...
I mean, if you haven't formed a firm view on this...
I haven't sort of interrogated it in the interpretive way you're doing. What I've done when I've looked at the site is describe what the features are and assess that particular assessment area.
Okay, all right. Okay, maybe you haven't formed a view. Just you're the person, obviously, I'm doing the assessment, so I've got to... Yeah. Now, good. Can we just turn up? I want you to look at core document 5.6, which is the Secretary of State's decision in the Marlowe case. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not, but I'm about to get familiar with it, I'm sure. But no, I'm not. I did watch the inquiry online, but I didn't have any other involvement in it.
There you are. Well, it's a core document. I flagged it up yesterday, I think, in one of my questions to someone, so I hope it wouldn't be a big surprise to anyone. It filtered through. It's a long document. Have you read it at all ever, the inspector's report and the... obviously, if you haven't, I can't deal with it in great detail given the time constraints.
No, I haven't read this in detail.
Right. Are you familiar with the headline points about it?
Not particularly. I only listened to it in terms of the landscape evidence.
Right. Well, I will deal with it as quickly as I can, but I want to put it to you because you're doing the assessment. This is a case, you know what the case is about because you watched the inquiry.
Yes, absolutely.
You know all the advocates involved.
Absolutely.
Lots of parties. And if we go to the decision, if we go first of all to the inspector's report, and so are you doing this electronically? You are.
Yes,
so it's PDF 203. And if you're there, this is where the inspector was summing up her conclusion at 15.8. So I'm cutting to the chase. There's obviously lots of discussion before about the site, and particular in relation to Purpose A. There was issues between the parties at that case as to whether the site in issue made a strong contribution to a number of purposes. The present purposes, I'm looking at Purpose A. Okay? And the council were arguing that it did make a strong contribution, and the appellant was arguing that it didn't make a strong contribution.
Yes.
Okay? And interestingly, I won't take you to all the detail, but the inspector will see at his leisure, when he looks at the inspector's report, there were 2 Arup studies, the same nature of the ones before this inquiry, which concluded it didn't make a strong contribution, made a weak no contribution. All that was discussed, lots of lovely submissions. As the nature of these cases where the inspector sets out all the parties' closing submissions, and the inspector will no doubt have a look at that if he hasn't already. It's very similar context, same Arab studies from a similar time, all right? That was the argument. The inspector came to a conclusion. You see, he looked at the hotel, Westport Park. Are you familiar with the site?
No.
Okay, and came to a conclusion that there were features around it, enclosing the existing development partially, she says. And you'll see there, the land would not strongly contribute to Purpose A, was her conclusion.
Yes.
Okay, right. Okay. Now, again, I'm going to take it quickly because you're obviously not familiar with it, but just to give you a flavour, if you look at PDF 37, we helpfully have in the inspector's report an aerial shot of the site.
Fantastic.
Yep. And you'll see, it's quite an interesting shaped site, you'll see, isn't it?
Yeah.
You see, for example, do you see plot 4 in the middle?
Yes.
Totally enclosed by sort of woodland, and I think 2 is the Westhorpe House, listed building, which the inspector mentions part of her conclusions why it didn't strongly contribute. And you see other parts of the site have got major A roads surrounding it. This was the inspector reads the submissions on behalf of the developer saying clearly doesn't make a strong contribution, all these restrictions and closed by development. Right, and the inspector agreed with them. So again, I'm going to take it quickly as you haven't had it. And the inspector will see there's other plans showing illustrative layout. There's a development proposed right in the middle of plot 4 and elsewhere. All right?
Okay.
Now, what the Secretary of State did, if you look at Secretary of State's paragraph 44, near the beginning of the decision, I'm going to give you the page, PDF page 8, I'm told. You see that? It's Inspector Para 44 of the Secretary of State's reasoning. See that?
Yes.
And again, really, because we're not going to go into the detail with you, various conclusions made at 43. For present purposes, 44 considered the inspector's analysis, part of the bit I just took you to, considers there are clear physical boundaries to contain development to the north and so forth, but does not consider the site as clearly divided to the east and south, makes various points, and then concludes, unlike the inspector, the Secretary of State therefore considers the land does strongly contribute to purpose A. All right? So there you are. There's a judgment. Obviously, an experienced inspector formed her view in terms of lots of enclosure and other factors around. I mean, put aside woodlands, and we had large buildings and hotels and woodland blocks. Secretary of State says that land does strongly contribute. Now, 2 points really. One, that demonstrates, doesn't it, the breadth of judgment involved in these kind of cases, yes?
Yes.
And demonstrates about as vividly as one could hope for that just because a site might have physical features enclosing it, doesn't mean, as night follows day, that the site can't make a strong contribution. Indeed, the Secretary of State just about 11 weeks ago has told us sites like that can make a strong contribution.
Yes,
Right.
and I have two points just to add to that. It is the strength of the physical features, and the Arup report does distinguish between woodlands and hedgerows, and therefore the strength of performance is how one interprets the physical features. But I would also say at the end of paragraph 42 that the Secretary of State concluded that the Arup work that you referred to is generally consistent with the PPG's methodology and can be referenced for the purposes of this appeal, which is the point I made, which is the Arup follows the similar considerations as the PPG.
Yeah, but no one, I mean, again, read the submission, no one was suggesting the same test that exists now, or the same guidance that exists in the PPG was that which existed before. No one made that submission.
I didn't listen to the Greenbelt elements of it, but I'm just saying, because you said you did highlight to me the issue of the Arup reports,
yes,
and I'm just taking you to the point that the Secretary of State concluded on those.
Yes, the Arup report, again, Inspector can read it, Arup report concluded there was weak or little contribution of the site to purpose A. That didn't stop the Secretary of State concluding there was a strong contribution, did it?
No,
And
I get that.
And frankly, in the interest of time, we put it to you as a submission, we don't think the criteria are the same as you suggested in your evidence. We think they're new and different, but the inspector can take a view on that. But what we do know from the Marlowe decision is Arup, all those considerations and findings do not preclude a decision maker coming to a different view, particularly in a case where there's a large amount of enclosure surrounding parts of the site almost entirely with buildings and roads and development. Extraordinary.
Well, I would say that he does say that he does not consider the site is clearly defined to the east and south. So I don't know the strength of those features compared to the commercial plantation we have. But he obviously came to a different view on the physicality of those features.
Yeah, all right. And I'm not suggesting that the facts are the same. I mean, I think they are quite important given the way the appellant's putting the case, but the inspector will take a view, and we happily have aerial shots, and there are other plans setting out how the development looks later on in the decision, which I won't go through you in detail, but they're there for people to look at. Good, all right, that's some matters of approach. Now, so far as purpose A in this case is concerned, we know that the site is free of existing development, don't we?
Yes.
To use the phrase in a strong category, and it serves a role of presenting currently an outward spread of development into the countryside, doesn't it?
What, the site, the grassland? Well, not if it's allocated or developed.
It provides a role of presenting an outward spread. Again, this is a finding perhaps that stems back from our difference of how the site should be perceived as an open space in the countryside. But what I'm suggesting to you is that it does serve a function a purpose, if you like, at the moment of presenting further outward spread of development into the countryside.
Well, it's the,
Designated
it's the place where the development, where the spread would occur. So,
Yeah. So it's yes, isn't it?
well, the planning process is preventing the sprawl,
Right.
but the grassland, we wouldn't be bringing forward a planning application for a site if it, for housing development if it was already built on. So the grassland itself is not a physical feature that would stop.
Some areas of Greenbelt do have buildings on them, as you know. Some areas of Greenbelt are not open pastoral fields. But as it happens in this case, spatially and functionally, it is indeed playing a role of checking the unrestricted sprawl of further development, isn't it?
Well, through the planning process, it's being restricted.
Well,
but the
could you say yes or no
so-
and then caveat?
so-
Because it will help my notes.
no,
No.
the
right,
grassland isn't restricting
Okay.
sprawl. The planning process is restricting the development of the site.
Right. Fine. Good. And again, I think you take a different view from Inspector Fagan, but let's not worry about that at the moment. It's clearly adjacent, the site, to a large built-up area, another one of the illustrative features that Inspector will want to consider in a strong category, yes?
Yes, obviously we believe it has quite an
And
influence.
it would, if development were allowed on this site, obviously, given that it's an open field, obviously such development would represent sprawl in the terms used by national policy in this context, wouldn't it?
If sprawl is expansion, yes.
Yes.
The purpose is unrestricted sprawl.
Yes. I mean, again, just look at, just in terms of sprawl, if you look at Inspector Fagan's decision at paragraph 10, right, he's talking about openness, yeah? And he says, do you have that?
I'm just
Sorry.
turning it up.
He says,
He says,
Okay.
she's nearly there.
it's all right?
Yeah.
Paragraph 10, second page of the decision. The parties all agree, so the appellant was agreeing as well, both the spatial and visual impact of the effect of the developments and openness, which I addressed below. However, it is pertinent to emphasise that here, as the MP paragraph 142 says, and it sets out the fundamental aim of Greenbelts to prevent urban sprawl. It quotes it and it goes on, the term urban sprawl may, as the appellant suggests, possibly be regarded as a derogatory description for built urban development. But what National Greenbelt and local in this case as well, policy undoubtedly aims at is the prevention of such development extending into the open land classified as Greenbelt, including land next to or surrounding existing built-up or urban development within settlements, not in the Greenbelt, as is the case here.
Yes.
So really what I'm suggesting to you is he's correct. That's the correct approach for the inspector to take in terms of the phrase sprawl
Yes.
yeah, good. Because, it's a conceptual point, and I've been listening to the evidence, I think, carefully, and we seem to have gone in and out of a proposition of whether when you're considering whether a site makes a strong or other contribution, one looks at the particular nature of the development proposed, or whether one just looks at the site. I think the answer is you look at the site, because otherwise the answers to whether something is grey belt or not would depend on the nature of the development. But maybe I'm wrong. What basis have you approached it on?
I've approached the assessment of the site against the Greenbelt purposes on the basis of the site.
Yes. Okay, so it doesn't really matter for this purpose of identifying whether a bit of land is grey belt or not, what the particular nature of the scheme is then, is that right?
Not in terms of assessing it objectively against the criteria.
Right, okay, fine, that's fair. That's fair, because, and that's helpful, I think, for me at least, if for no one else, but when I looked at your, just make it clear on your proof, so in your proof you go to 4.20.3, it's PDF 23, if anyone's doing it electronically, and hard copy 23 as well. Because you're talking there about sprawl,
Yes.
and what I, as I understood when I was reading the sort of paragraphs below that, 20.4, 20.5, you're going into the sort of particulars about your site and saying your scheme wouldn't be untidy or it wouldn't look out of place. But for the purpose of deciding whether land is grey, but that's not really the exercise. In other words, it's not really relevant to look at the particular development, is it? Because otherwise land might be grey belt or not grey belt depending on how a scheme is proposed, and that can't be the Can't be the right test.
In terms of the pure assessment, it is about the site.
Yes, okay.
But in some cases, the site itself, if the design is not well executed, it may give rise to something which is less tidy. So that's a sort of a subsidiary of consideration, but it's not related to the purpose.
All right, well, I've got your answer. I think you're saying the particulars of the site is not related to this assessment of purpose. Fine, that's your approach. And in terms of whether something's incongruous then, same point really, isn't it? It's not looking at the particular development, is it? It can't be, because otherwise one site might be great built and one might be not, depending on the design. It's looking at an objective view of the site again.
It's about the form, so the form of the site itself. So it occupies the same landform, it sits within the same sweep, and it's contained by the same road. So it's about the form rather than the design.
And role within the green belt, obviously.
Well, I suppose the secondary part is that it is the role within the wider green belt is a sort of a secondary element, which is would that release undermine the green belt within the borough, which is a sort of it is part of the assessment, but later not in respect to the purposes.
The reason I say that, and this perhaps I'm going to suggest is another thing that does go back to the fundamental difference between us at the beginning, because if you were looking at if the inspector was looking at the site in your world, albeit you accept it's open, you say actually it's an open site, but it's got quite a relationship with the built-up area, which is evident, and as opposed to Bisbackers, which is an open site perceived to be part of the open countryside. Now, in the former example, whether you say there's a relationship with Radlett, you can see it, perceive it's part of the character of the openness, if you like. It might be said, to be an advocate for your argument, well, development in that context of openness wouldn't be incongruous because, after all, it's already there. Whereas, if the Backer view is correct as to openness, it's openness experienced as part of the countryside. It's an open area that doesn't have any relationship in terms of openness with existing built development, or not to the same extent as you. One can see that the contribution of the site to restricting sprawl might be stronger in terms of perception of openness than it otherwise would be. Do you see?
Sorry, so you were combining openness and character and sprawl, and I think they're distinctly different. So, in considering the form in terms of what contains it and its relationship to the built area is one thing.
Yeah, all right.
Whether that is open or not is a different part of the assessment.
Openness can have a visual and spatial context, right?
Yes, but just yes, I agree. Yeah. But I thought you were talking about purpose A and sprawl. Well, openness is a sort of secondary part of the Greenbelt assessment.
Yeah. Well, no. Well,
Sorry,
I'm really addressing this point.
Sorry.
If one's trying to work out whether development is going to be incongruous for the purposes of purpose A, which is one of the illustrative features we're asked to look at, we've agreed we're not talking about the particular development, right? We're just talking about it as a site. So the inspector's got to ask himself, in your case, if this site is developed, however it's to be developed, is likely to be an incongruous pattern of development. Now, to the extent that he's asked to look at whether something's going to be incongruous on a bit of greenbelt land, he's got to look at the nature of the land in terms of openness and the purpose and what role it plays. That's the whole purpose of the exercise. How significant or how important, how strong is the function of that land in terms of restricting sprawl, and that will depend in part on a number of factors, but it might be on the nature or the understanding of how openness is perceived on site, whether it's open and pastoral or whether there's already a relationship with the built environment. That's all I'm saying.
I disagree.
You disagree?
I disagree because I believe that it is specific about the pattern and form of the settlement edge rather than openness or character of the openness or character of the settlement. I think that this particular purpose is looking at the pattern of the development in terms of settlement form.
Yes, well,
not character and appearance of that, or
of the existing development. not the one proposed. The existing form that exists to the west of the site. That's what
It's the relationship of the new development to the form and pattern of the settlement of Radlett.
So you are looking at the new development. I thought we'd agreed you weren't looking at the particulars of your development.
Well, no, I'm just looking at the consideration, if developed, result in an incongruous pattern. So the site, so I'm looking at the site in terms of its form, if developed, would that be, would that result in a pattern?
Right, so
in terms of the settlement?
Honestly, I'm not trying to be difficult. For my purpose, it doesn't matter what you tell me. I just want to understand what you're doing. And you are now taking into account the particular nature of your proposal, are you, in forming a view on that? Because I thought we agreed that wasn't the right thing to do when looking at this purpose.
No, I'm not taking in the particular nature of the actual development,
You're not.
but just on the general, if developed,
Okay.
would it result in a incongruous pattern of development? I mean, that's what you've been asked. So I can't say, I can't consider the development. I'm not saying this particular proposal.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if it were developed, what would the pattern and form of the edge of Radlett be?
Fine. Okay, all right, I'm going to leave it there and deal with it in submission, so I don't think I'm getting anywhere. And the woodland features, particularly, which you rely on together with other matters, as I think you say, enclose or we've agreed, aren't we, that features such as that doesn't expect to a form of view, but it doesn't follow just because you've got some woodland in the way set out in relationship to this site that it precludes the site from making a strong contribution to the green belt purpose A. Doesn't do that, does it? It's a judgment.
It is a judgment, and we're not saying that it doesn't make a contribution. We just are saying it doesn't make a strong contribution.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I agree. Well, yes. Where do you end on purpose A? Where do you put it in there? Because I'm not sure I could tell from your proof.
I'm with Arup. Arup have looked at it, and I'm in agreement with the conclusions. I do say that in my paper.
Remind me what that is. Is that the moderate? Can't remember what that is. So many conclusions in this case and judgments.
They didn't, in fairness, they didn't make that one on there. So
What do you say? You're the one doing.
I just said it doesn't perform strongly.
I know, but so I'm asking you. You're the one that's done the assessment. What category do you put it in then? Where do you land? Because it's not an unfair question, I think, to ask if you're telling us you're the appellant's representative.
I would say it would be weak.
You'd say it'd be weak?
Yes,
right.
Because it's near to the large built-up area, and it is contained and enclosed.
Right. Okay. So you disagree with Mr. Allen on that? Do you? He says it's moderate.
Yes.
If you swap notes with you know he says it's moderate.
Sorry, I haven't swapped notes with him.
No, you disagree with him?
I disagree. I think it's weak. It could be moderate, but it's not strong.
Could be moderate, right? Okay. I'm just trying to. And obviously, I'll ask Mr. Allen about it. But you told us you've done the assessment. Mr. Allen then is informed by that, but his evidence is that it's moderate. I just wonder whether you knew why. I'll ask him.
You can ask
him. Good. All right. Thank you. Purpose B. Again, same matters of approach apply to that, obviously. Now, again, it follows then, when we look at the strong category, the two indents, we're told below the text of forming a substantial part of the gap between towns and the development of which would be likely to result in the loss of visual separation. Those aren't the only two things one can look at. One could look at other factors as a matter of judgment.
Could look at other factors, yes.
And again, even if those things were met or weren't met, it's still a judgment. In other words, even if the site didn't form a substantial part of the gap between the towns, it could still make a strong contribution in principle. It's a matter of judgment.
A matter of judgment.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. And you, again, are you familiar with the Lancaster decision, core document 5.9?
No.
It was set out in Ms. Backer's evidence. She talks about it. That's informing her approach to B. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I mean, I can read an appeal decision, but because of the nature of how you do this assessment without visiting the site, I don't have any more judgment on the contents other than to say that's what is said in a document.
Yes, I'm not asking about the facts of that case. I'm asking, well, first of all, I'm asking you, have you read it? Are you familiar with it?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Right. And that's slightly surprising, isn't it? Because it's part of Ms. Backer's argument on purpose B that you're dealing with, but there it is. Have you actually read it?
Yes.
Right, so to that extent you're familiar with it.
Yes.
If we can just turn it up, just for my notes.
Yes, I have it.
Thank you. It's, you're ahead of me then. Core document 5.9, I think, isn't it?
Yes, I have it.
Good. And if you could just look within that at paragraphs 18 following, broadly, and again, given that you've had a chance to read it, I'll just take it fairly quickly.
Yeah.
But what the inspector, again, not really to do with the facts of the particular case, but that inspector is making, isn't he, a number of points of approach. And you will see, particularly at 90, if you read all those paragraphs
Yes.
on, and he's making the point, isn't he, that it is entirely appropriate, see for example of paragraph 20, the assessment of whether a site strongly contributes to purpose B is accepted as a matter of planning judgment. Nonetheless, consideration must account for several factors, not just in relation to its distance or the size of the site. And he goes on, and he makes the point, if you just focus slowly on a sort of distance percentage kind of exercise, that would only be in fact a partial assessment, right?
Yes.
And to my mind, he says such a limited approach would likely result in the constant promotion of small-scale changes to the Greenbelt through development proposals, as the Council stated. And the Council at 21 has advocated an assessment for purpose B also requires consideration of the perception of the strategic gap between the settlements. You see that?
Yes.
And do you disagree with that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And you remember Miss Backer's evidence she gave that her perception, she thought it did form a substantial part of the gap in terms of perception, didn't she?
Yes, that's what she... I don't agree.
I know you don't agree.
I don't agree.
But that's a judgment that's absolutely open to her to make, isn't it? Fairly.
Yes, she can make that judgment. And
thank you.
what I would say is that...
Sorry, I'm just noting. Yep, sorry, yep.
What I would say is that it requires my experience, because I have walked, driven and spent a lot of time in this gap between them for a whole variety of reasons, is that it is the topography and the nature of the gap and the woodland. So it is perceptually, actually, you don't appreciate the site because of the level of containment. And I think earlier on in this appeal decision, we have information that relates to the level of containment and visibility. So there is a judgment to be made following the analysis of the issues.
Sure, and that's what Ms Backer's done. She forms a different view from you, which you disagree with for the reasons you've said.
Yeah.
But I mean, thank you. You've said this a lot of times. You know, hopefully you've agreed those kind of factors that inspector's decision are proper to take into account, and Ms Backer's formed her view on them. It's a view you disagree with.
No.
But it's a view she's reasonably entitled to come to and put before the inspector, isn't she?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Come to that view.
Thank you. And in light of that, you can see what Ms Backer said, and you can form your own view in due course. I think I've taken up my time. Is there anything else I need to ask? Thank you, sir. Thank you for putting up with me. Those are my questions.
Sarah, I do, but I'm going to do my very best to avoid repetition, so I can be relatively short, I think.
That's fine. I would appreciate a break.
obligations that on the Rule 6 parties case are contained within 159. And I want to just ask you about that. And again, have you got the MPPF there?
It went out of date as soon as it was printed, but I've annotated the changes.
It's very old style.
It
Now,
certainly is.
Remember when our librarian used to do that sort of thing?
That's where I
Page
started my career.
46 then, probably.
Yes, it is.
Paragraph 159. And let's just check. If any of this I should be putting to the policy witness later on, you tell me, but I'm going to try first of all with you. In relation to the application of the golden rules to land that may be grey belt, we really start, don't we, at paragraph 155, just a little bit higher. You'll have heard this discussion from earlier on in the day.
Yes.
And then we see 156 relating to the application of the golden rules, 157, 158 plainly relates to the golden rules, 159 expressly still mentioning the golden rules, and then we have 160 before we go on to chapter 14, and 160 is dealing with different subject matter.
Yes.
Yeah. So paragraph 159, we're still dealing with the golden rules. The improvements to green space required as part of the golden rules should contribute positively to landscape setting of the development, support nature recovery, and meet local standards for green space provision where these exist. So in relation to the improvements that are being made, in order to comply with paragraph 159, they need to do three things, don't they? Because this is a requirement as part of the golden rules. Firstly, there needs to be positive contribution to the landscape setting of the development. We can agree about that.
Actually, I think this is a planning issue, but I actually read that first part of the sentence, which is that the improvement to green spaces which are required as part of the golden rules, which are established earlier.
Yes, correct, but this is what they should do. They should contribute positively to the landscape setting of the development. There's a reason
Yes.
these additional words are there, isn't there,
Yes.
in paragraph 159, and that's the reason they're there. Right, we agree, good. Second requirement, support nature recovery.
Yes.
So that's a requirement. And then 3, meet local standards for green space provision where these exist in the development plan. Right, thank you. So in relation to that, one of the reasons that that's important, it's important in relation to whether or not this land meets all of the tests that are set out in paragraph 155, correct?
Yes.
Because 155D requires the golden rules to be met.
As I say, I think the golden rules, I mean, that is a matter for the planning evidence, and I know that we're agreed that the golden rules are met, but so I don't go into the golden rules in any further detail.
No, okay, but you agree about the nature of the obligations in paragraph 159. Right, now, in terms of what has happened since this appeal site was in front of Inspector Fagan and the appeal was dismissed, you don't point in your evidence, I don't think, to any adaptations, changes or modifications that are specifically based on and need to comply with the requirements in paragraph 159. Is that fair?
No, I don't.
Thank you. And there has been no, for example, alteration to quantum, the amount of development that might take place on the land in response to paragraph 159, for example.
No.
Thank you. In relation to what has happened to the scheme since it was dismissed at appeal for reasons that we know included substantial landscape harm, there has been no attempt to address the requirements of the local nature recovery scheme. There are no specific changes to the development to try and take that into account.
No changes because the proposals make a contribution to the local nature recovery strategy.
Yes, we're going to disagree about whether or not they are successful in that respect, and a primary reason for the disagreement is that the Rule 6 parties case is that the strategy is quite clear that this land has been identified as being land that is ripe for improvement, first of all, and we can agree about that.
I think there is a degree of interpretation, and I think that is something to be left for Mr. Allen.
All right, so I'm going to put the question to you. You don't agree that this site has been identified as being ripe for improvement in that respect?
I don't know if it is that all the changes have to happen within this site.
That's a different point.
Well, that's why. So can you please take me to the local nature recovery strategy so I can answer that, because I don't want to give the wrong answer.
No, okay. Have you considered that strategy?
I've looked at it, but not from that question, because I'm not dealing with it in... as I said, in my rebuttal, I explained very clearly. I've provided my thoughts on it in terms of the ecology and the betterment. That is for the specialists in that area, right? So I do no more than provide an understanding of where we believe we have dealt with it. And that's as far as my evidence can go, because I don't look at it in any detail in terms of the biodiversity and the that information.
Thank you. I think the answer then is that I'll pick that up tomorrow on matters of planning, and in the meantime it may be that we've overlooked it because we couldn't find it, but could someone check whether or not the LNRS has in fact made its way onto the core documents?
Not all of it, because it's web-based.
I think we had excerpts of one of them.
Yes, then so I suspect what we'll try and do is, you've got access to the link, we'll try and provide you with the excerpts that we think are the most relevant ones.
Most relevant experts are, yeah, that you're going to refer to, yes.
Thank you.
Just while we try, I've just left with my own friends just to consult with their teams before I voiced it, which I tend to voice it on you, sir. But this is the overlay of the BNG land offsite with the level nature recovery, just showing
Okay.
how they coincide and they goes out. So that, just a heads up, that might be something to say about that.
Again, then. And perhaps also a separate submission of particular extracts from the nature recovery strategy.
So thank you, that's helpful. We'll arrange that.
No, okay, thank you.
So the primary point of disagreement that I suspect will arise between the two of us, if it's accepted that this land is in fact identified as land that's ripe for improvement, is whether or not the requirement is that the improvement should take place on the site rather than off-site, as the BNG improvements in this proposal largely do.
That may be the case. I as I say, I don't go any
That's
further
not
in
something you
planning
can assist with.
or the ecology. No.
All right. In terms of what else has been done since the appeal was dismissed, we have the observations and requirements of place services. They are in CD 4.13.
Yeah.
And in relation to those, one of the requirements was to consider the extent to which there was a need to reduce quantum on the land. You've
Yes.
got the representations there, so
Yeah.
you can see that. And as we know, that is not something that has been done.
No, that's correct.
The other recommendations on the last page of that letter, after reduction of parameters including building heights and developable area, for a specific reason, to provide appropriate response to the impacts identified and allow for the following improvements. And we know what those were earlier in the letter. The second is the provision of greater landscape boundary buffers to better assimilate the development into the landscape. In that respect, are you suggesting that there is any substantial change between what was previously dismissed by the inspector and this proposal?
No.
Thank you. In relation to the third element, improved green infrastructure throughout the site, through trees, incidental open spaces and SUDs. Are you suggesting there have been any substantial changes to the scheme in that respect?
No?
An indicative plan to provide illustrative layout improvements, including appropriate settlement pattern. And there's a reference there to appropriate settlement pattern, which we may come back to. Anything done in substance to address that?
No.
Improved pedestrian permeability throughout the site and to the wider landscape utilising public right-of-way connections. The inspector's seen where the public rights-of-way are, doubtless has walked at least part of 55 and perhaps 54. Any substantial changes to facilitate that?
Over and above the permeability that's already included, nothing further is added.
No changes
No
in terms
changes.
of what was dismissed in front of the inspector?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the recommendations that I think came through at about that time was the recommendation that AVRs should be produced. And we know that Ms Brown has done that now.
Yes.
But that wasn't done by the appellant.
No, it wasn't.
Why not?
The production of AVRs is one really of professional judgment, and on a complex site where you don't have many reference points or the scheme has a multiplicity of different land uses, you might find them quite helpful, but the expectation of a member of the profession to establish on a very simple site and a very simple scheme to be able to assess the effect doesn't necessitate AVR. So I understand that they weren't considered necessary to actually change the outcome of the decision making.
Where do I find that recorded in the documents that we have?
You don't.
Who made that decision?
Well, that would have been before I was involved.
Yes, that's why I'm asking you. Who made it? You say it's been made.
It's been made, yes.
Who made it?
I think it was a sort of joint decision within the team. So it was a decision that was made, but I don't know precisely which individual made that decision. I think
With
it was
you as... Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
with me not involved because I didn't get appointed till October. As you see, this letter was in February 2025.
Were you explicitly asked about that question after the start of your involvement?
Sorry, in what way?
Whether or not it was an appropriate case to produce AVRs for?
I wasn't explicitly asked, and I looked at the scheme and I didn't think they warranted it in any event.
Well, the inspector can form a view about how helpful the AVRs are and whether, in the absence of AVRs, it might be said that some of the harms that arise from the proposed development are downplayed.
Well, sorry,
go on.
That may be the case, but I would say the AVRs do not show a fair representation of the scheme at year 15. It includes for absolutely no planting. And in fairness, Miss Brown accepts that. So the inspector has also got some AVRs, but he has to use his judgment, as I would as a professional, to in effect envisage the planting in place as well. So the AVRs only go so far.
Clearly that is right, and clearly that
is right.
was explained in Ms Brown's evidence. I want to make sure I've got your evidence down correctly. Are you suggesting that that the answer to my question was yes, that it may well be open to the inspector to conclude that the AVRs are quite helpful in assessing the extent of the harms, and therefore that the absence of such AVRs potentially has the effect of downplaying the level of harm that this development creates?
No, I don't agree to the answer. Okay. I don't agree. I don't think they, with a professional who's got an eye for making these observations, they only show part of the picture in any event. And that is, I think, because of the simplicity of the site, and given that the viewpoints are only focused on by both the council and yourselves from Shenley Road, and you've got the reference points, I think the inspector can make that decision without the AVRs.
Well, perhaps, I mean, one can always try and make a decision on less information than might be available. I was asking you a slightly different question, which is about the utility of the ADRs, and I think you have accepted this much, that the inspector may well find them helpful as one piece of evidence in assessing the overall level of impact of this development.
No, he won't, because
He won't
they're
find them helpful at all.
they're incomplete. They don't show any of the landscape mitigation. We're meant to produce fair representations without bias. So to only show the housing with no vegetation is not a fair representation.
Thank you. In relation to winter views, no winter views were produced for the purposes of this appeal, I think, or during the course of the application. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct. And sir, for your note, core document 4.3, internally paginated 16, and it's item 6, bracket 6, within the table. It does say, regarding seasonal constraints, it is within the competence of a landscape professional to be able to describe how the landscape and views would vary with the seasons and take into account these changes in their assessment. And that's exactly what has been done in this case. We don't need to, and that is a matter that's been clarified as recently as August 2024.
Yeah, it's good practice. It remains good practice in Glivia, though, doesn't it, to produce winter views if time and occasion allows?
It's good practice, but it's not necessary. It would certainly, on a more complicated, larger scheme with more varied land uses, you would want to do that. But I think for the simplicity of the scheme, which no party has found any viewpoints beyond Shenley Road, I think what we have is enough information, and the rest of the information again about the character of the site is observed by visiting the site and going onto the land.
Good practice, but not necessary, you say, in these circumstances. But the reason why it's good practice is, again, because what it tends to do is indicate potentially the most harmful circumstances in which development could be viewed when the vegetation that might otherwise provide a filter is less prevalent.
It's helpful, but it's not essential. I would say more essential is to visit the site and go onto the land.
So there is a risk, is there not, if winter views are not produced, that a decision maker doesn't get the best evidence about what the most harmful situation might be on the land?
No, I don't agree.
You don't agree it downplays the potential?
No, no, it doesn't. And the appellant was diligent to use a competent and professional assessor. And so I am of the view that that in fairness means that you don't have to have that information. You interpolate it.
Now, we looked at the extent to which changes may or may not have been made in response to paragraph 159 or the LNRS or indeed otherwise between the dismissed scheme and this scheme. Another point that arises in Ms Brown's evidence is in relation to the absence of a strong green framework throughout the development. And just on that question, if I were to ask you about, for example, the presence or absence of off-road routes for pedestrians, cyclists, which might follow greenways through the site, or the making of connections to the wider public rights-of-way network, I think that second point you probably already answered. No changes of any substance made to the scheme since its dismissal to try and cater for the provision of a strong green framework in those respects.
Some of the framework issues will be through the detailed design phase. So there are routes that are accommodated. They do follow the street scene, which is typical because that emulates what you already have with Newbury's Avenue. So the extent to which garden frontages and the extent to which street trees could be incorporated is yet to be determined. But undoubtedly one would, as one approaches the site through the urban area, would continue to walk through an urban area to the green spaces and then out and beyond.
And so I think, sorry, I fell into the advocate's trap of asking more than one question at once. But I think the answer to my primary question on this heading, that there has been no change since the appeal was dismissed, which might be taken to indicate at this stage that consideration has been given to how a strong green framework might come into the proposals. We can't see that in the documents.
The green framework that
Yes.
you see within the scheme is there. There has been no further enhancement to that green framework.
Yeah. And so, by way of example, at the moment, all of the routes that we have for cyclists, for example, are simply following roads on the illustrative master plan.
Absolutely, in the same way they follow the roads within Bradley. It's no different.
Taking all of those features together about how the scheme has not been changed, has not evolved since the appeal was dismissed, is it a fair observation to make about the quantum of development on this land and the way that it's being approached, that it's essentially a standardised approach? If we look at the density, it just doesn't really respond to the local context that it finds itself in.
So there's a few parts to that. Is it standardised? It isn't standardised. It's a design specific for this site. In terms of density, density is not determinative of character from an urban townscape perspective. So one currently walks through, whilst I appreciate that they have large gardens and within those private curtilages there is green space and it has a verdant character. All of the houses have undergone, well, not all, a large number of properties within that edge of Radlett have undergone quite extensive extensions and growth. So actually the character of this urban edge is heavily dominated by the housing. What we have, with very few gaps between properties, so what we have is a scheme which actually provides for that verdant green space in the public spaces, not restricted to the private spaces. And there are pockets of space which is unlike the existing framework. So I think this is a different character, and the density does, despite the density, which is obviously a balance in discussions that others will address in terms of discussions that satisfied, in terms of the parameters, satisfied the case officer. But in terms of how this is delivered, this is a much greener area, and that is in part because we place the green space, the trees, in the public realm, not the private realm.
Now, as part of that answer, you suggested that density locally is not determinative, and that's not part of the Rule 6 party's case.
No, I said it's not determinative of character.
Yeah.
You can't say that the place, the expression that was being used in the evidence was because of the density it has a different character. It isn't determinative of character because it may be that there are fewer dwellings per hectare, but if on each plot the street frontage is full, the plot side to side is full of development, one doesn't appreciate the character by reference to development. I would challenge you to stand in any part of Radlett and tell me what the density is. What you will observe is the street scene, the relationship of the buildings to the road, street frontage, the gaps between the buildings, the height of those buildings. So density, I think, is a poor consideration of character.
It's one relevant matter, isn't it, in considering these things? No one's suggesting it's determinative,
It's-
but it is relevant, and there is a very substantial shift between the development that is presently there at that soft transitional edge and the level of density that is proposed within this scheme.
I would say it's relevant in determining whether this is the most effective use of this land, which is more towards a planning judgment. But in terms of placemaking, density is not relevant. It will be, you could have just one big flatted, or, 5 big flatted buildings, 6-storey, and say, well, there we are, we have a lot more space, but we're completely incongruent. So it isn't about density. It is very much more about placemaking and relationships of buildings to spaces. But I think density may well be relevant if you are saying, do you reduce the density and find more land on the edge of Radlett to build on?
Yes, okay. Because you can reduce the density and find more green space within this proposal.
Well, yes, but I suppose the balance is, and that will be a planning matter, because you could reduce the density, deliver half the number of houses, and then you have to find another 8 hectares somewhere else on the edge of Radlett.
Thank you. Related to that, again, the inspector will probably have read significant chunks of the LVIA, but if we were to ask ourselves the question, is this a landscape-led scheme? You have seen 2 of the witnesses say that this is not a landscape-led scheme, and they say it in terms in their proofs. If we were to look, for example, in the LVIA for a clear narrative in respect of landscape-led scheme, we wouldn't find one there.
Maybe not expressed as such, but I know that the authors of the landscape and visual impact assessment were involved in the development of the master plan. So they will have been involved, because I work on Fairfax with the same team on a lot of projects, and so I know they will have been involved. But in terms of landscape-led, there are 2 levels of landscape-led, and the first is to find the least sensitive site to direct your change to, which has obviously been done through the LUC work. And then the second is how you deal with the site. Now, LUC set out some parameters, and we've seen those expressed also through the draft allocation. This scheme follows those, and I think there definitely has been landscape input. I spent a whole day to negotiate a discussion landscape-led at the Sittingbourne inquiry, and it isn't landscape first, it is a landscape framework alongside the delivery of the housing.
Yes, but we're not dealing with Sittingbourne now, we're here, and in terms of the specific document I directed your attention to, you're not going to tell the inspector that there is any clear narrative in that respect about this scheme being a landscape-led scheme.
No, there's no narrative expressly in the landscape and visual impact assessment that demonstrates it's a landscape-led scheme. But I do know that the landscape architects, the planning consultants, were involved in the development of the scheme. LUC had the first tranche of input into securing the most appropriate location for development. These proposals have emerged from that in negotiation with a whole load of other interested consultants in terms of delivery. So, and I believe there is a strong landscape framework that comes out from the combined work of the team, but it isn't expressed in the LVIA.
No, thank you. The earlier documents that you're referring to, LUC and so on, they were part of the evidence base informing the previous iteration of the local plan.
Yes, they haven't been updated.
Sorry?
It hasn't been updated. They're still...
No, quite, exactly. And that local plan is now in the bin. Not to put too fine a point on it.
I think, as you'll see from the commenting, that's down to decision on whether you're going to accommodate the numbers here. So it may be in the bin, but nothing has changed to the landscape context to result in a different outcome.
That's just not right. I mean, in terms of the local plan coming forward, various things will need to be reassessed by reference to the evidence base. Grey belt, to take perhaps the most obvious example in terms of what we're dealing with here. And as I understand it, and the council will help me out if I'm wrong, where the plan process has essentially got to at the moment is dealing with assessment of the call for sites. So at the moment, there's a reassessment going on of what land may or may not be available. So it's that early in this iteration of the plan process. So you're simply not in a position, I would suggest, and tell me if you want me to put this to a planning witness, you're not in a position to put any real level of weight on those documents which are simply informing a previous iteration of the local plan when, apart from anything else, they don't support a particular level of development on this land. They don't support, for example, 195 units.
I disagree. If we're talking about landscape and visual, the landscape work undertaken by LUC in October 2020 in determining the sensitivity of various sites that were being considered, there was nothing changed to the landscape baseline, and in fairness I haven't read anything from Mrs Brown that says that the landscape is very different from 2020 and it should be re-evaluated. So whilst there may be a change in how green belt and grey belt is assessed, in terms of landscape sensitivity and the most appropriate response to the sites in terms of the landscape framework and development opportunities, that there isn't any reason I see that they would be a radically different outcome, because the landscape hasn't changed in that time. And in fairness, I don't think Ms Brown said it has.
Thank you. Well, we have your answer on that, and the inspector will reach a view about the weight that can be placed on those historic documents as matters stand. Now, last matter in relation to landscape and visual impact assessment. One of the ways to assess the potential envelope of visual effects is by using zone of theoretical visibility.
Yes.
And you've seen that in Ms Brown's evidence. I just want to ask you this particular question, because we know that no ZTV was undertaken in this case. Has anyone thought about what the implications of that envelope might be if the plantation is clear felled?
No, and that is because there is no indication, given the history and longevity of the plantation, the way it has been managed and continues to be managed, that it is going to be clear felled, and there has to be a degree of certainty as to what you're going to predict, because in fairness that would happen with every single application. So I think it is fair to say that in the current climate and the basis that it has been managed for decades through the licensing arrangement, restocking and replanting arrangements with the Forestry Commission, I see no evidence that it will be clear felled. I see and acknowledge that there are occasional strategies for thinning, but that's good woodland management. And because it is an income generator for the estate, it doesn't have to be, there is no sense that it needs to be removed for any other reason.
Thank you. You've seen, Ms Brown has set out, and Ms Backer as well, the basis for their reasoning as to why it is relevant to assess whether or not the plantation might be felled. But as we sit here on the appellant side, and in terms of showing what the maximum level of harm might be in that event by the production of a ZTV and then the application of sensible assumptions to that analysis, that simply hasn't been done.
I'm afraid there hasn't been any evidence that it's going to be clear felled. So that's the starting point. There may be some suggestion that it might be, but there is no evidence of that. The estate is not seeking to clear fell it. The estate is applying for small, thin-in scale licences and has done and has now discharged the latest one. And if one adopted that approach, we would have to take into the consideration of some reason why all of the trees, everything would be felled, the golf course fells its trees, because we have no control of that. There's no certainty. The certainty at the moment, based on the history of the area, is the woodland will be retained. It will continue to be managed. There is no evidence that it's going to be clear felled. There is no reason to run a ZTV on the basis that woodland in this area is going to be removed.
Thank you. I want to turn briefly to purposes A and B of the Green Belt. In relation to purpose A, and if we get the guidance up at CD, I think it's 3.9.
3.9, yes, I have that.
If we look at purpose A, and Mr. Cosgrove has taken you through the various elements of the guidance, I don't want to repeat what has happened there, but we look at purpose A to check the unrestricted sprawl, and we note that this is indicative guidance, not exhaustive, as everyone has agreed, and you've been shown elements of the Marlowe assessment and approach. Strong contribution to purpose A. Assessment areas that contribute strongly are likely to be free of existing development. So that's the first, and of course a lot of this is couched in terms of likelihoods, isn't it? We see that.
Yes.
This development is free. This land is free of existing development. When you think about that, and you think about the level of contribution that can be made by land, it's not irrelevant, is it, to consider whether or not there are other potential detracting features on the land as well. That's capable of being relevant to this kind of assessment.
I don't see a reason to consider other detracting features. This is a spatial planning tool, so it is about spatial planning matters, not qualitative or characteristic judgments.
You don't think it can, I want to be fair to you, because the inspector's going to be recording your answers, you don't think it has any bearing whatsoever as to whether or not there might be significant detractors like pylon cables, that sort of thing?
Sorry, what people?
A pylon cable, for example, across the land, that it wouldn't have any relevance to the level of contribution that parcel could make to checking the unrestricted sprawl of built-up areas?
No, that would be a different analysis, and I draw on my experience because I was involved in the pylon alignment for the Tadcaster to complete the Cheshire Ring, and I draw on my experience from that. So it's a different consideration.
Thank you. Next is the lack of physical features in reasonable proximity that could restrict and contain, and you've been through those already in the evidence that you've given. Then it carries on, likely to include all of the following features: be adjacent or near to a large built-up area. So being adjacent is enough in order to make a strong connection. A strong contribution. We can agree with that.
Yes, yeah.
On these indicative criteria. Here, near to, equally, is sufficient. We are, clearly, this land is adjacent to the existing town of Radlett. So in terms of the two alternatives that are available there, it occupies the stronger of the two, doesn't it?
In terms of being near to a large built-up area, yes, of course. Yeah. It wouldn't be an extension to Radlett if it weren't.
No, but it's adjacent rather than simply near to.
Yes.
Thank you. And then, if developed, will result in an incongruous pattern of development. And there's been debate about what may or may not go into consideration of what is an incongruous pattern of development. One example is given. It's the finger of development. But we see as a clear example of why this guidance is not exhaustive. It says such as. So that's simply one example that's being given at that stage. We can agree about that.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And then if we can find plans to this effect in various places, but if you pick up Ms Brown's proof of evidence and you turn to what is manuscript page 56, we can see, can't we, how if the proposed development takes place, it accentuates on that corner of Radlett the triangle of land that will still remain undeveloped and in the greenbelt immediately to the west.
Well, I don't know if it accentuates. What it does is it carries on with the pattern and form of Radlett as established as you look to the southwest, which is, you can see from the way the townscape is structured in terms of the parcels, it wasn't all built at once, so it is basically extended in this form. So it would be a little bit larger, but similar form to what you have with the form and settlement of Radlett. So it doesn't protrude outwards.
Well, it does. And one of the consequences of the protrusion outwards towards the south is that it does accentuate, and you only have to look at plate 13 to see the point. It does accentuate the triangle of greenbelt land that exists immediately to the west.
I don't think that accentuating the triangle is a negative issue. We have to look at what the development would do to the form and pattern of Radlett. So, you know, if you look at the Organ Hall Farm, which is below that, which obviously isn't all developed, that, if you follow the line round, is a different form and pattern. But Radlett, once you've built that out, actually is just the same but a little bit further out. So I don't think it does. There is a difference of opinion. It's a judgment between us. But I think if you look at the pattern of development that has occurred around Radlett, then that is consistent with the form and outline.
Okay, so it's a matter of difference of judgment, and you accept Miss Brown's judgment as one that could be reasonably arrived at.
I mean, she obviously she can arrive at that judgment, but I don't agree that it is a protrusion. I think there's a difference between the wording in PPG. My computer's just gone quiet for a moment. There's a difference between an incongruous pattern of development and simply saying development. I think it is a continuation of what has been happening, and when you look at the history and evolution of Radlett, you see that development, where all the houses are now, has occupied that high ground that was once parkland, and this is another part of that piece of parkland which no longer has those parkland characteristics, but it is, in terms of its form and most importantly in terms of that strong, it doesn't lack a physical feature. It absolutely has physical features. So I think I don't believe it's incongruent, and I think that's a distinction from simply saying it is development which comes out from the edge of a settlement.
So if an important part of that is that it's a continuation of what has happened historically in terms of moving the settlement edge, one of the things that the inspector may have to grapple with is the issue to which considering the pattern of development requires or allows the decision maker to look at, for example, the existing development on the edge of Radlett, adjacent to where the site is.
Yes, and that certainly look at how that edge is formed. I mean, the difference is that the edge is formed as a hard urban edge, backing onto the countryside. That in itself is what it is. It isn't a soft transitional edge. And so the form is to continue development on the same sweep of landform within the same landscape unit. So yeah, I just don't think that's incongruous, because the issue is incongruity rather than simply being present or not present.
So to the extent that the inspector forms a view that he disagrees with you about the nature of the settlement edge, or he disagrees with you about the level of development and whether or not there's overdevelopment on this land, those two questions are both capable of going to whether or not the pattern of development is incongruous.
I think they're slightly different because the pattern is about form and pattern and distribution and placement rather than the sort of the design. So that's where I would distinguish that in terms of townscape form rather than townscape character.
Right. If the inspector were to form a different view from yours, that there is currently a soft edge to the built development at Radlett, that is relevant, yes or no, to the consideration of incongruity. It may not lead to a definite conclusion one way or the other, but it's relevant to that point.
I don't know if it is relevant because...
You say no.
I say no because we are talking about the form of the development, how it affects the pattern of the pattern and form of the development rather than whether it changes the character of the edge. And I think it is being able to differentiate between the different parts of consideration and not amalgamating them.
So logically, you will give the same answer in relation to whether or not the inspector concludes that there is a level of overdevelopment on this land. You say that even if he reaches that conclusion, it is simply not relevant to whether or not this development is incongruous in terms of its pattern, even if he were to reach the view that there is a perfectly natural and normal amount of development at the existing built age. It's irrelevant.
Two answers. Yes, I think it's irrelevant because it isn't about the character of the townscape, it's about the pattern and form of the settlement. And in terms of normal, you sort of describe it as normal, it isn't normal, it is just what it is. But it is very large properties that have been expanded. That wasn't the design rationale when it was first developed, and I understand why people do it. I do it myself. But I think there's a difference between overdevelopment and the green belt purposes. I think there is a distinction between those. I don't think you make the decision on that basis.
There's certainly a distinction. The question is whether they're entirely divorced from each other, but you say they are, and the inspector has your answer.
Yes, absolutely.
That's fine. Yeah. We know what Ms Brown and indeed Ms Backer may have said about that. Let's look at Purpose B briefly, and when we're considering the guidance in Purpose B, we need to bear in mind, don't we, that we're talking about criteria that relate to the merging of towns, not villages. And so we're not talking about the distance that you might use to regard hamlets as being two separate, very small villages, a normal village, or anything of that nature. Here, in fact, we're talking about two towns, one of which I think is in the secondary part of the settlement hierarchy, and one, Boreham Wood, is in the top part of the settlement hierarchy. So those are relevant things to bear in mind, aren't they, when one's considering the nature of the separation between the two settlements?
Absolutely. I refer to my written answer and my answer to Mr Cosgrove on that.
Thank you. And so you were taken through Inspector Fagan's decision letter at some length, and I'm not going to repeat that exercise, but it's clear, isn't it, that he was exercised about ensuring the effectiveness of national policy in relation to coalescence of towns. And in relation to that, he was considering a distance of 1.4 kilometres to 1.7 kilometres, and part of his yardstick was that kind of distance because he was applying it to those site specifics. And here we've now got a situation where once you take Organ Hall Farm into account, the red line to red line, I know other people have measured it differently, but red line to red line for a moment is under 1 kilometre. It's about 900 metres.
I refer to the distance measured, which is in evidence. I haven't remeasured it on that basis. But in terms of that distance, obviously Inspector Fagan reached the conclusion that it had a moderate, made a moderate contribution to that greenbelt purpose.
So, well, let's pause there for a second. In relation to moderate, you've heard the point that I put earlier about, of course, these judgments are made within a range, and so what you don't know from Inspector Fagan's conclusion is whether or not, unless you can find it in some of the other language that he might have used, you don't know whether he thought it was in the middle of moderate, or maybe something that was actually approaching being a strong contribution, even as the matters were before him. You can't tell that from the decision.
No, and nor can we tell whether it was at the lower end of moderate towards weak.
Right, so
what we have is a clear statement. He makes a single word statement. He uses moderate, and in respect of purpose C, he uses strong. So yes, that's absolutely right. Whatever it was sufficient for him to be able to conclude moderate. He had strong open to him. He used that in respect of purpose C.
Thank you. And we know that on any view, the gap has been significantly narrowed since that point in time. We can agree about that. We might dispute quite what the measurement is, but we know it's been significantly narrowed.
I don't agree it's been significantly narrowed at all. It's not significant with Organ Hall.
Okay, well, we've just looked at the plan, but you're...
No. Sorry.
Yep.
Let's go back to the plan, please.
Yeah. Page 56, 6.63. We can see how far that stretches, Organ Hall Farm. We can see where the appeal site is. We can see where the commercial plantation is.
Yes, and this is the difference. This is the difference between us.
You were saying that's not a significant change?
I am saying that if the separation is between settlements, and we're using, in this instance, you're choosing the Organ Hall Farm red line. Now, obviously, as you know from my evidence in my introduction, I worked on the Organ Hall Farm. So what you have is a very small incursion of housing. I think it's some 60 metres within that red line. So, sir, it's difficult to tell, and I don't know if we ought to submit that layout, but it is a very small part of that site is being brought forward. So I think it is unreasonable to say, well, we measure settlement to settlement when we're dealing with this, but in this instance it's more helpful to go to red line. The substantive part of the Organ Hall Farm scheme is public open space in that area, and I think it's that's why we disagree. And so I understand why it's been chosen to be measured in that way, but that isn't how the settlement is perceived. And particularly when you're travelling through the landscape here, you don't even notice the existing part, the sort of phase one part, until you're past it. So I think in terms of it's significant, it's not significant. It hasn't been significantly eroded.
Thank you. And then in terms, just so I've got your evidence clear, I think your evidence is that the proposed development, even given its movement towards Boreham Wood of in the order of 100 metres to 200 metres, maybe slightly more than that at the greatest point, that doesn't amount to a substantial part of the gap between those two towns.
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. Going back to the approach that Inspector Fagan used and trying to assess, insofar as it assists this inspector, quite where he was between potentially finding weak, moderate or strong contribution to purpose B. One of the things we know when we look at his decision is that he was concerned, as he says it in terms, that this kind of development would potentially make national policy ineffective. Now, if you were trying to use that conclusion to assess whereabouts on the spectrum of importance he might have put this question, isn't that quite a good indicator that he put it towards the top?
I don't know what his spectrum was, so I don't know if it was towards the top. He concluded moderate. I don't know what was in his mind.
Thank you. Just give me one moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to carry on with some re-examination, Dr. Bowes?
If you are, Ms. Brockhurst, I only have 5 short points, if I may, if that's acceptable to you and to you, Ms. Brockhurst. Okay?
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine.
Then I'll put them. So, point 1, it was put to you about the scheme not being landscape-led, and it was put to you that we don't see that particular formulation landscape-led reflected in the LVIA.
Yes.
And I just wanted to give the opportunity to look at a document you weren't shown, which was the design and access statement. So if we could just take up core document 1.17, please, 1.17. And just remembering your answer, which was that you said that the authors involved in the development of the master plan, so they would have been involved.
Yes.
So if we look at the DAS PDF page 27,
Yes.
do you see a heading, the vision?
Yes.
And if we just read together what it says there, the vision for the site being promoted on land south of Shenley Hill, Radlett, is as follows. What does the first bullet point say?
Creation of a landscape-led sustainable development.
Thank you. And then, just so we've got the full picture, can we go to PDF 45, please?
Yes, I have that.
Do you see a heading landscape?
Yes.
And what does the first sentence tell us?
The following landscape strategy plan prepared by CSA Environmental provides detail of the potential structural landscaping that could be at the centre of the proposals.
Thank you.
And it is on this basis, because as I say, I've worked with Fairfax and I've worked with the same architectural team, so I know the extent to which it is a collaborative design process with the master planners and the landscape consultants.
Thank you. That's point 1. Point 2 was all about the Lancaster appeal decision.
Yes.
Core document 5.9. Don't need to turn that up for the purpose of this question. You were taken to that document and it was put to you on the basis of what's said in that decision letter and generally that Miss Backer on purpose B reached judgment she was entitled to make. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you agreed. And I just want to just explore this point just to make sure I've understood your answer in calibration with the evidence she gave. Of course, her evidence, orally, was that her judgment was that the settlements would be perceived as moving closer together, but one would not perceive the settlements as, in fact, having merged.
Yeah.
And my question to you is, would it be a reasonable judgment to reach that the settlements had, in fact, merged or joined as a consequence of this development?
No.
Thank you. That's point 2. Point 3 is about the relevance of the particular scheme under consideration when you're assessing whether we're dealing with a grey belt site or not.
Yes.
And it was put to you that it is relevant to look at the particular scheme under consideration when you're assessing whether the site is grey belt or not. And I just want to get your help with this, which is that if that's right, if it's right that you should look at a particular focus of development. Sorry, I should put that point again. It was put to you that it wasn't relevant, should I say, to look at the particular... Sorry, Mr. Cosgrove said, yeah. No, quite the opposite. I was just clarifying. It was put to you that it wasn't relevant to look at the scheme that was under consideration, and I just wanted to get the consequences of if that's the position. If it's a position to exclude the particular features of the scheme under consideration from whether we're looking at it for grey belt purposes or not, then what does that do to the relevance of the density and scale of this scheme when you're looking at whether the site's grey belt or not? Do those things become relevant or irrelevant?
They aren't relevant whether it's grey belt or not.
Okay, thank you. That was point 3. And then point 4 is just a short point on what Inspector Fagan said. So this is the only point to just go back to his decision. So core document 5.1.
I've mislaid the hard copy, so I'm just going to go.
Oh, right, fine.
Only just, I think it'll be easier to just go straight
Yep.
here.
So para 44.
Yes.
And he was taken to para 44, and he comes to the conclusion that yes, the site's hedgerows can be strengthened materially of 15, but the grassland that comprises the majority of the site will not be replaced and so can't be mitigated. Hence, the intrinsic character of the site would remain at substantially adverse, simply because it would no longer consist of countryside but part of the urban development. And then he goes on to conclude, in conclusion, there'd be a substantial adverse landscape effects on the site. And then in answer to that question, you draw our attention to para 101.
Yes.
Where he returns to his conclusions overall and says, added to this harm to the greenbelt, there would be substantial adverse landscape effects on the character and appearance of the area as a result of the permanent residential development of approximately 8 hectares.
Yes.
And what I just wanted to get from you, just so we can understand where we all stand on this, is if we just go back to your rebuttal document, please, with this in mind.
Yes, I have it.
And we just go back to your table at page 4. And we look at the row overall character of the site. Is anybody saying at year 15 that there would be a substantial adverse effect on the character of the site?
No, it doesn't go any higher than slight.
No. And is anybody, again, saying that at year 15 there will be a substantial adverse effect on the character and appearance of the area?
No.
Thank you. So that's point 4. And then finally, you were asked some questions further to what you said in chief about the Arup work and how what they assessed and looked at may or may not be different to what we now look at with the PPG for the purposes of assessing purposes and grey belt. And I just wondered if we could get any more help from this. If we could take up core document 4.5, but being careful to note there are in fact 2 core documents 4.5.
Okay.
So we want 4.5 assessment, not annex.
Okay, 4.5 assessment. Yeah.
We go to that document, and then if we go within that to printed page 15, is when it opens.
Yeah, mine's taken a little bit longer as well.
So PDF page 19, printed page 15.
Nearly that. 8, 9. Yes, I have it. Sorry for the delay.
And you should have heading on that page, table 3.3, large built-up areas used for the purpose 1 assessment.
Yes.
Great, we're on the same page. And then we're in the methodology here, and it just tells us, middle of the page, the assessment considered. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we just cast our eye down what they were looking at when they were assessing Purpose A, whether the Greenbelt sub-area falls at the edge of one or more of the distinct large built-up areas.
Yes.
2, the degree to which the Greenbelt sub-area is contained by built form and the nature of this physical containment, as well as the linkage to the wider Greenbelt.
Yes.
And 3, the extent to which the edge of the built-up area has a strongly defined, regular or consistent boundary. That's what they were looking at. Now, my question to you is, in your view, to what extent are those things which are not or are not considered within the PPG amendments, the PPG guidance?
They're consistent with the PPG guidance.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brockhurst. Those are all my questions.
Yeah. Thank you. So looking at timings, it's about 20 past 4 now. Is it worthwhile starting again, or was you finished 4 today? I have Mr. Stroud down. You might have to push, get through examination.
Way, I don't think we'd finish him today if you were going to stop.
No.
There are 2 matters of. I mean, the other point is this. This document, I don't think you're going to ask Mr. Scott about rather than Mr. Stroud, or maybe you're going to ask. Yes, because I hadn't had a chance to speak to Mr. Stroud before he went into Perla. That was one point, so he won't be asked about that. I mean, I don't mind either way. So the other thing just to let you know is that we've now have produced a SIL compliance statement, given it to Malone and Friends. I thought it might be easier for them just to have a look at before I passed it up to you in the normal way, because if it can be passed up as an agreed document, and indeed Mr. Beglin's team, that would obviously assist you. That's the only reason I haven't got it to you yet. It really is a courtesy to the other time, so we could perhaps make use of time and just sign that off before you go. But apart from that, so I'm in your hands. Mr. Stroud can start if you'd like, or we can have an early start tomorrow. And I don't think we're in any danger of not doing the planners tomorrow, but I may be, so far as my estimates are concerned anyway, but I'm obviously hear what other people say about that.
And you've also, by and large, as I understand, been able to resolve the disagreement on the obligation as well, so that's something less to discuss on Friday.
Yes, I think by the sounds of it, so far as the county is concerned, that may be a much shorter exercise indeed. So
okay.
I suppose on balance, we've had a good day. We could have a clean start at 9:30 tomorrow, but as I say, we can start now. Yeah.
Forgive me for interrupting. I think that's preferable. Just in terms of the programme, so now that we're here and in the light of what was said earlier by Ms. Backer and so on, my cross-examination of 2 hours estimate, it will be half that, if that. So I think that's further comfort that we'll be okay.
We've got plenty of time to get through it tomorrow. We start fresh rather than leaving someone on the stand overnight.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We're still happy with the 9:30 start tomorrow then, to give us that time. Yeah. Okay. Lovely. Let's adjourn there till 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you. And then you'll sort out those other documents there. Thank you. We're adjourned there. Thank you.